And we are live. Hello. I'm here. I am now better, for those wondering. Or at least, better enough by Vash standards. Thank you, Shintu, for adding another 15 hours to the timer. Go to the spreadsheet. Into channel points. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna get some food before I begin. I recommend that other people, find something to do so that this is background noise or whatever. Be back here in like, I don't know, 10 minutes. Oh, not quite ready yet. Still eating, and I want to put out a tweet. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna tweet. I've had a bit of a snack. Wake up, honey, new artist tweet. Okay. Monogatari OST. Give me a proper shuffle. Holy shit. 276 songs? Oh. If any gamers are here, how is everybody doing? While I get the final parts of setup. Because I like to have my blanket for this. And obviously have to have water. Just saw an incredibly good stream title of she poke on my man till I za. I should have taken allergy medicine a bit ago. Alright, take me to chapter 2 by Always Snail. And you know what? Let's uh let's take a quick little picture. One moment. I have to take care of something. Oh, why do people? Why do people make me do shit like right before I gotta do shit? You know? Okay. Now go to the Discord and let's send the illustration for the chapter. Aioi Hashikuji. I encountered Mayoi Hashikuji on May 14th, a Sunday. This day was Mother's Day across Japan. Whether you love your mother or not, whether you get along with your mother or not, today is Mother's Day for every Japanese person alike. I want to say that Mother's Day originated in America. In that sense, it may be best to consider it a kind of event like Japan does Christmas, Halloween, Valentine's Day, and the like. But in any case, of all 365 days of the year, this day, May 14th, was the one where more carnations were sold than any other. And when coupons promising the delivery of back rubs, chores, and so on were trading hands at homes across the country. Well, I don't really know if those kinds of customs are still being observed, but I am sure that May 14th was indeed Mother's Day this year. It was on that day, at 9 in the morning, I was sitting on a bench in an unfamiliar park. I was staring up into the sky like an idiot at an idiotically blue sky, nothing to do as I sat on a bench in an unfamiliar park. I was more than unfamiliar with it. I'd never even heard of it, but it was a park. Namishiro Park, a sign at its entrance stated. Well, maybe it did. The way it's written, I barely have any idea how it's supposed to be read, whether those characters say Namishiro Park, Rohaku Park, or something else entirely different. Maybe there's some reason behind its name, but of course, I don't know it. It's not as if that's any kind of issue. Of course, not knowing the park's name doesn't affect me at all. I didn't go to the park with any sort of firm goal in mind, but was riding my mountain bike in whatever direction my feelings and legs took me until I found myself arriving at the park. That's all, and nothing more. I didn't go to visit the park, I arrived there. Though, of course, the difference was meaningless to anyone other than myself. I put my bike in the parking area near the entrance. There were two objects in the lot that had been so abandoned and so exposed to the elements that you couldn't tell whether they were supposed to be bicycles or clumps of rust. And then there was my mountain bike. Other than that, it was completely empty. It was one of those moments when I really felt the futility of riding around the asphalt streets on a mountain bike. But it was also a futility I felt at all times, whether I was doing something like that or not. It was a fairly big park. While I say that, it might have only felt that way because of how few objects there were to play with inside. It only looked wide open. Swings on one edge of the park and a tiny little sandbox, but that was it. No seesaw, no jungle gym, not even a slide. That's really funny because in the anime, there's like a ton of other things. Perhaps parks should have inspired. Perhaps parks should have inspired in my high school senior self a greater sense of nostalgia, but I can't deny I was feeling quite the opposite of that. Or maybe that's how things were. This is what you got when you gave thought to how dangerous playground structures were and how to keep children safe. And it came to look this way after all the old playthings had been removed. My opinion of the place wouldn't have changed, even if that were the case, and I personally think the swings were the most dangerous of all. But putting that aside, part of me keenly felt that what a miracle it was that I was still of sound body. I'd done a lot of reckless things as a child, after all. It wasn't nostalgia I felt as I thought these feelings. Then again, you could say that my body was no longer of sound health as of about a month and a half before. May 14th. But I guess whatever wounded sentiment lay in my heart had yet to fully process the fact. Honestly, it wasn't the kind of thing you could sort out in a couple of months. An entire lifetime might not be enough. But, I thought, even without the missing play structures, the park was such a lonely place. I mean, I was completely alone there. Even though it was a Sunday, that greatest of days, the lack of things to play on meant the place felt larger. So grab a ball and a bat and play some baseball, I thought. Or maybe, I wondered, elementary schoolers these days no longer defaulted to baseball, then soccer, when they wanted to go have fun. They probably played video games all day at home, or they were busy going to cram school. Either that, or all the kids in the area were faithful little sons and daughters who spent the entire day celebrating Mother's Day. But even then, being all alone in a park on Sunday almost made it feel like I was the only person left on Earth. Well, that would be an exaggeration, but it did feel that the park belonged to me. Like I never had to go home again, because it was all me. I was all alone. Or not. There was one other person after all. I wasn't all alone. A large open space separated my drench from someone at a metal sign at the edge of the park. A lone grade schooler who was looking at a residential map of the area. The child's back was facing me, so I had no idea what he or she was like, but the large backpack the kid carried was notable. My heart warmed for a moment, like I'd found a new buddy, but the grade schooler spent a while looking at the map, then ran off, as if remembering something, and then I was alone. By myself, again. I thought, You know, Koyomi. That's when I randomly thought of my little sister's words to me. The casual words she tossed in my back as I left home on my mountain bike. You know, Koyomi, that's why. Ah, damn it, I thought, as I switched from my earlier position of staring at the sky to gazing straight at the ground, head in my hands. I felt a wave of depression rolling over me. I'd been quite calm as I looked up into the sky, but now, of all times, I found myself hating how petty I was. I suppose the feeling was what you would call self-loathing. While I was not normally the type to be bothered by that sort of thing, in fact, it was rare I had any thoughts at all I'd describe as bothering me. I would, on rare occasions, on event days like this one, the 14th of May, fall into such a state. Special circumstances, unique setups. I was horribly susceptible to them. They made me lose my composure. They made me restless. Oh, there's nothing better than a weekday. Can't it be tomorrow already? It was in this odd state that my episode involving a snail began. Or, if you look at it the other way around, the episode probably wouldn't have had so much as started if I hadn't been in such a state. My goodness, look at what we have here. I thought someone had dumped a dead dog on a park bench, but it was just you, Araragi. I raised my head, Araragi-kun, as I thought I heard a greeting so novel it may have been used for the first time in human history, and saw my classmate, Hitagi Senjogahara, standing there. This goes without saying, but she was not in her school uniform, as it was Sunday. I began wondering how I should reply to suddenly being called a dead dog. But her standing there in casual clothes, wearing her straight hair up in a ponytail instead of down as she does in school, was such a fresh sight that I couldn't stop myself from swallowing the words that had made it all the way up to my throat. Wow. It's not as if she was showing off that much skin, but her outfit seemed to draw attention to her chest in an inexplicable way. Not to mention the culottes she wore, which would have been unthinkably short were it part of her school uniform. It wasn't even a proper skirt, but her black stockings only made her legs look that much more seductive. What's the matter? It's a greeting, that's all. A joke. I wish you wouldn't look like such a wet blanket, Araragi-kun. Are you sure you have anything resembling a sense of humor? No, it's... Or can it be that your innocent little heart is smelted by my charming appearance, and you're experiencing a moment of bliss? She was so spot on, or at least close enough to being right, that I couldn't come up with a good retort, despite her odd word choice. Isn't that such a wonderful word, smelt? They say it has the same roots as the word melt, but it's so much more intense. I mean, you can melt just about anything, but smelting places itself a notch above, and people have high hopes for it as an emotive next-gen term that made smelt in my heart, or I smelt for cat ears, and that sort of thing. She's dwarf posting? And I was surprised by how different you look compared to the last time I saw you wearing something other than your uniform. That's all. Oh, I guess you're right. Probably because I was trying to wear more mature clothes then. Really? Huh. Although I did buy this entire outfit only yesterday, you could call it a way of celebrating my full recovery for the time being. Your full recovery. Hitagi Senjogahara, a girl in my class. She had a problem until very recently, and until that very recent point in time, she'd had this problem her entire high school life, for over 2 years. Constantly. This problem kept her from making friends, from coming in contact with anyone. It practically kept her locked inside a cage and forced her to spend a torturous life as a high schooler. But fortunately, her problem was resolved, more or less, around last Monday. I ended up witnessing this resolution, and that was the first time I'd had a proper conversation with her, despite the two of us sharing a classroom, our first, second, and now third and final years of high school. You could say it was the moment when a bond was formed between me and her, who until that point I'd seen as nothing more than a silent, delicate, illness-prone student who got good grades. Her problem was resolved. Resolved. It, of course, wasn't so simple when you looked at it from her point of view. As the party who had dealt with the problem for a few years, how could it be? So she ended up taking time off from school until yesterday, a Saturday. She was apparently busy going to the hospital so they could investigate the issue or run detailed tests on her or whatever. Then, yesterday came, and she was freed from all of that. Apparently, at long last. Or, conversely, after all. Or inversely, for once. I suppose you could say that, but it's not as if the root of the problem has been fixed, she said. I don't know yet if I should be honestly happy or not. Oh, the root of the problem. That was the kind of problem she was dealing with. Then again, most phenomena in the world we classify as problems. I like that. The nature of most problems is that they're closed and finished matters from the beginning. What's important is the kind of interpretation you stick onto them. It held true for Senjo Gahara, and for me as well. It's fine. I'm the only one who has to worry about it, she said. Huh, well, I guess you're right. That's how it was, for the both of us. I am right, she agreed. I am absolutely right, and I'm happy. I at least have the intelligence needed to be capable of worry. I wish you wouldn't make it sound like there's some unfortunate soul you know who doesn't even have the intelligence required to worry about something. You're an idiot, Araragi-kun. And now you said it flat out. She was completely ignoring the context, too. The way that played out, it felt like she just wanted to call me stupid. It had been nearly a week since we last met, but she hadn't changed a bit. I'd wondered if she was going to be a little less rough around the edges, but I'm glad, though, Senjogahara said with a faint smile. I'd planned on today being a test run, but my hope all along was for you to be the very first person who saw these clothes. Huh? Because I can wear whatever I want now that my problem's been solved. I can pick from anything, from everything out there to wear, with no restrictions at all. Ah, true. She hadn't been able to wear whatever she wanted. That had been one of Senjo Gahara's problems. She was at the age when girls wanted to start dressing fashionably. I guess I feel very fortunate, or very honored to be the first person you wanted to show them to. I didn't say I wanted to show you, Anadagi-kun. I said I wanted you to see them. There's a world of difference between the two. Huh? Oh, huh. She said that, but on Monday, aside from her mature clothes, she'd showed me much more. Still, I couldn't deny that her clothes, with all of the emphasis they placed on her chest, did quite a lot to attract my eyes. I didn't know what to call it. Maybe good fashion sense, but it felt like a powerful magnetic force had captured me and wasn't letting me go. She'd once passed herself off as always being ill, but now she seemed to be the complete opposite, almost positive. The outline of her upper body was easier to make out now that she had her hair up, especially the area around her chest. Hold on, I'm using the word chest a lot, aren't I? She wasn't showing that much skin. In fact, in her long sleeves and stockings, she wasn't showing much at all, considering it was mid-May. But something about her was just exotic. What was it? How could I explain? Could it be that between experiencing Hitagi Senjo case on Monday and class president Tsubasa Hanekawa's case over Golden Week, I now had the ability to find the sight of a fully dressed woman more erotic than one in the nude or in her underwear? Underwear? Oh no, that wasn't a skill I needed. Not when I was only in high school. Though to take a cooler-headed approach, it was rude for me to look at my classmates in that kind of way, plain and simple. I started to feel intense shame. By the way, Araragi-kun, what exactly are you doing here in the first place? Could you have gotten yourself expelled from school during my time away? And now you're pretending to go to school while really killing time at the park because you can't bring yourself to tell your family? That would mean my worst fears have come true. You're making me sound like some dad who got laid off. And today was Sunday anyway. Mother's Day, remember? Just as I was on the verge of telling her this, I stopped. Senjo Gahara lived alone with her father due to her circumstances. Her relationship with her mother was a bit of a complicated one. It wouldn't be good to be overly sensitive to that fact either, but it still wasn't a topic I should be bringing up for no good reason. I decided to mark the phrase Mother's Day as off limits while Senjo Gahara was around. And me too. I didn't want to be talking about that either. Nothing, really. Just passing the time, I said. I once heard it said, any man who answers just passing the time when asked what he's doing is as good as useless. I do hope that's not true for you, though, Araragi-kun. I'm doing a little bit of bike touring, and I mean on a bicycle, not a motorcycle, I added. Senjo Gahara replied to this with a huh and a nod before looking back around to the entrance of the park. Yes, where the bike parking was. So that bicycle was yours, Araragi-kun? Yeah. It was so rusted, I was wondering if you had an iron oxide plated frame. Its chain had snapped and fallen, and the seat and front tire were missing. I never knew that bicycles could move in that sort of condition. Not that one! Those were the abandoned bikes. Didn't you notice the cool one right next to those two? The red one, that's mine. Oh, that mountain bike. Exactly. MTB. I guess. MIB. That's something different. Hmm. So that was yours. That's odd, though. It doesn't look anything like the one you took me around on earlier. That's what I used to get to school. You think I'd ride a granny bike on the weekends? I see. Of course. You're in high school, after all, Aranagi-kun. Sandra nodded. I hoped she knew that applied to her as well. High schooler, mountain bike, she said. I don't know if I like that tone of voice. High schooler, mountain bike. Middle schooler, butterfly knife. Grade schooler, flipping skirts. And what exactly is that ominous list supposed to mean? How do you know if it's ominous or not? It was just a simple list, not any sort of sentence. You shouldn't yell at a girl based on your own assumptions, Anaragi-kun. Intimidation is like a form of assault, you know. In that case, so were her insults. But there wouldn't be any point in telling her that. Fine. Then turn that list into full sentences, I demanded. High schooler with a mountain bike is like a middle schooler with a butterfly knife, or a grade schooler who enjoys flipping skirts. Only more juvenile. So I was right after all! Really, Adanagi-kun? That's not the quip you're supposed to make here. You're supposed to say that I'd use a sentence and a sentence fragment instead of full sentences like you told me. Do you really expect me to figure that out on the spot? She didn't have some of the best grades in class for nothing. Or maybe I was the only one in my class who wouldn't have noticed that immediately. Language arts was my strong suit. Hey, forget about me, I told her. I don't even like mountain bikes that much, and I've managed to build up a bit of a tolerance to all your verbal abuse after all this time. Or maybe you could say, I've learned to accommodate it. But anyway, there's like a million high schoolers around the world who ride mountain bikes. Do you really want to make enemies out of all of them? Mountain bikes are incredible, aren't they? Fine articles that any high school student would naturally desire. Hitagi Sandrakahara said flip-flopping in the blink of an eye. It seemed she was more interested in self-preservation than I'd originally thought. So incredible that the degree to which they don't suit you, Araragi-kun, caused words that I in no way intended to slip out of my mouth. And now you're blaming me. Stop nitpicking every little thing. If you're so desperate to rush to your death, I'd be happy to bring you halfway there whenever you want. That's as cruel as it gets. Do you come around here often, Araragi-kun? You don't even hesitate to change the subject, do you? No, this is probably my first time here. I was riding around at random and happened to find a park, so I figured I'd take a break here, that's all. To be honest, I thought I had made it much farther, maybe to the tip of Okinawa or so, but if I was running into Senjogahara, that obviously meant my bike hadn't even managed to get me out of town. It was like I was an animal on a farm. Ah, damn it. Getting a driver's license started to seem appealing. Nah, probably after I graduate. Wow, I'm realizing how much foreshadowing there is. What about you, Senjogahara? You said something about today being a test drive, so what does that mean? You're walking around for physical therapy? The test drive remark was referring to my clothes. Do you not do that kind of thing, Araragi-kun? Being a boy, you must at least with your shoes. Don't you? But to put it simply, yes. I'm walking around. Huh. This part of town used to be my home turf. Did she just say turf? Oh, that's right, I recalled. You moved when you were a junior, didn't you? So you lived in this area until then or something? Yes, you could say that. So that was it. Now it made sense, in other words. This wasn't simply about taking a walk or trying on clothes. Essentially, this was about her feeling nostalgic for the past now that her issue had been resolved. Even Senjo Gahara acted like a human being now and then. It's been a while, but this area, she began. What? It hasn't changed at all? No, the opposite. It's completely different, she shot back. She must have already done a good bit of exploring. It's not like this place is going to get me sentimental, but it's hard to explain. It drains your motivation when you see that a town you grew up in has changed. It's not like you can expect it to stay the same. I've lived in the same place ever since I was born, so to be honest, I didn't understand the feeling Sandra Gahara described at all. I didn't have a place I could call my country home either. You're right, you can't. Sandra Gahara didn't argue with me, to my surprise. It was rare for her to not come back with one opinion or another. Or maybe she thought she had nothing to gain from discussing the topic with me. Hey, Araragi-kun, do you mind if I sit next to you then? Next to me? I want to talk to you. She was always so direct about things like this. If there was something she wanted to say or do, she stated it outright, right there, out in the open. Sure, I said. I was just starting to feel a little guilty about monopolizing this four-person bench. Oh, then I think I'll take a seat, Senjugahara said before sitting next to me. She sat right next to me, so close our shoulders nearly touched. Why was she sitting on this four-person bench like it was made for two? Aren't you a little close, Senjugahara-sama? She was so close that while, sure, our bodies weren't actually in contact, they would be with the slightest fidget. It was impressive how close she was getting in it to that line. And it seemed a little much for two classmates, or even two friends. Still, if I tried to put some distance between us, it might give the impression that I was fleeing from her. I found it hard to move when I thought about the persecution that would be brought upon me if Sandra Gahara happened to see it that way, even if I didn't mean it that way. The result? I froze. About the other day, in this situation, in our relative positions, Sandra Gahara continued to speak in a calm tone. I wanted to thank you for everything one more time. Oh, don't worry. There's no need to thank me. Really, I didn't do a thing when you think about it. You're right. A piece of trash would have been more useful. Her sentence meant the same as mine, but it was meaner. What an awful woman. Then you should thank Oshino, I told her. That's all you need to do. Oshino-san is a separate matter. And anyway, we agreed that I'd be paying him a set fee. 1,000 yen, I think. Oh, 100,000 yen, I think. Yeah, so you're going to start working part-time? Yes, but some of my personality isn't fit for labor, so I'm still coming up with a plan. Well, at least you realize that. There must be some way I can skip out on this bill. So what's what you so that's what you meant by a plan. There's a typo in the book. I'm joking. I'll pay my fair share. But like I said, Oshino-san is a separate matter. I wanted to thank you in a different sense, Adaragi-kun. If that's the case, then you've already said enough. Even words of gratitude start to feel hollow once they're repeated too many times. What do you mean? They were empty from the beginning. They were? I'm joking. They weren't empty. Joking all the time, aren't you? I was just appalled. Sandra Gahara let out a small cough. I'm sorry, for some reason I always want to deny or contradict every little thing you say. As far as apologies went, that was a hard one to accept. It was like she was telling me that she couldn't bring herself to get along with me. I think I know what it is, she mused. It's probably the same attitude that little children have of wanting to bully someone they like. Are you sure it isn't more like the attitude that big grown-ups have of wanting to torment someone they see as weak? Wait, did she just say that she liked me? No, she was just making a comparison. It seemed pointless to adopt the middle school mindset that every girl who smiles at you is in love with you. Smiles are free! So I brought our conversation back on track. Really, though, I don't feel like I did anything deserving of your gratitude, and to borrow a phrase from Oshino, you just get saved on your own. I don't like the translation here, so let me rephrase this. To borrow a phrase from Oshino, uh, I didn't help you. You helped yourself. You don't need to bother with gratitude and that kind of thing. It'll only make it harder for us to get along from here on out. To get along, Sandra Gahara echoed without changing her tone one bit. Araragi, is it all right for me? Well, Araragi-kun, is it all right for me to think of us as close? Of course it is. Each of us had revealed our own problems. We weren't strangers any longer, nor simple classmates. Yes, yes, you're right, she said. Each of us has the other's weakness in our hands. I forgot to start the timer. Oopsie. What Is our friendship that tense? She made it sound like it'd be strained. It's not about weaknesses or anything. Think of it as feeling close and being able to take it for granted. If you can look at it that way, I will too. But you're not really the type to make friends, are you, Araragi-kun? Until last year, yeah, and it wasn't my type as much as it was my rule. But I had a bit of a paradigm shift after spring break, and well, what about you, Senjo? That was me until last Monday, she said. To elaborate, it was me until I met you, Araragi-kun. What was with this girl? Actually, what was with this situation? It practically felt like she was confessing her love to me. The air felt heavy, even stifling, like I hadn't had time to prepare myself emotionally for the moment. I would have paid more attention to my clothes and my hair if I knew that this would be coming. And wait, no! I was feeling embarrassed for putting honest thought into how I should react. If she started telling me that she loved me, and why were my eyes getting drawn to Senju chest as soon as I started thinking about that? Was I that trite of a person? Was Koyomi Araragi the kind of classless, vulgar man who judged a girl on the basis of her chest appearance? The chest there is in parentheses, to be noted. What's wrong, Araragi-kun? Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I'm starting to think my very existence is a crime. Uh-huh, you ought to be illegal. Hold on. Again, she was repeating what I said, but with a completely different nuance. Anyway, Araragi-kun, she said, regardless of what you say, I want to pay you back. Because if I don't, I'll always feel like you have something on me. If we want to become friends, I think we can after I pay you back first. That way, we can be friends on an equal footing. Friends. Friends. What could it have been? I knew it was supposed to be an emotional, touching word, but it felt like a part of me was disappointed to hear it. Like I was feeling despondent after putting too many expectations on it. No, that wasn't it at all. What's the matter, Araragi-kun? I thought that was a pretty good speech just now. But you, but you look let down for some reason. No, no, I'm not. It just looks that way because I'm doing everything I can to hide how I really feel. Hearing you say that makes me so excited I could do the can. I see, she gave one of those unconvinced nods. She might have even thought that I had some kind of ulterior motive. Well, in any case, Araragi-kun, is there anything you want me to do for you? Whatever you want, just this one time. Anything? Anything. Oh, a girl in my class had just told me that she'd do anything I asked her to do. It suddenly felt like I had accomplished something truly great. But she had to know what she was doing. Anything, really, she assured. Any one wish you have, I'll grant. Whether that's world domination, eternal life, or to defeat the Saiyans on their way to the Earth. Are you telling me that you're more powerful than Shen Long? Of course I am. She said yes? But don't lump me in with a traitor who becomes your enemy in the end after being useless when it matters the most. Really, though, I'd prefer to be asked to grant wishes that are more personal. Those are easier, after all. I'd imagine so. But it looks like you're having trouble coming up with something after being put on the spot like this, Araragi-kun. In that case, we could always go with, well, the standard wish in this kind of situation, where for your one wish you ask for 100 wishes or something. Huh? Wait, is that allowed here? That was one of the most standard taboos in this kind of situation. I'd have to be shameless to even attempt that one. And she said it herself. That'd be like pledging her obedience to me. Please, whatever you want, I'll do my best to make it happen. There must be lots of things that appeal to you, like me ending all my sentences with Mew for a week, or me going to school with no underwear on for a week, or me coming to wake you up every morning in nothing but an apron for a week, or me helping you use enemas to go on a diet for a week. Is that the kind of pervert you think I am? That's just rude. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I could bring myself to do any of those for the rest of my life. No, 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 no. I'm not mad at you because you thought I was less of a freak than I am. It's the opposite. Is that so? Senju said primly. She was clearly toying with me. And wait, Senju, are you saying you'd actually go along with any of those if it was for a week? I'm prepared to, yes. Well, you don't need to be, I thought. For your reference, my personal recommendation would be the apron for a week. Not only am I a morning person, I'm already getting up early every day, so I'm even willing to make breakfast for you while I'm at it. Still, and nothing but an apron, of course. Isn't watching a girl do that from the back one of the great male fantasies? Hey, don't talk about male fantasies like that. They're all way cooler. Plus, if you did that at my home and people were around, it would tear my family apart faster than you could say gale force winds. You make it sound like it wouldn't be a problem if your family isn't around. Alright then. Would you like to stay at my home for a week? I assume the end result would be the same, though. Listen, Senjogohara. I said this time in a stern voice. Even if we somehow came to an agreement like that, I don't think it'd be possible for us to keep being friends afterwards. Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. Of course. Oh, yes, of course. In that case, nothing erotic. Of course not. And wait, so Senjogohara saw ending all of her sentences with "mute" as an erotic request. She had some pretty out there interests despite her cool demeanor. I know you would never ask me for something erotic anyway, she said. Oh, you really trust me, don't you? You're a virgin, after all. I guess I had told her that. Just last week, in fact. It's nice and easy being with a virgin. They never ask for much. Wait a second, Senjogohara. You've been saying stuff about virgins since the other time, but it's not like you have any experience yourself, do you? So it's hard to appreciate anything you say regarding the topic. What are you talking about? I do have experience. You do? I do it all over the place, Senjogohara let slip casually. All she cared about was contradicting every single thing I said, it seemed. And all over the place? Really? I don't know how I should respond to that, but even if hypothetically that were somehow true, what could you possibly gain out of telling me that fact, Senjogohara? She murmured, not without blushing. I was the one doing the blushing, though, not her. This conversation was reaching a lot of limits. Alright, fine. Allow me to make a correction, Sentogohara finally said. I don't have any experience. I'm a virgin. Okay. She was confessing to me, but not in the way I'd imagined at all. Though she did force me to say the same thing the other day, so technically speaking, we were even now. In other words, Sentogohara then thrust her index finger toward me and began yelling in a voice that might have carried throughout the park. The only kind of girl who would ever talk to a lame, virgin-like loser like you is a crazy spinster like me. So she was even prepared to degrade herself if it meant more verbal abuse to hurl at me. I didn't know which I wanted to do more, take my hat off to her or wave a white flag at her. I was prepared to surrender unconditionally. Of course, there was no need for me to dig too deep into this subject. After learning about Senjogohara's fixation on chastity in a traumatizing manner the week before, with her, it wasn't a personality issue, but something of a condition. We've gotten off track, I said. Senjogohara began speaking to me in a composed voice again. Really? Isn't there something, Araragi-kun? Something that's bothering you on a simple level, maybe? Something that's bothering me, huh? I'm not very good with words, so this is hard for me to say well, but I really do want to help you. I wasn't so sure about the not very good with words part. If anything, she was too good with them, and that was her problem. But still, Hagi Senjogahara. She wasn't a bad person at the root. So even if it hadn't been banned, I'd have a tough time tossing any kind of immodest request her way. For example, she offered, maybe you want me to teach you how to overcome being a shut-in. How could I possibly be a shut-in? In what world would a shut-in own a mountain bike? You never know, there might be one. I won't let you discriminate against shut-ins like that, Araragi-kun. They'd probably take the tires off, then pedal away inside their room or something. That'd be an exercise bike. What a healthy shut-in that would be. But yeah, maybe they did exist. Either way, it's hard to come up with something that's bothering me on the spot. Yes, I can see that. You don't have any bedhead today after all. Are you saying that the only problems I have to deal with are things like having messy hair? Where are you getting all of that from? I never knew you had such a strong persecution complex. You read between the lines too much, Araragi-kun. You know that? What else could that you have meant by it? Sheesh, she was like a rose whose petals were made out of thorns, too. I should be able to help you with other problems, like if there's a girl in your class who's nice to everyone except for you. Next subject. It felt like the conversation would go on like this forever unless I forced myself to come up with something. Ah, seriously. Something that's bothering me, you say. Well, if I had to come up with something, it might not exactly qualify as bothering me, but... Oh, so you do have something. Sure, of course I do. What could it be? Tell me. You really go straight for it, don't you? Of course. This is the moment of truth when I learn whether or not I can pay you back, Araragi-kun. Or is it something that's awkward to talk about? No, not really. Then let me hear it. Just talking about it will make you feel better, or so they say. I don't know, it wasn't convincing coming from someone who used to be as secretive as her. I got in a fight with my siblings. I'm a little doubtful I can help you with that. So quick to give up. She hadn't even heard the details either. But go ahead, she said. You might as well tell me the whole story. I might as well? Okay, tell me the whole story, for the time being. Was that phrasing even worth it? Time's a wasting then. Well, sure. I just told myself the words were off limits, but I had to use them, given where the conversation had taken us. Today's Mother's Day, right? I asked. Huh? Oh, I suppose it is, now that you mention it, Senjugahara replied normally. I guess I was being overly sensitive after all. Which meant all that was left was my own problem. So which of your siblings did you fight with? You have two little sisters, right? You have two Imoutothon, right? Right, I guess you knew. If I had to say just one, it'd be the older of the two, but I basically fought with both of them. They're inseparable whenever they are, wherever they are, or whatever they're up to, the five W's. They are Suganoki Second Middle School's famed Fire Sisters, after all. You know them by their alias? Something about that bothered me. Not as much as the fact that my sisters had an alias, though. Both of them are tight with our mother, too, and she treats the two of them like her favorite little pets. So, I see. Senjugahara cut me off as if she had now understood the situation. She all but told me that I didn't need to finish my thought. So you, the oldest son of the family, feel like there's no place for you at home today on Mother's Day, being the failure that you are. That's right. While Senjugahara probably considered the failure remark to be on a continuum with her standard arsenal of verbal abuse, it was unfortunately the unexaggerated, stark truth. I had no choice but to agree. It was a stretch to say there was no place for me at home, but I wouldn't have said that there's no place like home either. And that's why you've toured your way up here. I don't understand, though. Why would that cause you to get in a fight with your sisters? I tried to sneak out of the house early this morning, but my sisters caught me as I was trying to get on my mountain bike. Then we had an argument. An argument? They wanted me to spend Mother's Day together with everyone. But it feels like, I can't do that kind of thing. You say, I can't, you say. You say. I can't, you say. Senjugahara repeated meaningfully. Maybe she was trying to tell me something. So to explain the sentence, because it's pretty dense, he said, I can't do that kind of thing. And she is saying, you said but I can't it's actually no, that's wrong. Uh she's just repeating them back at him. It's complicated. Maybe she was trying to tell me something. Like what a nice problem to have. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was right. She's saying that she can't understand this, right? She's saying that she can't know what it's like to fight with the siblings about being at home for Mother's Day because she doesn't get to celebrate Mother's Day anymore and she doesn't have siblings. Like, what a nice problem to have. Sanjogahara lived alone with her father, so it would be me from her perspective. A lot of us girls start to hate our fathers around middle school. Are boys the same way with their mothers? It's not that I don't like her or that I hate her. It just feels awkward around her. And well, when I'm around my sisters, I more or less feel the same way. And, you know, Toyomi, that's why. That's why you'll never. But you see, Senjogahara, that's not the problem here. Having fought with my sisters, not Mother's Day. It's not the specifics that are bothering me. This stuff tends to happen on any kind of special day. It's just what? What I'm gonna say is that regardless of the circumstances, I'm not able to bring myself to celebrate Mother's Day, and I'm getting honestly upset at something that my sister, who's 4 years younger than me, said, and I don't know. I'm just so annoyed at how petty of a person I am that I can't take it. Huh. What a complicated problem to have, Senjogahara said. You've gone all the way around and turned it into a meta problem. Like which came first, the chicken or the chick? The chick, of course. Is that so? It's not a complicated problem, it's a paltry one. That's all. Woe is me, I'm a petty person, but still, I really don't want to go home when I think about it. How I'm going to have to apologize to my little sister. I almost want to live here in this park for the rest of my life. You don't want to go home, huh? Sandra sighed. Unfortunately, fixing your pettiness is beyond my abilities. Can't you at least try? Clearly, fixing your pettiness is beyond my abilities. Even if it was clear, it only further depressed me to hear her put it in such a succinct and crestfallen manner. Of course, this wasn't serious enough to get depressed about, but precisely the degree to which it wasn't serious made me feel uncomfortably small. I feel like I'm such a lame person. If I had to have worries, I wish they could at least be about world peace or how to bring happiness to all of humanity. But instead, my worries are this small minded thing. That's what I can't stand. Small minded. Maybe pathetic would be a better word. The way it'd feel if every time you got a scratch off a lottery ticket, all you ever won was another free ticket. You shouldn't degrade what makes you so charming, Araragi-kun. Charming? My charm is the ability to win free lottery tickets? I'm joking. When I think of how pathetic you are, this isn't how I would describe you. I'd never win anything, no matter how many tickets I bought. Are you kidding me? That'd be impressive in its own way. When I think of how pathetic you are, Araragi-kun, Sandra made sure to wait a few moments in order to give extra weight to what she was about to say. It's the kind of pathetic that would win the jackpot and tell all his friends about it, only to realize later that it's a nominal sum. I slowly chewed on and digested the word. God, that's pathetic. I screamed. That was as pathetic as you could get. That she'd come up with that on the spot. A frightening woman, as always. More than ever, really. Putting aside the stuff with your mother for now, the fighting with your sister part does seem petty. I would have thought you were the kind of brother who doted on his little sisters, on his Imoutothon. All we ever do is fight, I said, and today was especially bad, because it wasn't a weekday. So instead of finding them cute, they make you cringe? There's nothing cringe-worthy about my sisters. Of course, this would be the flip side of love. Or could this be the flip side of love? Do you have a thing for your sisters? For your Imouto Araragi-kun? No, the idea of being in love with your little sister is a delusion held by people who don't actually have little sisters. That would never happen in real life. I had to let those words sink in. Wow, Araragi-kun, it's very ugly of you to act superior just because they don't have something you do. What was she even trying to say? You know, like, oh, money's not important. Oh, I wish I'd never gotten a girlfriend. Or, what school you went to doesn't matter. Don't you hate those kinds of arrogant people? Having an imoto is a bit different from those examples. I see, so you're not romantically interested in your imoto? You'd never fall in love with them? How could I? Right. I guess you do strike me as sort of a so, sorrow rate fetishist? Hold up. Okay, it's the type of marriage in which a husband engages in marriage or sexual relations with the sister of his wife. Sorore. Sorore, maybe. Sorore. That was a word I hadn't heard before. You know, like a sorore marriage? Okay. Levirate marriage for women, where a man's wife dies so he marries her sister. I'm as amazed as ever by your vast wealth of knowledge, but why would I be a sorrow whatever? You have imoto, not one. I bet you'll have a girl who is unrelated to you call you Big Brother as her brother-in-law before you marry her, and make her call you Big Brother even after your husband and wife. Now that's a true, realistic representation of. I bet I also murdered my original wife. I reacted to Senta Kahata's word before she could finish, a violation of traditional straight man etiquette. Anyway, you sorted fetishist. Just call me a an Imoutothon. Imoutothon. Please. You said you'd never fall in love with your biological sisters. I didn't say I would if it were my sister-in-law. So you'll be falling in love with the girlfriend-in-law. Again, wait, what? You can have a girlfriend-in-law? What the hell? When I gave it a bit more thought, it made some sort of sense, but in that case, what might be a biological girlfriend? No, I was getting way off track. You really are a small-minded person if you get worked up by a few minor remarks like that, Senjukahara said. Your remarks are anything but minor. I was only testing you. Why are you testing me? And wait, does that mean you're holding back? If I gave it my all, I'd transform. Transform! Whoa. Now that I want to see. Well, part of me did, but part of me didn't. Senjukahara exhaled and looked pensive. You're a very small person for how big your actions are, or your reactions are. I wonder if that's some kind of relation. But I won't give up on you, Araragi-kun. No matter how small you are, promise to be there right by your side, every petty step you take. You and your subtle jabs. I'll always be by your side, from the mountains in the west to the oceans of the east, even down into hell if I must. You see, that line might cast you in a good light, but what does it say about me? So is there anything bothering you that doesn't involve your pettiness? Did she hate me or what? Was I a victim of some severe bullying here? I was beginning to hope that I just had a persecution complex. There's nothing in particular, I said. And there's nothing you desire, either, I wonder what kind of abuse you'll be hurling at me next. It's fabulous how much of a broad-minded, accepting person you are. False praise, if I've ever heard any. It's fantabulous, Araragi. It's fantabulous, Araragi-kun. Like I just said, what was that? Some sort of soda ad? It's a combination of fantastic and fabulous. Have you really never heard that before? I don't know what she actually says here. No, and you must be up to something to go as far as to pull out a neologism that must have died generations ago to praise me. And of all things to say broad-minded when I was just telling her how petty I was. I just thought I'd strike first. I was afraid you'd tell me no insults for a week or something. Like you'd really be able to do that, I scoffed. It'd be tantamount to asking her to stop breathing, or for her heart to stop beating. If you took insults away from Senjukahara, even for a week, she wouldn't be Senjukahara. It wouldn't be fun for me either. Hold on. Since when did I turn into that kind of character that relied on Senjukahara's abuse to keep going? This was getting dangerous. Fine then. Though it was shocking to see you without a single idea the moment I banned erotica quests. That may be true, but I didn't have any ideas before you banned them either. Okay, Araragi-kun. I get it. Then I'll allow them, as long as they're only mildly sexual. Upon my name, I hereby allow you to unleash your desires. Did she actually want me to? Great, now I was feeling overly self-conscious. This was getting dizzying. Do you really not have anything? You don't want me to help you with your homework? I've given up on that already, just as long as I can graduate. Then how about being able to graduate? I'll do that fine if I just proceed normally. How about being able to proceed normally? You're picking a fight with me, aren't you? Aren't you? Then how about, say, Senjugahara made a show of waiting a measured pause, of getting her timing right before continuing. Having a girlfriend? Was this another case of being too self-conscious? It seemed to be a meaningful statement. And what would happen if I said yes? You'd get a girlfriend, she coolly replied. That's all. I sat there in silence. Yeah, if you felt like it, it was definitely the kind of line you could read into. To be honest, I had no clue what kind of situation I had gotten myself in, but it seemed wrong to take advantage of someone who was in your gratitude, regardless of what happened and how. Forget about ethics and morals, it simply didn't feel right. A girlfriend-in-law, was it? What Oshino said was starting to make sense. Can't save people. They have to save themselves. From Oshino's perspective, What I'd done for Senju for the class president, and for that woman over spring break, for the demon, may have been beautiful, but it wasn't right. No one else solved Senju problems. Own sincere thinking did. In that sense, it would be uncouth, no matter what I asked for. So, no, nothing like that either, really, I said. I see. Even if there was some deeper meaning hidden in what she'd said, it turned unknowable once more. Whatever it may have been, Sandra Kahata spoke those emotionless words. Buy me a soda next time or something, and we'll call it even. I see. A stranger agreed. You really are broad-minded, she said, as if to tie in everything. So it must have been her way of signaling that she was done with the topic. So I decided to face forward. It felt like I had been looking at Sanjika Hata's face for a long while. So I focused on something else, whether intentionally or out of awkwardness, and there I saw a girl carrying a large backpack. That is there's a big page break here. We're gonna take a small break, largely to rest my voice. Alright, I am back. That took longer than expected. My apologies. Whew. The girl looked to be in late elementary school, and she was heading toward a metal sign at the edge of the park, a residential map of the area. Her back was to me, so I had no idea what she looked like, but the large backpack she carried was just so notable, which meant I recognized her immediately. That's right, she was facing that residential map in the same way only moments earlier, before Senjo Gahara showed up. It didn't take long for her to run off that time, but she seemed to have returned. From the looks of it, she was comparing a note she carried with what was printed on the sign. Hmm. In other words, she was a lost child. The note must have had a handwritten map or an address written on it. I focused my sight on her, and when I did, I noticed a name tag sewn onto her backpack. Grade School 5, Class 3. Or Grade 5, Class 3. And her name inscribed with a thick, permanent marker. I wasn't 100% sure how you read the characters for her first name, but it was probably Mayoi. Her last name, though. How was it read? I had never seen it before. Yakudera, maybe? Language arts wasn't my strong suit. In that case, I thought I'd try asking someone for whom it was. Hey, Central Gahara, you see that grade schooler in front of that sign? How do you read that last name written on her backpack? Huh? Central Gahara looked puzzled. Are you kidding me? I can't even see it. Oh, right. I'd forgotten. My body wasn't normal anymore, and I'd fed Shinobu my blood the day before, on Saturday. At that moment, my physical abilities were far greater than normal, though not to the degree that they had been over spring break. That, of course, went for my vision, too. If I wasn't careful, I'd see things in the far distance like they were right in front of me. Not as if making them out posed a problem, but seeing stuff that other people don't isn't such a good feeling. It creates discord with others. Senjo Gahara had that problem, too. I said to her, it's written with the characters for the numbers 8 and 9, followed by the one for temple. Well, you'd read that as Hashikuji. Hashikuji? Yes. Are you that illiterate, Araragi-kun? At your academic level, I'd surprise you managed to graduate kindergarten. I could graduate kindergarten with my eyes closed. That is a gross overestimation of your own abilities. Now you're even nitpicking my retorts? You're not going to impress anyone with those kind of conceited remarks. You're impersonating me, for what it's worth. Well, you're impressing me, for what it's worth. But seriously, anyone with so much as slight interest in Japanese history or classics, which is to say anyone with any intellectual curiosity, would know how to read it. There are such things as dumb questions, Araragi-kun, and you're dumb whether or not you ask them. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm a bad student. You're sorely mistaken if you think recognizing that fact makes it any better. Had I done something to her? I could have sworn we were just talking about how she was going to thank me. Sheesh. Well, anyway, I said, so I guess that means her name is read Mayoi Hashikuji. What an odd name. Then again, it might have been more normal than Hitagi Senjo Gahara or Toyomi Araragi. Whatever the case, it wasn't in good taste to go on about people's names. I began, looking at Senjo Gahara. Humph. I couldn't imagine her being the type to like little kids. She seemed more the type to toss a ball in the opposite direction if one came rolling her way. I could see her punting a crying child for being too loud, which meant that it'd be safest to go alone. If it were anyone other than Senjo Gahara, I'd want to bring a girl with me so the child might lower her guard. That was off the table. Hey, could you wait here for a minute? That's fine with me, but where are you off to? I'm going to talk to that elementary school kid. I wouldn't if I were you. You'll only end up feeling hurt. She really didn't think twice before saying some awful things, did she? Whatever. We could discuss that later. For now, that child. Mayoi Hashikuji. I stood up from the bench and jogged across the park to where the metal sign stood, where the girl with the backpack was. She seemed engrossed in comparing the map to her note, and didn't notice me approaching her from behind. I called to her when only a step remained between us. I tried to sound as friendly and sociable as I could. Hey there, what's the matter? Are you lost? The girl turned around. She wore her hair in pigtails, with bangs so short her eyebrows were showing. Her face gave me an impression that she was bright. The girl, Mayoi Hashikuji, scrutinized me first before opening her mouth. Please don't talk. Don't speak to me. I don't like you. I returned to the bench in a zombie-like gait. Senjuga looked at me quizzically. What's the matter? Did something happen? I'm feeling hurt. I only ended up feeling hurt. The damage was even worse than I expected. It took a dozen or so seconds for me to recover. I'm going again. And where are you off to? And why? Can't you tell just from watching? With that, I tried anew. The girl, Hashikuji, had returned to looking at the sign as if her encounter with me had never taken place. She was checking it against her note. I took a peek at it from over her shoulder, and on it was an address, not a map. I wasn't sure, not knowing the area, but it had to be nearby. Hey, you. You're lost, right? Where do you want to go? Here, let me look at that note. I returned the bench to the bench in a zombie-like gait. You can't. It's hard for me to really vocalize it, but there are a lot of dots. She ignored it. What's the matter? Did something happen? I got ignored. I was given the silent treatment by an elementary school girl. The damage was even worse than I expected. It took a dozen or so seconds for me to recover. This time will be different. I'm going. You know, Aradagi-kun, I don't really understand what it is you're trying to do or why you're doing it. Just leave me alone. With that, I tried for the third time. The girl, Hachikuji, was facing the sign. Figuring that the first act had the advantage, I smacked her in the back of the head. Her guard all the way down, Hachikuji's exposed forehead bumped into the sign. But what are you doing? She did turn around. Thank goodness. Anyone would turn around after being smacked from behind, she accused. I'm sorry for smacking you. All those repeated shocks to my system had caused me to lose my cool. Life is full of pain, you know? I'm not seeing your point. It shines brightest when, I was seeing stars just now. Yep. I wasn't fooling her. Too bad. Well, you seem like you're having some trouble. I thought I might be able to help out. There's no help in this world that someone who sneaks up on a grade schooler and smacks them in the head could possibly give. Absolutely, positively none. Her guard was up. Way up. Of course it was. Like I said, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Really, I apologize. My name is Koyomi Araragi. Koyomi? That's a girly name. She didn't hold back, did she? I rarely ever got them from people I was meeting for the first time. You reek of girlishness, she exclaimed. Please don't come near me. I'm not going to stand for a woman saying that to me, even if she is in elementary school. Well there, calm down, calm down. You have to start with trust. We wouldn't be getting anywhere unless I tried to ameliorate the situation. What's your name? I asked her. I'm Mayoi Hashikuji. I'm called Mayoi Hashikuji. My name is a precious gift from my father and mother. Huh. It seemed we were right about how the name was read. Anyway, please don't talk to me. I don't like you. Why not? You suddenly smacked me from behind, but you said you didn't like me even before I smacked you. Then it's karma from a previous life. My first time being disliked in such a way. You and I were mortal enemies in our past lives. I was a lovely princess, and you were the evil demon king. You're just kidnapping yourself here. Let's be clear. Don't follow strangers. If a stranger talks to you, ignore him. Elementary school students in this day and age probably have that lesson pounded into them. Or is it just that my appearance is unappealing to kids? Whichever the case, not being liked by a child is a real downer. Just calm down for a second, I said. I'm not going to harm you or anything. I'm known as a friend of man and beast alike in this town. Okay? That was definitely a stretch. But it seemed like the right degree of exaggeration considering who I was dealing with. Child or not, it's smart to make yourself appear as innocuous as possible to cases like her. Whether or not she was convinced, she gave a solemn nod and said, I understand. I'll lower my guard. I'd appreciate that. Okay then, Mr. Beast alike. Mr. Beast alike? Are you talking about me? It was a common set phrase, but you could twist it into a supremely condescending insult simply by setting off the last part. What an expression for me to have been uselessly using thoughtlessly. In fact, I hadn't just used it, but presented myself as such. You're yelling at me. You're scary, she said. Okay, I'm sorry. I yelled, but you shouldn't go around calling people Mr. Beast alike. That'd make anyone start yelling. Really, but you said yourself that you're known as it. All I did was respond in a sincere manner. You can't go around assuming you can say anything as long as you're being sincere. That's not how the world works. True, in this instance, the words themselves came from me, and perhaps she wasn't even being critical, but still. In short, friend, a man, and beast alike isn't a phrase you want to recast like that, I said. Oh, is that so? I see. In other words, it's like jumpin' Jehoshaphat. People may find a character who screeches out "Jumpin' Jehoshaphat" whenever he gets excited acceptable, but they'd never buy a character with a tendency to call upon a leaping biblical king when agitated. Like that? She asked. I'm not so sure about that one. I don't see myself ever approving of a character who screeches out "Jumpin' Jehoshaphat" whenever he gets excited. Then how shall I refer to you? Like normal. Okay. Araragi-san, then. I like it. Normal. Can't be normal. I don't like you, Araragi-san. My situation hadn't improved a bit. You reek. Please don't come near me. Isn't that somehow worse than reeking of girlishness? You're right. Reek on its own may have been a very mean way to describe you. Allow me to correct myself. If you're really going to, then sure. You reek of it. Please don't come near me. The first part almost made sense, but you messed it up. I don't care. Please go somewhere else with due haste. No, wait. You're lost, right? I'm completely able to cope with this kind of situation. I'm used to problems like this. This is a normal thing for me. I'm used to getting into travel. You work in the industry on and off at that age? If that were the case, she wouldn't get lost, would she? Just stop being stubborn, I told her. I'm not being stubborn. Yes, you are. Hiya! Take this. As Hachikuji uttered the words, she unleashed a high kick in my direction that had all of her body weight behind it. Unbefitting of a grade schooler, her kick had beautiful form as if a rod ran through her spine, keeping it perfectly straight. Sadly, there's something of a height gap between elementary school and high school students, and it proved insurmountable. It might have turned out differently had she caught me square in the face, but her high kick only made it up to my armpit. That isn't to say that the tip of her shoe hitting me there didn't do any damage, but the pain was bearable. Immediately after her foot hit me, I used my arms to grab her ankle around her ankle and calf. Dear I, Hashikuchi cried out, but it was too late. Deciding to ask Senjukahara later about the grammaticality of "dear I," for now, as Hashikuchi wobbled on one leg, I yanked her up the way a farmer might jerk a large radish out of his field. If this were judo, you'd call it a hip throw. It's against the rule to grab your opponent's leg like that in judo, but unfortunately for her, this was real combat, not some match. As soon as her body left the ground, I was treated to a glimpse of the contents of her skirt, at a fairly racy angle. But not being a lolicon, I wasn't distracted one bit. I simply tossed her over my shoulder. Here, however, the gap in our heights worked against me. Thanks to her small frame, Hashikuji spent a slightly longer amount of time airborne before being slammed to the ground than a person my size. Just slightly, but that was all it took for Hashikuji to change her approach and grab my hair with her free hands. I was growing it out for a reason, which meant that even Hashikuji's short fingers had no problem grabbing hold of it. Pain shot through my scalp and shocked my hand into letting go of Hashikuji's cap. Hashikuji was not such a sweet girl as to waste this opportunity. Instead of waiting to land, she stayed on my back, pivoted around me using my shoulder blades, and began raining down blows on my head, elbowing me. Her strikes found their mark, but were shallow. She wasn't able to convey her accustomed amount of force because her feet were off the ground. Our difference in age and experience showed, and if she'd have dealt a single sure blow instead of rushing the outcome, that would have been it. She could have ended it. That was my turn to counterattack. I had a guaranteed path to victory. I grabbed the arm that was elbowing me in the head. It felt like the left. No, it was reversed. Her right arm grabbed her right arm, and from that stance, redid my throw. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pull up the episode for this. Because I'm curious about the the adaptation. They actually, for the most part, they did faithfully adapt this fight in the anime. which I think is neat. This time, it worked. Hashikuchi's back slammed onto the ground. I put some distance between the two of us, wary of a possible counterattack. But she showed no signs of getting up. I'd won. You fool. You thought a grade schooler could beat a high schooler's? Fwahaha! There, he stood. A male high school senior, bragging in earnest about beating a grade school girl, having fought her in earnest, and dispatched her with an earnest hip throw. I had to check something. But the highest that high schooler would be me. I, Koyomi Araragi, was the kind of character who bullied a grade school girl and burst into laughter. I was managing to creep myself out. Araragi. A cool voice came. I looked around to find Senjo Gahara. She seemed to have come up to me because she couldn't bear watching. Her expression was a very dubious one. I know I said I'd follow you down into hell, but we were talking about being small. Being cringeworthy is something else entirely. I hope you realize. Allow me to defend myself. Go ahead. My actions were indefensible. I searched in vain, so I regrouped. Well, forget about what's past for now. This girl over here, I pointed to Hachikuji, still unable to get off the ground. I assumed she'd be fine, though. She'd hit the ground to back first, which means her backpack would have cushioned the blow. She seems to be lost, and as far as I can tell, she doesn't seem to be with a parent or a friend or anyone else. I've been here in this park for a while since this morning, and she was actually here looking at the sign before you arrived. I didn't make anything of it then, but she came back, so she must really be lost, right? Want anyone to be worrying about her, so I wondered if I could be of some help. Hmm. Although Senjo Gahara nodded, her expression remained dubious. Sure, I could see how she might want to ask how the situation went from that to getting to a brawl, but what could I say? It was simply a case of one warrior's soul answering another. I see. Huh? No, it makes sense. Now I see what's going on. Did she really? Maybe she was just pretending she understood. Oh, that's right, Santa Gahara. You used to live around here, didn't you? So you'd probably know roughly where an address in the neighborhood is if you heard it. Sure as well as the average person. A lukewarm answer. Was it possible that she now considered me a child abuser? That seemed like an even worse label than Loricon, if that was possible. Hey, Hashikuji, I said, I know you're only acting like you've passed out. Show the nice lady over here your note. I crouched down and looked at Hachikuji's face. Her eyes were rolled back. She really had passed out. Seeing the whites of a little girl's eyes was pretty distressing. What's wrong, Araragi-kun? Oh, nothing. I casually turned to hide Hashikuji's face behind my back so that Sensei Kihara wouldn't notice and slapped the girl's cheeks a few times. This, of course, wasn't an additional act of violence, but an attempt to wake her up. She came to as a result. I think I just had a dream. Oh, really? What kind of dream was it? Was that? I said in my best public TV children's show voice. Tell me, Hachikuji, what kind of dream did you have? A dream where I was physically abused by a savage high school kid. Sounds like one of those dreams where the opposite of reality happens. I see, so that's what it was. It was unmistakably what had happened to her right before she passed out. Remorse is tearing its way through my chest. I took Hachikuji's note from her and tried to hand it to Senjo Gahara, but she made no attempt to take it. She stared at my outstretched hand, her eyes cold as an ice. What's the matter? Take it. I somehow just don't want to touch you. Erg. I thought I had gotten used to her acid tongue, but this stung. I'm only handing you a note. I don't want to touch anything that's touched you. She hated me now. Senjo Gahara straight up hated me now. But how weird. It felt like we were getting along pretty well until just a few moments ago. Fine, I get it. Then I'll read it out for you, okay? Let's see. I read the address exactly as was written on the note. Fortunately, I was able to do so fluently because there aren't any opaque characters. Ah, Senjugahara said in response. I know where that is. Great. I guess it would be a little bit past my old home. I don't know the area in detail, but we should be able to feel it out once we're nearby. Okay, let's go. Senjukahara turned around and began walking in long strides toward the park entrance as soon as she finished speaking. I expected her to complain more or to say she didn't want to have to show a child around, but she was surprisingly quick to agree. Then again, she didn't so much as introduce herself to Hachikuji or even make eye contact with her. So I assumed my prediction that she disliked children still held. That, or she was considering this to be my any one wish. Ah, it'd really feel like I'd wasted my wish if that were the case. Well, whatever. Let's go, Hachikuji. What? Go where? Hachikuji asked, seeming honestly confused. Was she not able to pick up on conversations or something? To the address on this note, of course. The lady over there knows where it is, so she agreed to take us there. Isn't that great? Oh, she wants to? Wait, are you not lost? No, I am lost, Hachikuji affirmed. I'm a lost snail. Huh? A lost snail? No, she shook her head. I'm nothing. Okay then. In that case, I guess we should follow after that lady. Her name's Senjokahara, and if you think her name seems aggressive, just wait until you get to know her. Once you get used to her bristliness, though, you might acquire a taste for it, because on the inside, she's a fairly honest, good person. Maybe a little too honest. Come on, just hurry up and follow me. Ashikuji still wasn't moving, so I grabbed her hand and pulled, almost dragged, her with me to chase after Senjogahara. Ah, work, work. Hachikuji vocalized the kind of bizarre sounds you'd expect from a porpoise or a sea lion, but despite a few close calls, she followed me all the way without tripping a single time. I'll come back later for my mountain bike. For now, we left the park, whatever it was named. I never got a chance to figure that one out. There is a big page break here. Let me let me I'm trying to find my good friend Benedice. Sorry, Fenris, before he disappeared, had sent me some of the real life locations that Bakemonogatari uses. And I thought that he had sent me the park. Because it is a real place. I can't seem to find it. And now I'm sad because I'm reminded that my friend Fenris is missing, gone. I think it's finally time to talk about my spring break. It happened during spring break. I was attacked by a vampire. Though it was less an attack and more of me sticking my own neck out, as in literally thrusting it toward a pair of sharp fangs. In any case, I, Koyomi Araragi, in this day and age where science reigns supreme, where there is no darkness that can't be illuminated, was attacked by a vampire in a backwater Japanese suburb. By a beautiful demon. Attacked by a blood-chillingly gorgeous demon. My blood was sucked dry. As a result, I became a vampire. I know it sounds like a joke, but it's not an amusing one. My body was burned by the sun, hated crosses, was weakened by garlic, and melted in holy water. And in exchange, I gained unbelievable physical abilities. Then, waiting for me at the very end of my saga, was a hellish reality. I was saved from that reality by a dude passing by. Scratch that. Meme. I can't remember if he's Meme Oshino or Meme Oshino. but I treated her as Meme, a role model to none with no fixed address who wandered from journey to journey. Meme Oshino. He somehow managed to vanquish the vampire and pulled off a bunch of other things, and so I turned back into a human. A few traces of my previous physical powers, mild regeneration and increased metabolism, nothing special, remained, but I was fine again, with sunlight, crosses, garlic, and holy water. The story isn't worth telling. It doesn't have your usual happy ending. It's a finished case, a closed topic. The few remaining things you could consider issues, like having my blood drunk once a month, and doing so causing my eyesight and whatnot to supersede human levels every time, are a personal matter at this point. Problems I simply need to confront for the rest of my life. And anyway, I got off on the lucky side. It was only over spring break after all. My hell was just 2 weeks long, unlike Sandra Gahara's. In her case, the case of the girl who met a crab, she had to deal for over 2 years with a physical inconvenience. An inconvenience that infringed on her freedom. 2 years of hell, what did that feel like? So maybe it's no surprise that Sandra Gahara uncharacteristically feels a sincere debt of gratitude toward me. More than she really needs to. Putting aside the physical inconvenience, the resolution of the one that plagued her mind must have been an irreplaceable and invaluable achievement. Her mind, her psyche. Yes, in the end, problems of that nature, the kind you can't discuss with anyone because no one will understand, shackles or wedges into your psyche more than your body, oftentimes. Just as sunlight peeking through my curtains in the morning still scares me, even though I'm fine now. As far as I know, there's one other person whom Oshino has helped in the same way, and that's the president of my and Central Kohada's class, Tsubasa Hanekawa. But it was only a few days for her, even shorter than for me, and moreover, she's forgotten it. In that sense, you could say hers is the more fortunate position. True, Hanekawa's case is totally beyond saving, unless we take such an angle. Around here? What? The home I used to live in. It was around here. Your home. I looked in the exact direction Central Kahara pointed, but all that stood there was a street. A street. It was a fine example of road. The color of the asphalt was still new, as if it had just been paved, which meant, is this what you'd call residential redevelopment? I asked. The more accurate term would be town planning. You knew? I didn't. Then you ought to act more surprised. I'm not a very good actor. Indeed, she hadn't so much as raised an eyebrow, but her eyes were fixed in that direction, on that place. From Sandra Gahara's demeanor, you could, if you wanted to, interpret her as being struck with the helpless feeling of having nowhere to go. But her eyes were fixed in that direction, on that place. From Sandra Gahara's demeanor, you could, if you wanted to, interpret her as being struck inside with the helpless feeling of having nowhere to go. It really has changed, completely. I can't believe it's only been a year. How boring. It's a shame when we bothered to come, she mumbled. She sounded truly bored. But in any case, this must have meant that one of Sandra Kahata's main objectives for her day, out in this area, right up there, next to giving her clothes a test drive, or whatever it was she said, had been met. I turned around. Mayoi Hachikuji was hiding behind my leg, and examining Sandra Kahata. The girl was silent, as if her guard was up, despite her being a child, or perhaps because she was a child. She seemed to be able to intuit just how dangerous Sandra Kahata was, and had been using me as a wall for quite a while in order to avoid her. Of course, it's impossible for one person to use another as a wall, so it was obvious she was there, and it was also clear that she was attempting to avoid Sendrogahara to the extent that the situation began to feel awkward for me, a third party. But Sendrogahara, for her part, made zero attempts to engage with the mere kid, speaking only to me with her over here or we're going down this street. So they were even, so to speak. So they were even, so to speak. It didn't feel great to be stuck in the middle. Though, judging by her reaction, Sendrogahara didn't dislike or have trouble being around children as much as she simply didn't understand them. I didn't expect the house to still be there after we sold it, but I wasn't expecting it to be road. I have to say, it's making me feel pretty blue. Yeah, I guess it would. All I could do was sympathize. It was easy to see where she was coming from. The path from the park to our current location was a mix of roads, both old and new, and the neighborhood looked nothing like the guy. The residential map on that park sign, so the site somehow felt demoralizing, even to me, as unattached to the area as I was. But what can you do? Towns change just like people do. Phew, Sendrogahara let out a big sigh. I've wasted your time on something pointless. Ready to go, Araragi-kun? Huh? Already? Are you sure? I'm sure. I see. Okay then, let's go, Hachikuji. I said. Hachikuji nodded silently. Maybe she was under the impression that Sendrogahara would figure out where she was if she spoke. Sendrogahara began striding off on her own. Hachikuji and I followed after her. Actually, Hachikuji, could you let go of my leg? It's hard for me to walk. You're grabbing onto me like you're a baby koala or something. What are you going to do if I fall? Say something, will you? I demanded. Well, Hachikuji responded, it's not as if I want to hold on to your dreadful leg, Araragi-san. I peeled her off of me. Rip, there was no sound. I can't believe you. I'm telling the PTA about this, she complained. Oh yeah? The PTA? The PTA is an incredible organization. They barely have to lift a finger to put a lone, powerless, underage citizen like you down and out for the count, Araragi-san. Barely a finger, huh? Sounds scary. By the way, do you know what PTA stands for, Hachikuji? Huh? Well, Hachikuji sank back into silence. She must not have known. Of course, I didn't know either. I was just glad it didn't turn into a long, drawn-out argument. PTA stands for Parent Teacher Association. It's an English term for a school organization made up of guardians and instructors. Sendrogahara answered from the front. It also stands for percutaneous transluminal angioplasty, a medical term, but I doubt that's what you're talking about, Araragi-kun. So the first explanation should be the right one. Huh. I'd vaguely known it was some kind of meeting of parents, but I didn't know the teachers counted too. You're quite literate, Sendrogahara, aren't you? No, Araragi-kun. It's just that you're an illiterate bum. I'll accept the illiterate as an antonym, but the bum. You don't like it? Then let's say scum instead. She didn't even turn around to face me. She really seemed to be in a bad mood. An ordinary person might wonder how Sendrogahara was acting any differently from her usual acid-tongue self, but once you've experienced as much verbal abuse from her as I have, you start to get a feel for it. She wasn't being as sharp. Normally, even when she's in a good mood, she wouldn't let up. She doesn't let up. What was it? Was it because her home had become a road, or was it my fault? It seemed like both. Whatever it was, though, even putting aside the child abuse aspect, I'd also abandoned Sendrogahara mid-conversation to mind Hachikuji. It had felt like the natural thing to do, but Sendrogahara couldn't have been happy about it. In that case, I needed to get this little girl, Mayoi Hachikuji, straight to her destination and then focus on cheering Sendrogahara back up. I'd buy her lunch, then go shopping with her, and if time allowed, I'd take her somewhere fun. Alright, I decided that was the plan. I didn't want to head home anyway because of that business with my Imoutothon. So I'd spend the day attending to Sendrogahara, and in just my luck, I was carrying a lot of cash. Wait, was I? Wait, was I her slave? I managed to surprise even myself. By the way, Hachikuji, what is it, Araragi-san? This address. I began taking her note out of my pocket. I had yet to return it to her. What exactly is this place? And what was she going to do there? I wanted to know so long as I was taking her there, especially considering she was an elementary school girl traveling alone. Ha! I'm not telling. I exercise my right to remain silent. What a little smart aleck. Whoever said kids were pure and innocent. No talk, no help, I said. I never asked for your help. I can get there myself. Aren't you lost? And what if I am? So for future reference, Hachikuji, you should ask people for help when you get lost. People like you, who can't put any faith in themselves, Mr. Araragi, are free to do that. Ask others for help to your heart's content, but I don't have any need for that. This kind of thing is a daily insurance for me. Oh, so I guess your policy covers it. An odd rejoinder. But I could see why Hachikuji considered me a nuisance. When I was in elementary school, I believed I could do anything on my own, too. I was convinced there was no need to ever ask for anyone's help, and that there was nothing I could needed outside assistance to do. I could do anything? Yeah, of course I could. Very well then, young lady. Please, would you be so kind as to bestow upon me the secret of what exactly lies in this location? You don't sound very sincere. She was a no hard nut to crack. That move would have been enough for either of my middle school Imoutothon. But Hashikuji's face did not have an intelligent cast, and maybe I couldn't treat her like some dumb. Did have an intelligent cast, but maybe I couldn't treat her like some dumb kid. What to do? All right, a brilliant idea came to me. I just reached in my back pocket and took out my wallet. I was carrying a lot of cash. I'll give you an allowance, young Ojo-sama. Woohoo! I'll tell you anything you want. Dumb kid. Actually, she was really dumb. I was sure that not a single real child had ever been abducted this way, but Hachikuji seemed to have what it took to be a historic first. Someone named Tsunade-san lives there. Tsunade? Is that her last name or something? It's a wonderful last name, Hachikuji said, sounding upset for some reason. I could understand feeling annoyed by someone dissing an acquaintance's name, but I didn't see myself ever raising my voice over it. Was she emotionally unstable or something? Okay, so how do you know this person? She's a relative? A relative, huh? In other words, Hashikuji was on her way to go spend her Sunday playing at a close relative's home. Either she had some very hands-off parents, or she had snuck her way here when they weren't looking. I didn't know which, but regardless of her intentions, the solo elementary school weekend adventure had come to a screeching halt. Is this a cousin your friends with? You must have come a long way, judging by how big that backpack is. This is the kind of thing you should do over a longer vacation like Golden Week, or is there some specific reason you had to do this today? Yeah, something like that. It's Mother's Day. You ought to be at home like a good daughter. Well, I wasn't in any position to be saying that, of course. You know, Koyomi, that's why. That's why. What was the big issue? I don't want to hear that from you, Araragi-san. Hey, what do you know about my situation? It's just a feeling I have. It seemed she didn't have any reasoning to back herself up, but was simply annoyed on an instinctual level that I was lecturing her. How cruel. So what were you doing in a place like that, Araragi-san? Sitting vacantly on a park bench on a Sunday morning doesn't seem to me like someone a respectable human being would do. Nothing really, just Passing the time, I nearly said, before stopping myself at the last second. I'd remembered any man who answers just passing the time when he's asked what he's doing is as good as useless. That was a close call. Just doing some bike touring. Bike touring, how cool, she praised me. I'd expected that to be followed by something mean, but it never came. Oh, I thought. So Hachikuji is capable of praising me. On a bicycle, not a motorcycle, though. Is that so? When I hear bike touring, I assume motorcycles are being discussed. That's very unfortunate. Do you not have a license, Araragi-san? Sadly, my school's rules won't let me get a license, but I'd rather wait to drive a car either way. Motorcycles are dangerous. Is that so? But in this case, wouldn't you be foring? Yikes, she was misspelling touring in a pretty amusing way. Would it be kinder to correct her or to leave her be? I wasn't sure. Incidentally, Sendra showed no reaction as she continued to walk ahead. She didn't even attempt to participate in the conversation. Maybe she couldn't hear low IQ conversations. Still, the carefree smile I'd just seen from Mayoi Hachikuji was a rather charming thing. It was a wholehearted smile. To say it was like a flower in bloom might be a cliche, but it was the kind of expression that most people lose the ability to make once they grow up. Phew, geez. I'd put myself in a dangerous position once again. Were I a lolicon, my heart would have been won over. Ah, how fortunate that I wasn't one. In any case, I said, the streets around here are really complicated. How do they even work? I can't believe you tried to come here on your own. Well, it isn't my first time. Oh, then why did you get lost? It's been a while, Hashikuji replied in an embarrassed voice. I could see that happening. She thought she could do it, but she couldn't when she tried. You can think something, but that doesn't mean it's true. And that went for elementary schoolers, high schoolers, and anyone else for that matter. Speaking of which, Mr. Araragi, that's one too many das. I'm sorry, a slip of the tongue. Well, don't do it again. I'm not sure what you expect. Everyone speaks from time to time. Or do you mean to say that you've never had a slip of the tongue in your entire life, Araragi-san? I wouldn't say never, but I don't slip up when I'm saying someone's name. Okay, then say, she sells seashells by the seashore 3 times in a row. That isn't a name. Yes, it is. I have 3 friends named that. In fact, so I would say it's a fairly common name. She sounded so confident. It's so easy to see through kids' lies. Shockingly easy. She sells by the seashore. He says the thing. I'm not doing it. I'll do it. She sells seashells on the seashore. She sells seashells on the seashore. She sells seashells on the seashore. I did it. What are you when your dreams don't come true? Hachikuji said, not missing a beat. I was apparently being riddled now. Sword? Wrong, Hachikuji said with a knowing look. The answer is, she wore an intrepid grin, human. You think you're so clever. I'd screamed in an unnecessarily loud voice despite myself. I did find it clever. But anyway, we were in what you'd call a sleepy residential area. We walked but came across no one else. It seemed like the kind of place where anyone with somewhere to go left in the morning. Where anyone with somewhere to go left in the morning, while everyone else stayed inside all day. Of course, that wasn't so different from the area where I lived, but what's different was all the incredibly large homes around us. Everyone who lived in the neighborhood must be rich, and now that I thought about it, I'd been told Sendra father was some big shot at a foreign-owned company. That was probably normal for the people who lived there. Foreign-owned company, huh? And not exactly what you'd associate with a town in the middle of nowhere like ours. Hey, Araragi, Sendra said, speaking for the first time in a while. Could you give me that address again? Oh, sure. Is it around here? You might say so, or not, Sendra answered vaguely. Unsure of what that meant, I read the note aloud once more. Sendra nodded in understanding. It seems like we've gone too far. What? Really? That's what it looks like, Sendra said in a calm voice. If you'd like to criticize me, then go ahead. Criticize me to your heart's content. Oh, I wouldn't over something this minor. What a weird way to act defiant. She was being gracious and not really accepting. Okay, she turned back. Sendra turned back the way we came. Her face showed no signs of agitation whatsoever, and Hashikuji moved in perfect contrast to her, avoiding Sendra by rotating around me. Why are you that freaked out by Sendra? It's not like she's done anything to you. In fact, I know it might not look it at first glance, but it's her showing you the way, not me. I was just tagging along. I wasn't in a position to act all high and mighty, even if Hashikuji's childlike intuition was thanking her eschew Sendra. This was going too far. You could say a lot of things about Sendra, but she wasn't made of steel. How could she not be hurt by someone avoiding her so blatantly? Aside from whatever concern I had for Sendra, Hashikuji wasn't treating her on a moral level. There's something I could say to that, Hashikuji admitted, surprising me with her modest, timid response. She continued in a whisper. Don't you feel it, though, Araragi-san? Feel what? The brutal malice emanating from that woman. She seemed to be going on something more than intuition. The worst part was that I couldn't disagree with her. She doesn't seem to like me. I could feel a strong will coming from her and saying, You're in the way. Get lost. I don't know if I'd go that far, but fine. I'd ask, even though I was a bit scared too. While the answer seemed obvious to me, it seemed like I needed to get her on the record. Hey, Senjoku Hara. What is it? Once again, she replied without turning around. Maybe. You're in the way, get lost, was what she was thinking about me. It was strange. We considered each other friends, but we had such a hard time getting along. Do you not like kids? No, I don't. I hate them. I wish they'd die, every last one of them. Ruthless. Hashikuji shrank back with an eep. I don't have any idea how I'm supposed to deal with them. I think it happened in middle school. I was shopping in a department store when I bumped into a child about 7 years old. Oh, and you made the kid cry? No, that wasn't the problem. I found myself telling him, My goodness, sir, are you all right? Are you injured? I'm sincerely sorry. Please forgive me. I was thrown off balance because I didn't know how to talk to little kids. Still, having acted so politely and modestly to one was such a shock to me that I've decided to show nothing but hatred to anything you'd call a child, human or otherwise. Just practically taking it out on them. I understood the logic, but not the sensibility. By the way, Araragi-kun, what's up? It seems we've gone too far in the wrong direction again. Huh? We'd gone too far past the address? Really? That made 2 times in a row. You could expect someone coming to a new place to have trouble matching locations on a map to where they actually were, but Senjoku Hara lived here until recently. If you'd like to criticize me, then go ahead. Try and criticize me to your heart's content. No, I wouldn't over something. Hold on a sec. Did you say it slightly differently from the last time? You think? I didn't notice. Come on. Oh yeah, weren't you talking about town planning or something earlier? Even your home had become a road, so I guess it'd make sense for this place to look pretty different from how you remember it. No, that's not the problem. She looked around the area once more, then continued. Yes, there are more roads. Some houses are gone and others have been built, but it's not as if all the old streets are gone. There's no structural reason for me to get lost. Aha. Since she really was lost, that did seem to be the case. How could I conclude otherwise? Maybe Senjoku Hara didn't want to own up to making a careless mistake. She could be pretty obstinate in her own way. But as these thoughts ran through my mind, I heard a what come from her? I could tell by your face that you're itching to complain. If there's something you want to say, then why not say it like a man? I'll strip naked and get down on all fours to apologize to you, if that'll make you happy. Are you trying to make me out to be the most disgusting man on earth? As if I'd let her do that in the middle of a residential area. Plus, I wasn't interested in having her grovel in the first place. Getting down on all fours naked, she said, is a small price to pay to make Koyomi Araragi known the world over as the most disgusting man alive. Your pride is the only thing here that's cheap. I could no longer figure out whether she was supposed to be a haughty character or a shameless one. But I'd be keeping just my socks on, she added. You say that like a punchline to wrap this up, but I'm not into weird stuff. And by socks, I mean fishnet tights. Getting more extreme doesn't change a thing. Well, though on second thought, even if I wasn't into that, a part of me did want to see Senjoku Hara specifically in fishnet tights. She wouldn't even have to be naked. I mean, if she looked like this in regular black stockings. That's the face of someone thinking unseemly thoughts, Araragi-kun. Who, me? Do you really see me in such a vulgar light? A guy whose motto is, the straight and narrow? I can't believe you'd say that about me, Senjoku Hara. Oh? I believe I've always been saying these things about you, whether I have proof or not. It's very suspicious that instead of coming back with some sort of quip, you're rejecting the claim outright. So, forcing me down on all fours to apologize to you naked isn't enough. You want me to write obscene things across every inch of my body with permanent marker? I wasn't going that far. Then how far were you going? Hachikuji? I've brusquely changed the topic. I could do worse than borrow a page from Senjoku Hara's book in that regard. Sorry, but this might take a little longer, but we know it's in this area, so... No, Hachikuji said in a surprisingly calm tone. The kind of unfeeling, mechanical tone you used in class to supply the answer to an obvious equation. It's probably impossible. What? Probably? If probably isn't pleasing to you, then absolutely. It's not like I wasn't pleased with probably. I wasn't pleased with absolutely either, but I found myself with no reply. Not to that tone. Because no matter how many times we try, I'll never get there. Hachikuji. Oh, Hachikuji. I'll never get there. Hachikuji repeated herself. I'll never get there. To my mother. Just like a broken record. Like a record unbroken. Because I'm a lost snail. Whew. We are about halfway done with this chapter. I'm gonna take like another actually short break here. Again, for my voice's preservation. So, I will write in the chat this time correctly. I was supposed to do this the other time as well. Sorry about that. Oh, you're back. You can fast forward in the VOD until you see the next message in the chat. Hello, I have returned. A lost cow, Meme Olshino said in the low growl of a man who had been forced awake from 1,000 years of sealed, peaceful slumber, as unbelievably grumpy as he was groggy. He wasn't anemic as far as I knew, but he still seemed to have an awful time waking up. The difference between the way he was speaking to us at that moment and his usual banter was striking. That'd be a lost cow there. A cow? No, I said a snail. You know how snail is written in characters? There's a cow in there, right? Don't tell me you write it phonetically. You have such a low IQ, Aranagi. Take the character for whirlpool and substitute the left-hand water with insect, then add cow as a second character. Oh, I think I get it now. The first character is barely ever used in any other word other than snail. A snail's shell forms a spiral, doesn't it? That must be it. It's also close to one of the characters used in Calamity, though, and maybe that one is the more symbolic? There are a countless number of aberrations out there that cause humans to lose their way. In terms of Japanese, yokai that block your path, you must have heard of the nurikabe. If it's one of those and it's a snail, it has to be the lost cow. You see, its name describes its nature, not its form. Whether it's a cow or a snail, it's all the same. As for the form, you can even find some paintings of the thing looking like a human. Araragi, the person who comes up with the name for an aberration, the person who comes up with what that aberration looks like, are rarely the same. You could even say never, in most cases. The name comes first. Or the concept in the name, actually. Think of it as the illustrations in a light novel. The concept exists before it's visualized. They say that names give shape to nature, but nature in this instance doesn't mean physical, outward appearance. It means essence. So, gah! He seemed very sleepy. Then again, that sleepiness had rid him of his normal frivolity to the point that I found it easier to talk to him. Talking to Oshino is, if anything, tiring. A snail. A shelled pulmonate, classified under molluscule gastropoda. You see slugs more often than snails, but those are really just shellless snails. Pour salt on them, and they melt. After that, I, Koyami Araragi, and Hitagi Sendokahara, along with Mayoi Hashikuji, retried and used a total of 5 continues. We tried shortcuts that skirted the edges of the law, we tried demoralizingly long detours, we tried everything we could think of, but to cut to the chase, everything ended up being a spectacular waste of time. We knew we had to be near our destination, but we couldn't reach it for whatever reason. In the end, we even tried using brute force, checking every home one by one, but that too got us nowhere. So as a last resort, Sendokahara booted up a special navigation system feature on her phone. Don't ask me about the details, they used GPS or whatever. But she lost signal moments before the data loaded. At that point, I finally, or maybe unwillingly, had a perfect grasp on what was up. Sendokahara seemed to have noticed fairly early on without saying so, and Hashikuji most likely understood the situation better than either of us. But putting that aside, a demon for me, a cat for Hanekawa, a crab for Sendokahara. It seemed for Hachikuji, it was a snail. That meant I was no longer in a position to give up on the matter with an ordinary lost child, if I couldn't help but hurt myself. I'd hand her over to our neighborhood police station and smugly consider the case closed. But if it involved that world, Sendokahara was also against handing Hachikuji off to the police. Sendokahara, who had been steeped in that world for a few years. If Sendokahara said so, there was no mistaking it. Of course, it wasn't a problem that Sendokahara and I could attend to on our own. It wasn't as if either of us had any apropos special abilities. It was just a case of us knowing that there was another side, one that wasn't ours. You can say knowledge is power, but you're powerless if knowledge is all you have. Which is why Sendokahara and I went with the safe, easy choice. Not our first, but after some discussion, our final choice of asking Oshino what to do. Meme Oshino. Our savior. If not for that, he's certainly the kind of man I wouldn't want to associate with. Past 30, but still lacking a fixed address, he was sleeping for over a month now in a bankrupt cram school. That description alone would be enough to drive away any normal person. I'm interested in this town for the time being. That was his excuse. There's no telling when he might disappear. He's a rolling stone, the real deal. But Sendokahara and I had gone to him just last Monday about our problem, as well as on Tuesday, to deal with loose ends. I myself had seen him the day before, too. Considering all that, I was sure he would still be in that abandoned building. That meant the only problem was getting in touch with him. He doesn't own a cell phone. Our only choice was to go and see him in person. I wouldn't say Sundar has much of a relationship with him, since they had only met the week before. Being more familiar with Oshino, it felt like I should be the one to go see him. But Sundar spoke up, saying, "I'll go." "Let me borrow your mountain bike," she said. "If you want, sure. But do you know how to get there? I can draw you a map if you want. It doesn't make me glad in the slightest to have someone with a memory as poor as yours worrying over me. If anything, it's making me feel sad." "Is that so?" I started to feel sad. Really, actually sad. "To be honest," she told me, "I wanted to try riding this mountain bike from the moment I saw it in the parking lot. So you weren't kidding when you were talking about how incredible mountain bikes are. I was convinced you didn't mean it." "You're not very good at sounding honest, you know." Or rather, Sendrakahata said, then practically whispered in my ear, "Don't leave me alone with her." I wouldn't know what to do with her. Yeah, that did seem true. True for Hachikuji, too. I handed the key to my mountain bike over to Sendrakahata. I remembered hearing that she didn't own a bike, so it did seem dangerous to be lending my oh-so-beloved ride. But since it was Sendrakahata, I figured why not. So, I now found myself waiting for Sendrakahata to contact us. I was back in the park with the ambiguous pronunciation and sitting on a bench. Next to me was Mayoi Hashikuji. Where she sat, another person could have fit in between us. It was as if she wanted to be able to make a break for it. In fact, she seemed ready to. I'd already told Hachikuji a bit about my own and Sendrakahata's past and continuing circumstances. But this only seemed to heighten her guard. I'd made a poor decision that backfired on me after everything I'd done to get her to open up, and now all I could do was start over from the beginning. Trust is a very important thing, after all. Sigh. I tried talking to her. There was something I was wondering about anyway. "Hey, a little earlier, I want to say you were talking about your mother. What did you mean by that? Wasn't this Miss Tsunade a relative of yours?" She didn't reply. She was exercising her right to remain silent. What I'd tried before might not work this time. It only did as a joke anyway, and if I repeated it too often, people might think I meant it. By people, I mean myself. And so, "Hey, Hashikuji, I'll get you some ice cream, so will you come a little closer?" "I'm coming!" Hashikuji sidled up to me right away. It seemed like she didn't mind taking me at my word and waiting until later for her payment. Speaking of which, I hadn't given her a single yen of allowance yet either. What an easy girl to control. "So, what was I talking about?" I resumed. "What was that again?" "About your mother. You exercised her right to remain silent." I continued, so unfazed. "Were you lying when you said you were going to a relative's?" "I wasn't lying," Hashiguchi said, pouting. "Your mother counts as a relative, doesn't she?" "Sure, technically, but it felt like splitting hairs. And in any case, a girl carrying a backpack to head to her mother's home alone on a Sunday was something of an odd situation. Also," she continued, still pouting, "while I call her my mother, and sadly, she isn't my mother anymore." "Oh, a, di- a divorce. She lived with her father. It was a story I'd heard just the other day. I'd heard it from Sendra. My last name was Tsunade until I was in third grade, but it changed to Hachikuji when my mother started looking after me, or when my father started looking after me. Huh? Hold on. It was getting complicated, and I decided to take a moment to sort it out. Hachikuji was currently in 5th grade, and her last name until 3rd grade was Tsunade, which must be why she cared enough about the name to yell at me. But it changed to Hachikuji once her father took her in. That meant, aha, so when her parents married, they decided to take her mother's last name. In Japan, a couple had to have the same surname once they got married. But it could be the man's or the woman's, which meant when her parents got divorced, her mother, Mitsunade, left their home and moved to this neighborhood. Or, more likely, moved back in with their own parents. And that's why Hashikuji was here on a Sunday. She was taking advantage of Mother's Day to visit her mother. Was that it? Her name was a precious gift from her father and mother. Yikes, and I tried to lecture you as your senior about being a better daughter. No wonder she didn't want to be told, talk about being an annoyance. No, it doesn't have anything to do with today being Mother's Day. Her home is a place I'd visit anytime if I had the opportunity. See, but I'd never get there. After the divorce, her mother left home. She couldn't meet her mother. But Hachikuji wanted to, so she came to see her, attempted to, carrying her backpack, and then a snail came along. "That was when you encountered it," I said. "I don't know what I did." Huh. Ever since then, no matter how many times she tried to visit her mother, Ashikuchi couldn't get there. Not once. I knew it'd be insensitive to ask how many times she tried, and if she'd really failed every time, and the fact that she hadn't given up was impressive. It was impressive, but it's not the best way to put it, nor should I be comparing it to other people's experiences, I thought. But this feels much less dangerous than the problems that Hanekawa, Senjogaharu, and I went through. It was neither a physical nor a psychological issue, but a phenomenological one, where she couldn't do something that she should be able to. The problem didn't reside in her; it was external. It didn't endanger her existence. Her day-to-day life wasn't severely impacted, which is why I felt the way I did. But then again, even if that was true, I shouldn't lord it over Hachikuji, no matter what. I had no right to say anything of the sort to her, regardless of what I'd gone through over spring break. So, all I told her was, sounds like you've been through a lot too. The words came from the bottom of my heart. I nearly wanted to pat her on the head, so I did. Grah! She bit my hand. Ow! What the hell are you doing, you little brat? Grrr! Ow, ow, ow! She wasn't joking. She wasn't playing around. She was covering up her embarrassment. She was honestly biting down on my hand as hard as she could. I didn't have to look down at my hand to know that her teeth had pierced my skin and entered into my flesh, or that I was gushing blood. This was no laughing matter. Why had she suddenly, or had I unwittingly, triggered some sort of event without knowing it? Did that mean a battle had begun? I, I balled my unbitten hand into a fist, as if I was crushing the air out of it. Then I took that fist and drove it directly into the pit of Hachikuji's stomach. The solar plexus is a major weak spot on any human body. Amazingly, Hachikuji kept her teeth firmly inside my hand, but she couldn't help easing up for a moment. I used this opening to swing the arm that it was connected to it in every direction with all my might. Hold up, I'm actually pulling up the episode for reference. I used this opening to swing the arm that was connected to it in every direction with all my might. Hachikuji had all but bitten off a chunk of my hand, but this had left the rest of her body open, and sure enough, it was hoisted off the bench. I opened my fist and attempted to hold her defenseless torso in my hand. For a fifth grader. She felt surprisingly plump in my palm. Also, hold up, the scene has come up. Okay. He punches her, like, in the stomach to get her to open her mouth a little. I opened my fist and attempted to hold a defenseless torso in my hand. For a fifth grader, she felt surprisingly plump in my palm, but this fact had no little to no influence on me as I was not a lolicon, which meant that I was able to use that momentum to flip her over. She was still biting my hand, causing her body to get wrenched at her neck, but that wasn't a problem. So long as her teeth were inside my hand, there was a risk that any attacks to her head would deal damage to me as well. What was important was that this exposed Hachikuji's torso as if she were a set of carefully stacked tiles at a karate demonstration. I aimed, of course, at the target of my previous strike, her solar plexus. Gah! It was over. Hachikuji finally dislodged her teeth from my hand. As she did, something resembling stomach acid came pouring out of her mouth. And then she passed right out. Heh! Wait, this wasn't funny. I shook my bitten hands as if to loosen it up. What an empty thing victories are after the first. There he sat, a high school boy acting like a dispassionate nihilist, having just knocked out an elementary school girl by punching her twice in a human's vital spot, along the median line. Hold on, that was me too. Sure, I could understand smacking her, grabbing her, and tossing her, but hitting a girl with a balled fist? Seriously? There was no need for Koyomi Araragi to have Hitagi Senjogahara apologize to him on all fours while naked. He already had what it took to be an awful human being. Ah, still, I didn't know she was one to chomp on people out of nowhere. I decided to take a look at the bite wound. Wow, yikes. I could see my bones. I never knew that could happen when a human being bit another hard enough. Of course, this was me we were talking about. The wound might have hurt, but it wasn't so serious that it wouldn't be heal immediately without any special care at all. It crawled and oozed shut, at a speed visible to the eye, almost as if it were taking place in fast forward or rewind, and when I saw that, it made me realize all over again how much of a wrong turn my life had taken. I began to feel down, even gloomy, all over again. Honestly, how small I was. An awful person in my state, I made myself laugh. I actually thought I'd turned back into a human. Oh, what a scary look that is on your face, Araragi. Araragi-kun, a voice abruptly called out to me. I thought it was Sendra Gahara for a moment, but it couldn't be. Her word, her words would never, her words would never sound so sunny. There stood the class president, Tsubasa Hanekawa. The fact that she was wearing the exact uniform she wore to school despite it being a Sunday must have been natural for her, part of her charm. As a model student, her hair and her glasses were the same as well, and the only difference in her appearance I could detect, compared to when she was at school, was a handbag she carried. Hanekawa, you look surprised. Well, I guess that's preferable. Hanekawa showed a smile. Yes, just like the one I'd seen on Hashikuji's face a moment earlier. What's going on? Hanekawa asked. Why are you here, all of all places? Well, well, I should be asking you the same question. There's no way I could hide how shaken I was. The only question remaining was how long she'd been watching. If Tsubasa Hanekawa, the embodiment of decency, the breathing textbook of moral behavior, the living exemplar of purity, had witnessed me inflicting violence upon a grade school girl, that spelled trouble, but in a completely different way than if Sendra Kohara had seen me do the same. I didn't want to get expelled during my last year of high school. What do you mean, asking me? I'm from the area. If anyone deserves a question, it's you, Araragi-kun. Do you sometimes come over here? Oh, right. Sendra Kohara and Hanekawa had gone to the same middle school. As it was a public school, which meant, of course, considering how school districts were drawn, it wasn't odd at all for Sendra Kohara's old home turf and Hanekawa's habitat of oat to overlap, though they must not have matched perfectly because it sounded like they'd gone to separate elementary schools. Not really, but, well, I didn't have anything to do, so I was just passing the time here. Oops, I said I was just passing the time. Ha ha! Just passing the time? Sounds nice. It's nice not to not have anything to do. It means you're free. I guess you could say I'm just passing the time too. She and Sandra Gohara were fundamentally dissimilar organisms. Or maybe it was the difference between someone who was smart and someone who was the smartest? You know, Araragi-kun, it's hard for me to be at home, and the library isn't open on Sundays, so I walk around all day instead. It's good for my health, too. You don't have to try so hard to be considerate. Tsubasa Hanekawa, the girl with a pair of mismatched wings. At school, she's an embodiment of decency, a breathing textbook of moral behavior, and a living exemplar of purity. A class president among class presidents. A flawless girl. But her home is a troubled one. Troubled as well as warped, which is why she was bewitched by a cat. It found its way through the smallest crack in her heart. Perhaps it was an instance of the fact that nobody is totally perfect. But while the problem was solved and she was freed from the cat, while her memories had vanished, the troubledness and warpedness of her home had not. It was still troubled, still warped. It's kind of embarrassing to have your local library closed on Sundays, though, isn't it? It's like a symbol of how uncultured your area is. I don't even know where my local library is. That's no good. You shouldn't sound so resigned. You still have time to study for entrance exams, Araragi. You can do it if you try. You know, Hanekawa, groundless encouragement can sometimes hurt worse than having insults yelled at you. But aren't you good at math, Araragi-kun? Normally, people who can do math do well in other subjects too. You don't have to memorize all that much for math. It's easier on me. Boy, are you difficult. Oh, whatever. We'll just take this step by step. By the way, Araragi-kun, is that girl your Imoutothon? Hanekawa's lips grew pointy, and with them she indicated Hachikuji, who was laid out near the bench. My Imouto aren't this tiny. They aren't? They're in middle school. Huh. She's lost. Her name's Mayoi Hachikuji. Mayoi. Mayoi? Like the character for truth and the character for dusk, as far as her last name. I know her last name. Hashikuji is a pretty common term in the Kansai region anyway. Yeah, I think there's a sample in Shino no Me Monogatari. Actually, it might have been written in a different way there. You know everything, don't you? Not everything. I just know what I know. Is that so? Not a question. A statement. Mayoi Hachikuji. What a poetic name, Oh, she's up. This made me look at Hachikuji, who was slowly blinking her eyes. She seemed to take a muddled yet meticulous look at her surroundings before finally sitting up. Hello there, Mayoi. My name's Tsubasa Hanekawa, and I'm friends with this nice guy over here. Wow, the public TV children's show voice came natural to her. Hanekawa must be the kind of person who uses baby talk with dogs and cats and thinks nothing of it. Hashikuji replied, "Please don't speak to me. I don't like you." So she used that line on everyone. Did I do something to make you hate me? You shouldn't say such things to people you're meeting for the first time, Mayoi. There. Okay. Sorry, I was pulling up the show to figure out how she addresses her. Hello there, Mayoi-chan. My name blah blah blah. She says chan. So anytime that Tsubasa is talking to Hachikuji, I will be now be using chan. You shouldn't say such things to people you're meeting for the first time, Mayoi-chan. Yosh. Hanekawa seemed completely unfazed. Unlike me, she was even patting Hachikuji's head like it was no big deal. So, you like kids, Hanekawa? Is there anyone who doesn't? Hey, I'm not saying I don't. Ah, yes, I do like them. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy to think that this is how I used to be. There, Hanekawa continued to pat Hachikuji's head. Hachikuji tried to resist, but resistance was futile. You're such a cutie, Oi-chan. I could just eat you right up. Look at your fluffy little cheeks. Oh, but you know. Hanekawa's tone shifted to one that she occasionally used with me at school. You shouldn't bite his hand for no reason at all. He's going to be just fine. But if he were a normal person, that would have really hurt. Bad girl. Whack, she hit her with her fist, and not as a joke. Having been coddled and snacked, Hachikuji seemed to be in a state of delirium, and Hanekawa turned her around to make her face me. Now say you're sorry. I'm sorry what I did, Araragi-san. I'm sorry for what I did. He apologized. Hachikuji, who spoke politely but was an obnoxious brat. It shocked me. Well, who spoke politely but was an obnoxious brat. Shocked me. Still, Hanekawa had been watching me for a while. Right, of course, if you thought about it. You had a right to defend yourself when someone bit you hard enough to gouge your flesh. In fact, our first fight, too. It started with her kicking me. Hanekawa wasn't one to bend the rules, but she wasn't such a stickler for them either. She was just fair. I had to hand it to Hanekawa, though. She knew how to deal with kids. Her performance was impressive, especially because I was sure she didn't have any siblings. Watching this also made me realize that Hanekawa treated me like a kid when we were at school, but we could put that fact aside for now. And you, too, Araragi-kun. You've been a bad boy. She was using the same tone on me. Maybe we couldn't put the fact aside. Having noticed what she'd done, Hanekawa cleared her throat and tried again. Anyway, don't do that. Don't do. Don't be violent, I suppose? No, you need to scold her properly. Hmm? Oh. Violence is bad too, of course, but if you hit a child, or if you hit anyone for that matter, you need to give them a sensible reason. What I'm trying to say is talk, because they'll understand. You know, I learn a lot talking to you. Wow. She's such an antidote. Good people exist in the world. It lifts me up just to think that. So she's lost. Where's she trying to go? Somewhere around here? In that case, I should be able to show her the way. No, it's fine. Senju just went to ask someone for help. While Hanekawa had coped with the other side too, she had no memories of it. If she did, they were also forgotten. Uh, if she did, they were also forgotten. There was no need for me to poke at them like I was picking at a scab, though her offer was much appreciated and all. She's been taking her sweet time, but she should be back soon, I said. What? Senju Gahara-san? You were with Senju Gahara-san, Araragi-kun? Senju Gahara-san hasn't been coming to school lately, but Oh, now that you mention it, you were asking me all about Senju Gahara-san the other day, weren't you? Hmm. Uh-oh. She was getting suspicious. Really suspicious. Real suspicious. Hanekawa's single-minded delusion power was bursting at the seams. Oh, I see what's going on, she exclaimed. No, I don't think you do. A fool like me shooting down an answer that a brilliant person like her came up with felt so wrong, but, you know, your fantasizing skills outclass even yaoi fangirls. Yaoi? What's that? Hanekawa asked, head tilted. The model student didn't know our native term for slash fiction. One moment, I received a text. The model student didn't know our native term for slash fiction. It's short for no climax, no denouement, profound meaning, I told her, wrong on purpose. I think you're lying. Fine, I'll look it up later. As serious as ever, I see. I began to worry. What if I had just sent Hanekawa down a dark path? Would it be my fault? Well, I don't want to be a nuisance, so I'll be on my way, she announced. Sorry for the bother, and say hello to Senju Gahara-san for me. Though I won't get on your case too much about it, because it's a Sunday. Don't slack off too much. Please don't forget that there's a history quiz tomorrow. Plus, we're going to have to start getting serious about preparing for the culture festival, so get yourself ready, okay? Plus, Hanekawa continued with 9 more of those. She was like the most positive person ever. Oh, that's right. Hanekawa, just in case, do you mind if I ask you something before you go? Do you know about Miss Tsunade's home around here? Miss Tsunade. Well, Hanekawa made a show of trying to remember. She did such a good job, I started to get my hopes up that she really knew, but then, no, I don't, she said. So there are some things you don't know. Like I told you, I just know what I know. Outside of that, I'm clueless. Is that so? True, she didn't know what yaoi was either. It wasn't going to be that easy. I'm sorry, I couldn't live up to your expectations. No, no. Alright. Bye-bye. I mean it this time, Tsubasa Hanekawa said, and left the park. I wondered, did she know how to read the park's name? If there was anything I should have asked her. A part of me thought that was it. And then I received a call on my phone. An 11-digit number appeared on its liquid crystal screen. Sunday, May 14th, four, May 14th, 14, 15:30 p.m. Oh no, 15:30 p.m. The 14th hour, the 15th minute, the 30th second. That was the moment I acquired Senjo Gahara's cell phone number. Okay, so I lied before. This is probably closer to the halfway point. I'm going to start making food. This is not going to be a long break. I'm literally just going to like make the food. Okay, so I'll be like back in less than 3 minutes, and then I'll have to go away again to put the food in. But there will be food. All right, another break will happen in 7 whole minutes. So, what kind of specter, spirit, specter, ghoul, or goblin is this lost cow anyway? And what do we need to do to defeat it? Really, Araragi, all you ever think about is violence. Something good happened to you lately? It seemed as though Sendragahara had woken Oshino up while he was sleeping, grumbled something about how awful she was to interrupt his lazy Sunday morning. But even putting aside the fact that it was already the afternoon, every day for Oshino was a summer break Sunday. He had no constitutionally guaranteed right to speak those words, so I didn't bother dignifying them with a response. Even put it was alright. Yeah, no. So I didn't bother dignifying them with a response. Oshino had no cell phone, which meant he had to borrow Sendragahara's for us to communicate. However, due to reasons both dogmatic and monetary, he also seemed to be quite bad with technology. When I heard him start saying things as idiotic as, "Hey, Tsundere-chan, which button do I press when I'm talking?" I felt an urge to press the button that had cut the call. What did you think he was using, a walkie-talkie? But I do wonder what's going on here. This isn't so much uncommon as abnormal. I can't believe you've managed to run into this many aberrations in such a short period of time, Araragi. In such a short period of time, Araragi-kun, as I am now realizing, Oshino refers to him as Araragi-kun. How funny. Getting attacked by a vampire would be enough for most people. But look at you. First you get yourself mixed up with Missy class president's cat, and then Ojol-sama, Ojol, maybe it was Ojol president's cat, then Tsundere-chan's crab, and now you've gone and stumbled upon a snail? I'm the one who did this. I'm not the one who did the stumbling. Really? How much did Senjogahara tell you? Well, she did tell me everything, but I was also half asleep. It's all a bit vague, and I might be misremembering some of it. Oh, but I've always dreamed about how great it would be if a cute high school girl came and woke me up. Thanks to you, Araragi-kun. A dream I've had since middle school has come true at last. And how does it feel? I'm not sure. I'm still only half awake. Maybe that's how fulfilled dreams are. Not just for him, but for everyone. Hey, she's glaring at me, hard. Yeesh, now I'm scared. I wonder if something good happened to her. Who knows? Not you, huh? After all, you don't seem like you understand women very well, Araragi-kun. But forget that. Well, it is true that it's easier to find yourself back in the world after you've gotten involved in it once. But it does feel a bit too concentrated. Ojol-sama, President, and Miss Tsundere-chan are both your classmates too, and from what I understand, they're both from the area you're in, right? Senjogahara doesn't live here anymore, though, but that doesn't have anything to do with this. Hashikuji wouldn't have ever lived here before. Hashikuji? Oh, did she not tell you the name of the girl who came across the snail? Mayoi Hashikuji. Ah. There was a pause. It didn't seem to be because he was sleepy either. Mayoi Hashikuji, you say. Ha. Ah. Of course, I'm starting to get the picture. My memories are coming together. Of course. It's a nice little connection, actually. Almost like a play on words. Okay, so meme Mei actually refers to Hanekawa as class president, which I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know the word for, and it's a little annoying. So I'm just gonna leave it untranslated. I have the anime up on the side that I am sort of watching to pick up some of these untranslated parts. I'll play on words. Oh, because Mayoi can mean lost, lost as in lost cow and lost child. You know, Ashino, you come up with some pretty boring ideas for someone who has such a dumb smile on his face. You wouldn't catch me dead making jokes that simple. I don't smile like I do just for show. Nothing conceals a weapon better than a smiling face. I'm talking about both of her names together, Mayoi and Hashikuji. You know, Hachikuji, like in the fifth verse of the Shinonome Monogatari. What? Hadn't Hanekawa said something similar? She did. Not that it meant anything to me. You don't know anything, Araragi-kun, do you? I'm glad you're giving me a good excuse to explain it all, but we don't have time for that right now, do we? Besides, I'm sleepy. What's that, Tsundere-chan? Our conversation stopped for a moment as Senjugahara seemed to say something to Oshino. Even my hearing couldn't pick it up, or rather, she was intentionally speaking to him so that I couldn't hear her. Was she sharing a secret? No, that couldn't be it. What could she be saying? Okay. Oshino nodding was all I could catch. And, a heavy sigh. You really are useless, Araragi-kun. You know that? Huh? What did I do to deserve that from you? I haven't even told you that I'm just passing the time. You've made Tsundere-chan fuss over you so much. She even feels responsible for you. How pathetic. She practically has to hold your hand and dress you, Araragi-kun. It's her who should be wearing the pants here. Hold on, I do feel bad about dragging Senjugahara into this. I really do. Not just bad, I feel responsible. It was only last week she finished up taking care of her own problems, but I've already gotten her into another strange... Ugh, that's not what I mean. You know, Araragi-kun, I'm starting to think you're getting a big head after having solved problems with 3 aberrations in a row. Just to make sure you know, what you yourself see and feel isn't the whole truth. I wasn't trying to dispute that. They were stern words, withering. It felt like he'd hit me where it would hurt most, because that did ring a bell. Well, you probably don't mean to be doing it, Araragi-kun. I already understand what kind of person you are. I just think it wouldn't hurt if you were a little more considerate, that's all. If you're not acting conceited, then I think something might have you boxed in. Listen carefully. Seeing shouldn't necessarily be believing, and on the flip side, not seeing isn't necessarily counterfactual. Araragi, I want to say I told you something similar the first time we met. I hope you haven't forgotten already. We're not talking about me right now, Oshino. Can you just tell me how to deal with this lost cow, this snail? What do we do to defeat it? Again, with the violent talk. Don't say that kind of stuff. You really don't understand a thing, do you? You'll come to regret it if you keep going on like that, and I hope you'll be taking responsibility then. Got that? And also, the lost cow is... Oshino hesitated for a moment. Ha! Ha! I don't know. This is just too simple. It feels like no matter what I say, I'm going to be saving you here. That's no good. I need you to get saved on your own. It's simple? Really? We're not dealing with a vampire here. That really, truly was a rare case, Araragi-kun. I guess you can't help but get a lot of wrong ideas if that was your first experience, but... Okay. We could say that this lost cow is more like the crab that Tsundere-chan encountered. The crab. That crab. Oh, right. About her, too, Oshino said. I don't know if I like this. I'm only here to connect humans with the other side. Connecting humans with other humans isn't my specialty, you see. Ha ha. Well then. Now what? I may have let myself get a little too friendly with you, Araragi-kun. It's like we're colluding. I never imagined that it'd be this simple for you to ask me for help, let alone that you'd get me to solve a case for you over the phone. Well, I do think it's too facile of me. It was easier, and I'd been reluctant about the option. Still, it was also true that it was the only option. I wish you wouldn't treat me in such a casual way. You normally wouldn't have someone like me around when you encounter an aberration. And though this is such a plain and common sense thing to say that it's out of character for me to be saying it, I don't think it's very admirable of you to be sending a fine young woman into a more or less abandoned building where a suspicious man is camped out. Oh, so you do realize that you're suspicious and that you live in a more or less abandoned building. But I had to admit, he was right. Absolutely right. Senjugahara had agreed to go so readily. She pretty much volunteered, that I failed to be considerate in that regard. It's not like you're going to do anything to her. While I appreciate the trust that you put in me, you do have to draw lines. That's why we have rules. Let them slip out of your hands, and soon you'll find yourself in a sloppy situation. Got that? You need to establish boundaries that say no matter the circumstances, this is off limits. Because if you don't, you'll find yourself slowly ceding your ground. Your people will say that the rules are made to be broken, but they're not supposed to be. They're rules. Not only that, you won't have anything to break if you don't have rules in the first place. Ha ha! I'm starting to sound like Lil Missy class president. Well, he was right. Absolutely right. I'd apologize to Senjugahara later. Araragi-kun, it's not as if she trusts me as much as you trust me. All she has is a provisional trust based on the fact that you trust me. So remember, that means if something happens to her, the responsibility falls directly on you. Not that I'd do anything, of course. No, really, I won't. Whoa, please, put down that stapler. So she still carried one of those around. Then again, that wasn't the kind of habit you got rid of overnight. Phew, what a surprise. I guess Tsundere-chan is a scary Miss Tsundere-chan, huh? What a case we have here. Well, okay, I don't like phones after all. It's so hard to talk on them. Hard? Seriously? I know some people are bad with technology, but Oshino, that's pushing it. Sure, that's a part of it, but it's just that while I'm over here being all serious, you might be lying down, drinking a soda, and reading a manga over there. Everything feels so empty when I think about that. Wow, I never knew you were that sensitive. Apparently, people who minded such things really minded them. Alright, Harada-kun, then this is what I'll do. I'll tell her how to deal with the lost cow, and you can say right there. How to deal with it, so second-hand knowledge is all we're going to need here? If you're going to put it that way, the lost cow itself is oral tradition. That's not what I'm trying to get at. We don't need some kind of ceremony like we did for Senjugahara. Nope, the pattern here is the same, but this snail isn't as tough to deal with as that crab. It's not a god, after all. It's just a monster, so to speak, and not as in a ghoul or a goblin. It's sort of like a ghost. A ghost? In this case, I didn't see much of a difference between gods, ghouls, goblins, and ghosts. But this was Oshino I was talking to. I know the difference between each were important. Still, a ghost. Ghosts are a kind of yokai too. I will be right back. I need to put my food. Ghosts are a kind of yokai too. The lost cow itself isn't unique to any one region. It appears all across Japan, an aberration that's been handed down in every corner of the country. It's not a well-known one, and its name changes here and there, but it started out as a snail. And one more thing, Arataki-kun. Hashikuji is actually a term that originally referred to temples that stand in bamboo groves. The ji means temple, but of course, but the hashiku isn't the numbers 8 and 9 that we tend to write that with. Correctly, it derives from the word for black bamboo. You know there are two major types in Japan, don't you? Black bamboo and tortoise-shelled bamboo. Anyway, this got changed to the characters for 8 and 9 as well. Just a play on words. Did you know about the 88 temple pilgrimage in Shikoku, or the 33 temple pilgrimage in the western region? Oh, well, sure, even I've heard of that. You hear about those all the time. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that even you've heard of. Sure, I guess it would be. Well, there's a lot of similar pilgrimages, just not all as famous, and one of them is a Hashikuji pilgrimage with a list of 89 temples. It also had to do with bamboo groves, like I said. But in terms of things getting tacked on, they wanted a pilgrimage with one more temple than Shikoku's 88. Huh. So it had something to do with Shikoku, the small of Japan's four major islands, but Hanekawa had said something about the western Kansai region of the main island. Yep, Oshino said, because these 89 temples are mostly in Kansai. In that sense, you could say it's closer to the 33 temple pilgrimage of the 80 than the 88. But, and here we get to the crux of the story, to where the tragedy begins. You can also easily read the characters for 8 and 9 together, not as Hachiku, but as Yaku, misfortune. Slap that title on your temple and you've added a negative prefix. It wasn't a good idea. Now that you mention it, I wasn't able to read that part of her name at first and thought might be Yaku. But it's not as if they meant it that way, right? No, but without meaning to, they gave it that sense. Words are scary things. Without any intention involved at all, things can turn out a certain way. Language is alive. People say that too casually these days. In any case, the interpretation spread, and it wasn't long until the 89 temples stopped being grouped together. Most of them shut down during the anti-Buddhist movement in the 1800s, anyway. And only about a quarter still exist today. In addition, nearly all of them hide the fact they were ever a part of those 89 temples to begin with. His explanations were so offhand, which made them easy to follow, but I also got the feeling that repeating them to anyone ran the risk of getting mud on my face. This was the kind of knowledge that didn't turn up a single hit when you searched it online, and I had trouble deciding how much of it I should swallow in the first place. It called for a grain of salt. A slight joke here because they're dealing with the snail. Slug. And so, if you look at the name Mayoi Hachikuji against that background, that history, it seems, well, a little too meaningful for comfort. The names are connected, you see. You find that sort of thing in classical literature, like in The Great Mirror, which must have come up in class. Still, I'm not sure about her given name. Mayoi? Lost? It seems too obvious. If anything, here is facile or simplistic, that'd be it. If anything, here is facile or simplistic, that'd be it. Whoever came up with it doesn't seem to have a knack for names. It'd have been good if you sensed this from the beginning, Araragi-kun. Good? What? And also, Hashikuji was sitting on the bench, waiting patiently for me to finish the call. It didn't look like she was listening in on me, but she had to be. The conversation was about her. How could she not? It wasn't until recently that her last name became Hashikuji. It was Tsunade before that. Tsunade, huh? Really now. Throw that kink into the mix, and the thread starts to get tangled. Frayed, you could say. That's a little too much even for fate. Like there's a man behind the curtains pulling the strings so that all the dominoes can fall. Hachikuji and Tsunade. I see. And then Mayoi. So that was the important one here. Mayoi. True twilight. Phew, give me a break. How ridiculous, Oshino muttered. He said it as though to himself, but it was intended for me. You know what, Araragi-kun? It doesn't matter. This is a really interesting town, I have to say. A motley crucible. I get the feeling I won't be able to leave for a while. Well, I'll tell Tsundere-chan the details, so you get them from her. Okay. That is, Oshino wrapped up in a tone so sarcastic I could practically see a smirk. If you're lucky enough for her to come out and tell you. And then the call ended. Oshino had a rule about never saying goodbyes. So, Hachikuji, looks like there's a way. It didn't sound like there is, going by your conversation, so she had been listening. Well, she couldn't have figured out the important parts if she'd only heard my side of it. At any rate, Araragi-san, what is it? You do realize that I'm hungry, right? Okay, so what? Don't say that, I thought. Like you're gently trying to let me know I've forgotten to fulfill an important obligation. But now that you mentioned it, I've forgotten, thanks to this snail business, that I hadn't seen to Hashikuji's lunch, Senjuka Hara, too. In her case, though, she may have gone off to eat somewhere on her own before heading to Oshino's place. Huh, it hadn't occurred to me, because my body no longer required me to eat much. Okay, then let's go somewhere to eat when Senjuka Hara gets back. Actually, there's only homes around here, but you can go to places as long as they're not your mom's house, right? Yes, I can. Okay, well, ask Senjuka Hara. She should know the closest restaurant, so is there any kind of food you like? I like anything as long as it's food. Your hand is delicious too, Araragi-san. My hand isn't food. Oh, you don't need to be so modest. It really was delicious. She'd probably ingested more than a little of my flesh and blood, so it was no joke. The cannibal girl. By the way, Hashikuji, it's true that you've gone to your mom's home before. It is. I don't tell lies. I see. But she got lost on her way, and not because it had been so long. She'd come across a snail, so even if she'd been before, but wait, why did Hachikuji come across a snail in the first place? A reason. There was a reason I was attacked by a vampire. There was a one for Hanekawa and Senjuka Hara too. So there had to be a reason for Hachikuji as well. Hey, I know this is a simple-minded way to look at it, but it's not like your goal is to get where you're going. It's just to meet your mom, right? It's very insensitive of you to say just, but yes. In that case, can't she come and meet you, even if you don't go to Mitsunade's? Even if you don't go to Tsunade-san's home, it's not as if your mom is locked inside. I'm sure parents have the right to meet their children even after they get divorced. I was no expert in the field, or so I've heard. That's impossible. Actually, it's pointless. Hashikuji replied at once. I would have done that from the beginning if I could, but I can't. I can't even call my mom. The only thing I can do is visit her like this, even if I know I'll never get there. One moment. Alright. She was saying it in a roundabout way, but did that mean it had something to do with her family situation? It seemed complicated. Then again, I should have guessed. As much from the fact that even on Mother's Day she was having to come all the way to an unfamiliar town by herself. But there had to be a more logical method. For example, Senju could go ahead of us and get to Miss Tsunade-san's home first. No, a direct strategy like that wouldn't work on an aberration. It wouldn't let us get to where Hachikuji was trying to go. Just as it caused Senju phone to go out of service when she tried to use its GPS. I was able to talk to Oshin on my phone because he and I speaking was fine. Aberrations are the world itself. Unlike living things, they're connected to the world. Science alone can't shine light on aberrations, just as people will never stop being attacked by vampires. There may be no darkness in the world that cannot be illuminated, but darkness itself will never disappear. That meant our only option was to wait for Senju to arrive. An aberration, I said. Though I'm not very clear on the details, to be honest. What about you, Hachikuji? Do you know much about yokai and monsters and that kind of stuff? She paused weirdly before replying. Oh, no, not at all. Just the noperabo, I guess. Ah, Lafcadio's Hearn's faceless monster. Yes, I could really sink my teeth into that story. Good for you. I was sure she could. Then again, just about anyone in Japan has heard that one. Scary, yeah? Yes, but I don't know any others. Right, makes sense. A Gokai it may have been, but my case, the vampire, no, it didn't matter. They were all similar for humans. It was a conceptual problem. The deeper part of the problem was, Hashikuji, I don't know the details here, but are you really that desperate to see your mom? I honestly don't get why you're willing to go this far. I think it's normal for a child to want to see her mother. Am I wrong? No, of course that's true, but if there was some reason involved that wasn't normal, then I thought we might be able to figure out why Hachikuji had come across the snail. But there didn't seem to be anything definite enough to be called a reason. It was simple, impulsive, a principle akin to non-linguistic instinct in the edifice of desire. Mr. Araragi, you live in the same home as both of your parents, don't you? That's why you don't understand. You don't think about what it's like to be lacking something while you're fulfilled. People want what they lack. If you had to live apart from your parents, I'm sure that you'd want to go see them too. Is that how it is? That's how it is, I suppose. A nice problem to have. You know, Koyomi, that's why. If you don't mind me saying so, Araragi-kun, from where I stand, I'm jealous of the simple fact that you have both of your parents. Oh? Jealous as a blue-eyed goblin. Oh, you know you got both sides of that, but kind of wrong. What would Senju have said in that situation if she'd heard about Hachikuji's issues? Then, no, she probably wouldn't have said a thing. She probably wouldn't have even compared herself to Hachikuji like I was doing. Even if she was even if she was in a much closer position to her than I was. A crab and a snail. Organisms that live by the water's edge, was it? Judging by your words, Araragi-san, I get the impression that you aren't very fond of your parents. Is that really the case? Oh no, it's not like that. It's just... Before I continued, the thought crossed my mind that maybe it wasn't something I should be telling a child. Then again, I'd already pried into Hachikuji's circumstances, so even if she was a child, it didn't seem right for me just to trail off. You know, I used to be a really good kid, I said. It isn't good to lie. I'm not lying. I see, then let's say that it isn't. A little lie never hurt anyone. So you're from the village of liars. I'm from the village of truth tellers. Is that so? Anyway, while I never spoke in the annoyingly polite way you do, I was a pretty good student and a pretty good athlete and never got into much trouble. In too much trouble. Also, I never rebelled against my parents for no good reason, like the other boys around me. I felt grateful that they were raising me. Ah, how praiseworthy. I have two Imoutothon, too, and they're basically the same. Things were great at home, but then I overdid it when I was trying to get into high school. Overdid it? I was impressed by how easily she made our conversation flow. Was this what they called being a good listener? I went and applied to a school for way better students than me, and I managed to get in. But that's a wonderful thing. Congratulations. No, it wasn't. If I applied for a school that wasn't for me and didn't get in, and that was all, it would have been fine. But as a result, I wasn't able to keep up. You wouldn't believe how bad it gets when you're a washout at a school for smart kids. Not only that, everyone else around me is super serious. People like Sendra Kohara and I are the exception, not the rule. As for Tsubase Hanakawa, that embodiment of seriousness, she was an exception just for bothering to deal with a student like me. She had what it took to compensate for it, quite simply. And when that happened, I went from being a good kid to the other way around. And just as hard. It's not like there was anything specific that happened to me, though. My father and my mother are the same as ever, and I'm acting the same at home, or at least I feel like I am. But there's just this awkward feeling I can't describe. It comes out no matter what I do, and it lingers, so we all end up worrying too much about each other, and my Imoutothon. My two Imoutothon. You know, Koyomi, that's why I never grow up, I've been told. I'm going to stay a child and but never become an adult, I've been told. So you're a child? Hashikuji asked. Then you're the same as me. I don't think so. What they mean is just your frame growing bigger without getting filled out properly. What a rude thing to say to a lady, Araragi-san. I'll have you know that I'm one of the better developed students in my class. True, your chest was pretty impressive. What? You touched it? When? Hachikuji's eyes turned to saucers on her astonished face. When we were scuffling? That's even more of a shock than the fact that you punched me. Hachikuji held her head. She really did seem shocked. Wait, it's not like I did it on purpose, and it was only for a split second anyway. A split second? Really? Honestly? Yeah, they only touched it about 3 times. Not only is that more than a split second, any time past the first has to have been intentional. You're accusing me of something I didn't do. It was an unfortunate accident. I've had my first touch stolen from me. Your first touch? That's what kids these days talked about? Grade schoolers really are maturing fast. To think that my first touch came before my first kiss. What a naughty girl Mayoi Hashikuji has become. Oh yeah, Hashikuji, now that you mention it, I realized I forgot to give you the allowance I promised you. Please, what a moment to bring that up. Next, with her head still in her hands, Hachikuji began to writhe all over as if a wasp had gotten inside her clothes. The poor thing. Come on, don't get yourself so down. It's better than your father taking your first kiss, you know. That sounds like a very normal event. Okay, then it's better than your reflection in a mirror being your first kiss, okay? No girl in our world has had that happen to them. Yeah, you could probably include girls in the next world. Grah! Just as I thought Hachikuzi was taking her hands off her head, she immediately moved to try to bite my throat. It was where a vampire had bitten me over some summer break. So a chill ran down my spine. I somehow managed to get my hands on Hachikuji's shoulders and to push her back, averting any trouble. Rawr, rawr, she gnashed her teeth menacingly. I recalled there being an enemy in some old video game like her. It looked like an iron ball at the chain as I soothed her. Ah, he's referring to a chain chomp there. And in the anime, I do believe that they actually animate her as a chain chomp. Or chain chomp-esque. Now, who's a good girl? Please don't treat me like a dog. Or is this your roundabout way of comparing me to a rutting female canine? Well, if I had to compare you to something, I'd honestly say you're actually more like a rabid one. She did have a nice set of teeth, though. She'd bitten into my hand down to the bone, but she hadn't chipped or lost a single one of her teeth, baby or adult. Not only were they perfectly lined, they were unfathomably durable. You know, Araragi-san, you've been acting very brazen for some time now. I don't see a hint of regret on your face. Isn't there something you ought to say after having touched a young girl's delicate chest? Arigato? No, I'm demanding an apology from you. You say that, but it happened in the middle of us fighting. How could there be anything? How could that be anything short of an act of God? I almost think you should be glad it was just your chest. And like Hanekawa said earlier, you're the one in the wrong for biting someone as ridiculously hard as you did. This isn't about who's at fault. Even if I am, I'm in an incredible state of shock. You can't call yourself a grown man if you don't apologize to a girl in shock, even if it's not your fault. Grown men don't apologize, I said in a deep voice. It cheapens his soul. How cool? Or are you saying you'll never forgive me unless I apologize to you? Saying that you'll never forgive someone if they apologize to you is like admitting you can't be magnanimous toward people who haven't abased themselves. Why have I become the one being criticized here? Only a thief could be so bold as they say. Now you've really gotten me mad. I may be tolerant, but this is like turning both my cheeks inside out. That'd be incredibly tolerant of you. In fact, I won't forgive you, even if you apologize. What's the big problem anyway? If it's only going to go to waste otherwise. Now you're downright defiant, Araragi-san. That's not the issue here. And I've only begun puberty, so it's not going to waste. You know, people say they get bigger if you massage them. Only men believe that superstition. It's become a sad, boring world out there. Have you been using the superstition as an excuse to squish ladies' breasts all the time? You're disgusting. I've never had the chance, unfortunately. So you're a lousy virgin. Virgin. This elementary school kid threw that expression. Grade schoolers weren't just maturing fast, they were finished. I wasn't living in a boring world, but in an awful one. Then again, I could pretend to lament what was going on in the world today all I wanted, but come to think of it, I'd soaked up that much by the time I was in 5th grade, too. That's how anxiety about younger generations tends to work. I need to go check out my food. I'll be right back. Okay, hello. I need to eat. So, there's gonna be a short break here for me to eat. Itadakimasu. Mm-mm. Okay. Dolce Solo Sama. Uh, let's get back to it. Oh, hey, watch it. Seriously, that's dangerous. A virgin touched me. I'm sullied. How does that change anything? I wanted my first to be a smooth operator, but I got you instead, Aranagi-san. My dreams have been crushed. What kind of overblown fantasy is that? You're making whatever budding feelings of guilt I had disappear, you know? Grr, grr, grah. Oh, just quiet down. You really are a rabid dog. You high-banked, play-biting, no-good woman. Fine, then I'm gonna squish them so much you'll forget all about your first and all about kisses. Eek! There he was, a high school boy who was losing it in the face of an elementary school girl, who was threatening to harass her by force, who I'd like to believe wasn't me. It was me, though. Fortunately, Mayoi Hachikuji put up far more resistance than I ever could have expected, so this exchange came to an end without having run its course. But rather, with my entire body covered in Hachikuji's tooth and scratch marks. After 5 minutes, an elementary schooler and a high schooler sat silently there on a bench, completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, exhausted. I was thirsty, but there were no vending machines in the area. I'm very sorry, she said. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mutual apologies were made. It was a pathetic settlement. Still, Hachikuji, you're used to fights. I get into them quite often at school. Scuffles like that? Oh, right, you don't pay that much attention to who's a boy and who's a girl when you're in elementary school, but you really know how to get yourself in trouble. In spite of her intelligent features. You seem to be used to fighting too, Araragi-san. I suppose battles like this are common once you become a juvenile delinquent. I'm not a delinquent, I'm a washout. It was the kind of conversation that hurt to make. I was practically wounding myself. I'm going to a prep school just because I'm a washout doesn't mean I'm a juvenile delinquent. We don't even have a group of delinquents at my school in the first place. But in manga, it's standard for student councils of elite high schools to be doing quite wicked things behind the scenes. The smarter someone is, the more malicious of a delinquent they become. You can ignore that theory in real life, but anyway, yeah, I do get in a lot of fights with my Imoutothon. Your Imouto, you say. I believe you mentioned earlier that you have two. So are they about my age? No, they're both in middle school, but they might be around your age at heart. Both of them act so young. Though neither of them ever goes as far as to bite me. One of them practices karate, so there's not much messing around against her. You know, they might just get along with you. They're good with kids, or rather, they practically are kids. I'll introduce you to them next time I get a chance. Oh, thank you, but I'll have to pass. Okay, then, you're pretty shy for all your good manners. Not that it's important. Well, I guess scuffles at least end when one side apologizes to the other. But today was a battle of wills. Still, I thought should end with me apologizing. I knew I should, but still. Is something the matter, Araragi-san? You added an Araragi-san? You added an extra R this time. I'm sorry, a slip of the tongue. No, I think you did that on purpose. A flip by the flung. Or maybe not? I'm sorry, but everyone stumbles over their words from time to time. Or are you trying to say that you've never once had a slip of the tongue? I won't go that far, but I've never messed up saying someone's name before. Fine then, say, she sells she-shells on the she-shore. 3 times in a row. You botched it yourself. What do you mean? She-shells! Are women all you ever think about? You're the one who said that, not me. What do you mean, she-shore? Are women all you ever think about? I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean. It was a fun conversation. Now that I think about it, I observed, that's actually pretty hard to say on purpose. She-shells. She-shells. On she-shore. Between all the slipping and nipping, her mouth was getting a workout today. So is something the matter, Araragi-san, she asked. Nothing's the matter. I'm just feeling a little depressed, wondering how I should apologize to my Imouto. Are you going to apologize to her because you squished her chest? I'd never squished my little sister's chest. Ah, so you'd squished an elementary school girl's chest, but not your Imoutothon, I see. So that's where you draw the line. Not to be underestimated, eh? That's some sarcasm. What a great illustration of the fact that any situation can be twisted into casting a perfectly innocent man as the villain. I don't think I've twisted anything about the situation. She was right. She'd only explained what had happened. In fact, I was the one who needed to wrestle and twist the context in a quasi-heroic manner to excuse my actions. Fine then, I'll put it another way, she offered. You'd squish an elementary school girl's chest, Miss Aranagi-san, but not a middle school girl's chest. Whoever this Aranagi-san you're talking about is, he sounds like one hell of a lolicon. Not someone I'd want to count as a friend. You seem to be trying to deny that you're a lolicon. You bet. I understand that true lolicon refuse to label themselves as such under any circumstances. They consider innocent young girls to be grown-up women and proper peers. Thanks for the unwanted factoid. Learning useless trivia is nothing more than a waste of brain space. But more importantly, that wasn't something I wanted to be learning from a grade schooler. Either way, she added, I do think it's dismissible as an act of God in a fight, even if it's your Imouto. Damn it, don't drag out this topic. Your Imouto's chess counts even less as a woman's chess than a grade schooler's. You need to understand that. The way of chess, it's very enlightening. Don't follow it or anything, I'm begging you, be that as it may. I got in a little argument when I was leaving home today. Not a scuffle, an argument. And not to rehash what you said earlier, but I do feel like I need to apologize, even if it's not my fault. If it'll smooth things out, I do know that. But I'm supposed to. Yes, it is, Hashikuji nodded with a solemn expression. My father and my mother were always fighting. Not scuffles, mind you, but arguments. And then they got divorced. It may not be my place to say as their only daughter, but I understand they got along very well at first. I heard they were very madly in love with each other before they married, but I never once saw them getting along. The two were always fighting. Even so, she didn't think they were going to get divorced, she said. In fact, the idea that they even could had been foreign to Hashikuji. She believed that families always stayed together. She must have known what a practice called she must not have known what a practice called divorce existed. That a practice called divorce existed. She must not have known that her father and her mother could part ways. But in terms of what's natural, she said, that's certainly more natural. They're human, so of course they'd argue and fight. You bite, you're bitten, you love, you hate. That's what comes naturally to us. So what? And so, what they really needed was to work harder if they wanted to stay in love. You have to work hard to stay in love? I don't know, I wouldn't call that insincere, but it doesn't feel very sincere to me either. Having to work hard to love something. It's like you're making a conscious effort to make it happen. But, Araragi-san, Hashiguchi insisted, isn't the feeling that we call love a very conscious thing? Yeah, I guess. She was right. Maybe it was something very deserving of work, of effort. It's painful to grow bored of something you love, to hate something you love, isn't it? It's dreary, isn't it? If you loved someone 10 times over, it's as if you're hating them 20 times over just to hate them as much as you used to love them. That's so overwhelming. Hashikuji, I said. You do love your mom, don't you? Yes, I do, and of course I love my father too, and I understand how he felt. I understand that he never wanted things to turn out the way they did. It was difficult for him for a lot of reasons. He was already the bread maker of the family, so your dad baked too. What a guy. No wonder he had so much on his plate. My father and my mother fought, and they split up as a result, but I still love both of them, Hashikuji said. Huh, okay. But that's exactly why I feel so uneasy. The way she looked at the ground, I believed her. My father seems to really hate my mother now, and doesn't seem to have any interest in letting me meet with him. He won't let me call her, and he said I should never see her again. I wonder if I won't forget her someday, if I won't stop loving her someday, if we're kept apart like this, and it makes me so uneasy. That's why. That's why she came here all alone. She didn't have a reason. She just wanted to see her mother. Snail, huh? Ma'am, why couldn't she be granted her modest wish? She wasn't asking for much. Aberration or whatever it was, lost cow or arrows, why was it getting in Hashikuji's way? Time and time again at that. She could never get there. She was always lost. Hold on a second. I thought Oshina had said that this lost cow was like what happened with Senjugahara and the crab. The same pattern. What did he mean by that? True, that crab never brought any calamity upon Senjugahara. The results of what it brought upon her were calamitous, but those were just some results. In a sense, an essential sense, Senjugahara had only gotten what she wanted. The crab had granted Senjugahara's wish, and this was the same pattern. If this were the same formula, only with different variables, he's putting it in math terms because he's good at math, what did that mean? What exactly were the implications? If the snail Hashikuji encountered actually wasn't trying to hinder her, if we were to say it was trying to grant her wish, what exactly was the snail doing? What did Mayoi Hashikuji want? If I were to look at it that way, where to put it that way, didn't it even seem as though Hachikuji had no interest in having this lost cow exercised? Oh, is something the matter, Araragi-san? You suddenly started staring at me. Don't you know you're going to make me blush? How do I say this? Fall in love with me and you'll get burned. What's that supposed to mean? She was making my commas proliferate for no good reason. My commas? Oh, because he said what's that supposed to mean? There's a comma between all of them except for to me. What do you find so confusing? I'm a friend fatale. It's only fitting for me to use cool lines like that. Okay, Hashikuji, so it's obvious to me that you meant femme fatale just now, but I don't even know where to take the joke from there. Also, isn't it weird for you to be calling a line about getting burned a cool one? Hmm. You're right. Okay then. Hashikuji struggled for a moment before phrasing herself. Fall in love with me and you'll get a low temperature burn. That's just lame, and it's still not what you'd call cool. She was warm like an electric blanket. She sounded like a wonderful person. Oh, I know what we should do, she said. We just have to shift our ground. We can keep the line and find a different description for me. While I do wish I could hold on to the cool label, I have no choice but to give it up. Like they say, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Makes sense. Actually, that might be a pretty standard move, shifting your ground to make your killer line work. Like calling a series already popular on the cover when it's just the second installment. Well, let's try it out. We'll never know otherwise. Okay, so instead of saying you're cool, we'll call me hot. Hot pot mayoi. I still sound like a wonderful person. Hashikuji lamented exaggeratedly, but as if she'd realized something, she paused and said, You're trying to change the subject, Araragi-san. So she caught on to it. We were talking about how you were staring at me, Araragi-san. What's the matter? Could you have fallen in love with me? She hadn't caught on to it at all. Well, I don't really appreciate being leered at. I will admit that I have very attractive upper arms. That would be a unique proclivity. Oh, you're saying you don't feel a thing for my upper arms? You do see them, don't you? They're functionary beauty. What did some bureaucrat What, did some bureaucrat decide that they're beautiful? Functional, maybe? Are you being bashful, Araragi-san? So you do have a cute side. Alright then, I'll try to understand. I can wait. Please hand out the rain checks. Sorry, but I don't have any interest in pipsqueaks. Pipsqueak? Hachikuji looked at me with such shock I thought her eyes might pop out of her sockets. Next, her head started to sway back and forth like she was having a dizzy spell. What a terrible insult. That word is so awful. I wouldn't be surprised if it were banned from the airwaves someday. I guess it was pretty mean. You've wounded me, gravely. I'm developing quite well. I really am. For goodness sake, Mr. Beast-alike. Hey, don't act like it's okay to bring that one up again. That's just as terrible a thing to call someone, if not worse. Fine, then I'll call you Man-alike-san instead. Now it's like I'm not actually human. In fact, calling me that was no laughing matter when I'd been attacked by a vampire and was semi-immortal. The insult stung because it would hit way too close to home. Oh, that's it. I know what we can do. We just have to look at it a different way, Araragi-san. We'll come up with neologisms. Society will always try to police what words can and can't be used, and people do take offense to them. But there's always the chance that neologisms might be accepted. Makes sense. Yeah, you're right. Introducing a new word lets you start off with a fresh slate, might not sound as offensive. Like how loricon doesn't sound quite as bad as pedophilia. Is that really the example they use? I have been translating pedophile as lolicon because I know that that's what they're saying instead. But this feel I don't know how to translate this because they use lolicon in one of them. So I don't really know like what they mean. So I'm kind of at a loss. Sorry. Alright, let's give it a shot. So we need to come up with brand new words for Pipsqueak. You and a man alike me. Urchine and Beastus. Whoa, now we sound like a crime-fighting duo. We do, the scales are being peeled from my eyes. That sounded painful. Well, not as painful as listening to us talk, I bet. Anyway, I'll take back what I said. But you know, Hachikuji, for a 5th grader, you're pretty well, You're talking about my chest? You're talking about my chest, aren't you? Just in general, but even so, you still are on a grade school level. I don't think I'd call you super elementary. Oh, so to your high school eyes, my elementary school body cuts a slider figure. Can't touch them when they break off the plate. She didn't exactly have curves either. Even if she was developing fine, as she said. She'd meant slender, by the way. So then, Aranagi-san, why were you looking at me with all that passion in your eyes? Well, you see, wait, passion? That look you were giving me under my diaphragm go pitter-patter. Well, made my diaphragm go pitter-patter. That's called hiccuping. It was getting hard to keep up with her. This was turning out to be a test of my stamina, she designated Quipper. Oh, it's nothing worth worrying about, I said. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I guess. Was it the other way around? Could it be that deep in her heart, contrary to what she was saying, she didn't really want to see her mother? Or perhaps she wanted to, but was afraid that her mother would reject her? There was even the possibility that her mother had told her not to come see her, and it seemed like a very real one given what I'd heard so far about Hashikuji's family environment. If that were the case, things weren't going to be easy. Wouldn't even have to look at Senjuka example too. It smells like another woman here. Itagi Senjuka appeared completely unannounced. She'd entered the park still on my mountain bike, displaying her full mastery over it. She was pretty versatile. Oh, that was quick, Senjuka. Her trip back had taken her less than half the time she'd spent to get to Oshino's. Her entrance was so sudden, I didn't have the time to be so much as surprised. I made a few wrong turns on my way there, she said. Oh yeah, that cramsel could be pretty hard to find. Guess I should have drawn you a map or something, and after all that boasting I did, I feel ashamed. I guess you were bragging about your memory or something, weren't you? I've been humiliated at your hands, Aranagi-kun. I can't believe you'd get your jollies by disgracing me like this. Hold on, I didn't do anything. You only have yourself to blame. So that's what you're into, Aranagi-kun. Forcing girls into humiliation roleplay is what excites you. I'll forgive you, though I can't blame a healthy young man for having these kind of interests. Having those kinds of interests. That's a pretty unhealthy young man. Listening to her, I recalled that Oshino had spoken of a spiritual boundary, a barrier or something around the cram school. Maybe I really should have been the one to go instead. But whatever the case, Itagi Senju was acting awfully brazen for a disgraced woman. Or rather, there was no way she was embarrassed. If anyone was being subjected to humiliation roleplay, it was starting to feel like me. I don't mind, she said. I can take anything so long as it's you doing it to me, Aranagi-kun. Listen, you need to stick to one personality. You're not adding any more breadth to your character by breaking it entirely. And if you really do care about me, Senju, you need to be warning me as soon as I exhibit such unhealthy traits. Well, I don't actually care about you, Aranagi-kun. I didn't think so. If it amuses me, then whatever. You're being refreshingly honest right now, in fact. And also, Aranagi-kun, if we're being honest, then yes, getting lost was part of why it took me so long to get there, but it was also because I had to eat lunch. So you did. You always live up to my expectations. Not that it bothers me. That's your own choice, but plus it's who you are. I ate a lunch for you, too. Did you now? Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I did, thank you. It smells like another woman here. I did, thank you. It smells like another woman here. Sandra Gahara rushed to her presidency so that she could drag her conversation back to her very first line. Was someone here, she asked. This scent. Hanekawa? Hanekawa-sama, I presume? Huh? How are you able to figure that out? I was honestly astonished. I'd assumed Sandra Gahara had asked on a lark. When you say scent, do you mean, like, her makeup? But I don't think Hanekawa wears any makeup. She was wearing her school uniform after all. I wouldn't be surprised if she told me chapsticks were off limits in her mind. When she was in those clothes, at least, she was like a soldier in uniform. Hanekawa would never stray from the school rules in such a flagrant manner, not even by accident. I'm talking about the scent of her shampoo she uses. I want to say the only girl in our class who uses that brand is Hanekawa. Wait, really? Women can figure that out? To some degree, Senjugahara said in an explanatory tone. Think of it like your ability to identify a girl by her hips, Araragi-san. Alright, everyone chill out for a second. Okay, Hanekawa-san. My apologies, everybody. I made inferences that were wrong. I don't remember ever displaying that special ability. Oh wait, you can't do that? Stop acting surprised. But you were kind enough to tell me the other day. Ah, that nice seated pelvis and those motherly hips of yours. I bet you'll give birth to a bouncing baby boy. Gay. That's what a dirty old man would say. Also, it would take a lot more than that to make me go gay. And while I'm at it, I thought I would describe your hips as motherly. All of that was internal. So Hanekawa-san, she was here. Did she realize how much she was scaring me? I almost wanted to run away. Oh, did she realize how much she was scaring me? I almost wanted to run away. I guess she was here, I said. She'd already left, though. Did you call her here, Araragi-kun? Though, now that you mention it, she does live in this area, doesn't she? She'd be good to have around as a guide. No, I didn't. She just happened to be passing by, same as you. Same as me, Senjogahara repeated. I guess that's how coincidences are. You never know when they might come in pairs. Did Hanekawa-san say anything? What do you mean by that? Anything? No, not really. We talked a little, and then she patted Hachikuji on the head and went to the library. No, not the library, but she went somewhere. Patted her on the head. Okay. Well, I could see Hanekawa doing that. Hanekawa-san doing that, I suppose. Oh, you mean she likes kids, unlike you? Yes, Hanekawa-san and I are certainly unlike each other. Yes, we're not the same. We're not the same. So if you excuse me for a moment, Araragi-kun, Tsunugahara said before moving her face close to mine. I wondered what she was trying to do at first until I realized she seemed to be checking what I smelled like. No, it probably wasn't me she was trying to sell. It's probably, She pulled away. So it seems like there was no love scene between you two. Excuse me? Were you checking if Hanekawa and I were in each other's arms? So you can even detect exactly how strong her scent is? You're incredible, you know that? That wasn't all. Now I know what you smell like, too, so I'll at least give you prior warning that, from now on, you should act under the assumption that I'm observing your every move. I don't know what to say to that, other than I wish you wouldn't. But still, what Senjogahara had done was no trivial feat for the average person, so her sense of smell must have been excellent. But hold on, I thought I'd fought with Hachikuji not once but twice, while Senjogahara was gone. Could her scent really have not rubbed off on me? Maybe Senjogahara wasn't bothering to mention it. Maybe the first fight the two of us had in full view of her was throwing her off. Or Hachikuji could have been using an unscented shampoo. Whatever, it didn't seem to matter. So, Ashino told you what's going on, right? Hurry up and tell me, Senjogahara. What do we need to do to get her to where she's trying to go? To be honest, Ashino's words had struck with me all this time. I mean, the bit about whether or not I'd be lucky enough for Tsundere-chan, also known as Senjogahara, to come out and tell me. They did say AKA, though. That is, he'd prefaced. Which is why I found myself coaxing Senjogahara to give me the full story. Hachikuji was looking at Senjogahara worriedly, too. It's apparently the other way around, Senjogahara divulged. Araragi-kun, it seems I need to apologize to you. That's what Oshino-san told me. Huh? Oh wait, have you changed the subject? Say we take a certain fact and two people observe it according to their points of view, and reach different conclusions. In such a case, there's no way to determine which point of view is the right way. There is no way to prove yourself right in this world. But it's equally wrong to determine that you must be mistaken in that case according to him. He really does talk like he sees through everything, doesn't he? I hate it, she said. Wait, what are you talking about, Sachigahara? Well, not you, but Oshino. How does that apply to our situation here? He says it's very simple to be free to the snail. The lost cow. Explaining in words would be very simple. This is what Oshino-san told me. You'll be as lost as long as you follow the snail, and you won't be lost if you distance yourself from it. Okay, she does call him Oshino. I really need to make myself like a small little chart for how they refer to each other. You follow it, and that's why you get lost? What was that supposed to mean? It was so simple it didn't make sense, like he had left some words out. In fact, they seemed somewhat off the mark for him. I looked at Hachikuji, but she wasn't reacting. Sandra Hato's words did seem to be having some sort of effect on her, though. Her lips were shut. She said nothing. In other words, there's no need for an exorcism or for prayer. No one's been possessed, and no one's being harmed, apparently. That much is the same as what happened with me and that crab. And that's and what's more, with the snail, the targeted person is actually approaching the aberration. Not unconsciously or subconsciously either, entirely of their own volition. They're just going along with the snail. They're choosing to follow after it because that's what they want. And that's why they get lost. Which is why you need to distance yourself from the snail, Araragi. That's La Araragi-kun. That's all that needs to happen. Hold on, we're not talking about me here. We're talking about Hachikuji. Anyway, in that case, how does that make any sense? It's not like Hachikuji wants to follow this snail around. How could that possibly be what she's trying to do? That's what I'm trying to say. Apparently, it's the other way around. Tona Senjukahara's voice is no different from usual. Her same old, flat tone. You couldn't read any emotions at all from it. She was no actor, but she seemed to be in a bad mood. A very bad mood. Apparently, she continued, the aberration known as a lost cow doesn't make you lose your way to your destination. You lose it on the way back. On the way back? It doesn't keep you from getting there. It keeps you from returning, according to him. It wasn't about going, but coming back? Coming back? Come back from where? Come back where? To your own home? Visiting and arriving? Okay, fine, I said, but so what? I get what you're trying to say. She's still Hachikuji's home. It's not as if she's trying to return there, is it? She's clearly trying to get to her destination. Tsunade-san's home. That's why I need to apologize to you, Araragi. I do. I know I do, but please let me explain. I wasn't doing it out of malice, or even intentionally. I was sure that I was the one who was mistaken. I didn't understand what she was trying to say, but I could tell if it felt pregnant with meaning. How could I not be? There was something strange about me for more than 2 years. It was only last week that I finally became normal again. So if something happened, I couldn't help but think that I was the one who was mistaken. Ohio, but I'm going to keep reading. I want to finish this chapter. Hey, Senjukahara, it was like me and the crab. The lost cow can only be seen by someone who has a reason to, which is why it presented itself to you, Araragi-kun. No, like I've been saying, the snail didn't present itself to me, but Hachikuji. Yes, Hachikuji. Araragi-kun, this is what I'm trying to say. You felt awkward because it was Mother's Day. You fought with your Imouto, and you don't want to go home. So that girl over there, Hachikuji, Sanjukahara pointed to Hachikuji, or at least she must have meant to. Her direction was totally off. I can't see her. I was startled and my eyes hurried over to get a look at Hachikuji. The girl with intelligent features. With bangs so short her eyebrows were showing, with her hair and pigtails. Seeing her carrying that large backpack, she somehow resembled a snail.
Once upon a time, long, long ago, would take you too far into the past. This was about 10 years back. There was once a married couple whose relationship reached an end, a husband and a wife. Together they were a pair that was the envy of all around them, a pair that everyone was sure would be happy. But in the end, their matrimonial relation was a short lived, lasting less than 10 years. I don't think it's a question of right or wrong. That was normal too. It was even normal for that couple to have had an only daughter, and after a dismal little back and forth, it was decided that the girl's father would be the one to look after her. The marriage was a quagmire by its last days. It didn't end so much as it collapsed to the point where they that you were afraid it might have turned bloody had the couple lived under the same roof for even one more year. And the father made the mother vow never to see their only daughter again. The agreement had nothing to do with the law. She was half forced into the vow. But their only daughter wondered, was her mother really forced into it? This is a bit darker than I was thinking in the light novel. The daughter, whose father made her vow likewise that she would never see her mother again, wondered, did her mother, who had loved her father so much, but who now hated him so much, hate her too? How could her mother make such a vow otherwise? If she was half forced into it, what about the other half? But the daughter could say the same of herself. She had made a similar vow to never see her mother again. Right. Just because it was her mother, just because it was her only daughter, eternity was not a quality of any relationship. Whether forced or not, a vow can't be taken back once made. Only the shameless spoke of the fruits of their own decisions in the passive and not active voice, in the passive and not active voice. The daughter had been raised in this manner by none other than her mother. Her father took custody of her. She was made to abandon her mother's surname. But even such thoughts fade. With time, even such sorrows fade. Because time is the thing that is kind to us all alike. So kind it can be cruel. Time passed, and the 9-year-old only daughter was 11. She was stunned. She couldn't remember her mother's face. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say that. The girl could picture it vividly, but she was no longer sure whether the face she remembered was her mother's. It was the same even with photographs. The pictures of her mother that her father secretly kept with him, she could no longer tell if the woman in them was her mother. Time. All thoughts fade. All thoughts deteriorate. Which is why the daughter decided to go meet her mother. On the second Sunday of that May, on Mother's Day. There was no way she could tell her father. Of course not, nor could she tell her mother about it in advance. The daughter had no idea how her mother was faring, and also, if she hated her, if she saw her as a nuisance, or if she had forgotten her, it would be such a shock, so that she could turn back and go home at any time, so the option to abort her plan would be available to her until the very end. The daughter kept the trip a secret from everyone, even her closest friends, to be honest, and visit her mother. And visited her mother. Tried to visit her mother. She fixed her hair herself and stuffed her favorite backpack full of old memories, ones that would surely delight her mother. To avoid getting lost, gripped in the daughter's hand was a note with her mother's address written on it. But the only daughter never made it there. She never made it to her mother's home. But why? But why? But really, why? She was so sure the light was green. And that only daughter was me. So acknowledged my Oi Hachikuji. No, maybe it was more like a confession. It was hard for me to see it as anything else when I saw her repentant face teetering on the verge of tears. I looked at Senju. Her expression was unchanged. She really never showed how she felt. She couldn't possibly not be having thoughts of her own. Though in this situation, and so, I asked, you've been lost ever since? Hashikuji didn't reply. She didn't even try to look in my direction. Senju spoke up. That which couldn't reach its destination keeps keeping others from returning home. Hoshino-san wouldn't confirm it, but from our amateur understanding, it might be like a residual haunting. The way there, the way home, the journey, and the return. A pilgrim's path from point to point. In other words, Hachikuji, the 89 temples. That's what he said. The lost cow. That that's why it was lost itself, and not the misleading cow. The reason why it had to be that way. Right, the aberration itself was lost. But a snail? Come on, Senju chided, coolly. The metamorphosis into a snail must be posthumous. Mr. Oshino-san didn't call it a residual haunting, but he did use the word ghost. Couldn't that be what he meant? But that's exactly why this isn't like a regular ghost. It doesn't follow the pattern of ghosts as we generally think and conceive of them. It must be different from the crab, too. That that was true, though just as it didn't have to be a cow despite having that name, it didn't necessarily take the form of a snail simply because it was called a snail. I'd misapprehended the essence of what an apparition is. Names give shape to nature, the body of it. Seeing shouldn't necessarily be believing, and on the flip side, seeing isn't necessarily counterfactual, Araragi-san. Mayoi Hashikuji. Lost Hashikuji. Mayoi, a word originally used to describe the warp and weft, fraying and tangling. That's why, in addition to meaning lost, it refers to attachments that keep dead spirits from resting in peace. Moreover, while the character Yoi on its own means the time around dusk, that is to say, twilight, the hour when you encounter the weird, the character Ma, which usually means true, acts as a negative prefix in this instance, so that the archaic term Mayoi signifies the middle of the night, 2 in the morning to be precise. Yes, the so-called dead of night. Sometimes a cow, sometimes a snail, sometimes humanoid, but come on, really, just as Oshino said. That would be too obvious, wouldn't it? Are you actually telling me you can't see Hachikuji? Look, she's right here. I wrapped an arm around Hachikuji's shoulders as the girl hung her head, and practically lifting her, pointed her towards Senjukahara. Moyoi Hachikuji, she was right there. I was touching her. I could feel her warmth, her softness. I could even see her shadow on the ground. It hurt when she bit me, and it was fun when we chatted. I can't see her, Senjukahara insisted. I can't hear her either. But you were acting like you... Wait, no, I was wrong. Senjukahara had told me from the start. I can't even see it. All I saw was you mumbling to yourself in front of that sign before, miming out a crazed fight. I had no clue what you were doing, but according to you, according to me, that was it. I conveyed all of it to Senjukahara in every instance. Ah, of course. That's why Senjukahara never took the no with the address on it. Forget taking it, she saw nothing. There was nothing. But, I objected, if you just told me that to begin with, like I said, how could I? I couldn't when something like that happens. If I can't see what you see, it's only normal for me to assume that I'm the funny one for not seeing it. For more than 2 years, Hitagi Senjugahara had to live with an aberration. I'm the funny one, the abnormal one. The mentality was hammered into her with a scale-busting ferocity. After you come across an aberration even once, you carry that burden with you for the rest of your life, to a greater or lesser degree. If I had to say which, then greater. Once you learn that these things exist in the world, no matter how powerless, you can't feign ignorance. That was why. Yet, Senjukahara, who'd been freed from her problem at last, didn't want to think that something had gone wrong with her again. And not wanting to think that something was wrong with her, nor wanting me to think so, she acted like she could see Hachikuji when she couldn't. She went along with me. Ah, that was why Senjukahara seemed to be turning a blind eye to Hachikuji. The words blind eye were almost stupidly apt. Hachikuji must have been acting that way, hiding behind my legs as if she were trying to avoid Senjukahara for the same reason. They hadn't said a word to each other, Senjukahara and Hachikuji. Senjukahara, that's why you said you'd go meet Oshino. I wanted to ask him what was going on, but he chastised me when I did, or actually he was appalled. No, he might have even laughed at me. I could see why. What a silly little situation. It was like a joke. So ridiculous it wasn't funny. So the one who'd come across the snail was me. First a demon, then a snail. Hoshino too, he told me from the very beginning. Child aberrations, Sendukahara continued. Little girls, in particular, are apparently quite common. I already knew that to some degree, of course. They're even in our Japanese class textbooks. A ghost in a kimono who causes travelers to lose their way in the mountains, a girl who sneaks in among children who's playing snatch is one of them near the end, though I wasn't well versed to have heard of the lost cow. Well versed enough to have heard of the lost cow. You know, Araragi-kun, this is what Oshino-san told me. For you to meet one, you have to wish to not go home. Well, you have to wish not to go home. Well, it's a little passive to be called a wish, but we've all thought that before. We all have family issues. Ah, Tsubasa Hanekawa. It was the same for her. Her home was a troubled, warped one, so she went out for walks on Sundays. Just like me, or maybe even more. And so, Hanekawa could see a Hachikuji too. She saw her, touched her, and spoke to her. An aberration, I muttered, that grants a wish. It sounds nice when you put it that way. But you could also say it's taking advantage of a person's weakness. It's not like you really don't want to go back home, Araragi-kun. So maybe we shouldn't pay a passive wish, but a certain. Maybe we shouldn't say a passive wish, but a certain reason. But, Araragi-kun, that's exactly why it's so easy to deal with a lost cow. Remember what I said in the beginning? Don't follow it. Distance yourself. That's all you need to do. Wishing to lose your way. That was true. That was true. It made sense. Following around a snail whose destination eluded it for all eternity was a sure way never to go home. Put into words, it was very simple. Hanekawa was able to stroll out of the park. Likewise, going home was all it took to go home. But you couldn't if you followed a thing that went on and on. But not wanting to come home, in the end, is the only place a human being can return to. It's not a particularly malicious aberration, nor a particularly powerful one. It usually isn't all that harmful, that's what he told me. A lost cow is a prank, a small bit of mystery, nothing more. So I interrupted her. I couldn't bear to listen, not anymore. So what, Senjugahara? That's not, and you know it isn't. That's not it at all. Senjugahara, I get what you're saying, and sure, this is a neat little explanation for all those things that were nagging at me this whole time. But you know, that's not what I wanted to ask Oshino-san. Thanks for the Eshino. Thanks for the etymological erudition, but it wasn't for such a lesson that I asked you to go to him. Go to him. And what was it for? Come on! Clench, my hand clamps down harder on Hachikuji's shoulder. What I wanted to ask him was how to bring her, Hachikuji, to her mother. That was it, remember? That was all, from the beginning. Who am I supposed to impress with all that minutia? Useless trivia is nothing more than a waste of brain space. That's not what matters here, and you know it. It wasn't about Koyomi Araragi. It was about Mayoi Hashikuji and no one else. I just had to distance myself from her? No, that was what I shouldn't do. Don't you get it, Araragi-kun? That girl isn't really there. She's not there, nor anywhere else. Hashikuji, Mayoi Hashikuji, was it? The girl is already dead. She's not meant to be. She hasn't been possessed by an aberration. She herself is the aberration. So what? I yelled. I yelled at Senjugahara. Not meant to be? Then who is? Not me, not you, and not Tsubasa Hanekawa. Nothing lasts forever. Even then. Araragi-san? That hurts. Hashikuji squirmed helplessly under my arm. I hadn't realized I was holding her too tight, and she seemed to be in pain from my fingernails digging into her shoulder. She seemed to be in pain, she continued. Araragi-san? The lady, Senjugahara-san is right. Shut up! No matter what she said, her words didn't reach Senjugahara. They only reached me. But in that voice that only I could hear, she'd announced honestly from the beginning that she was a lost snail. She'd done her best to announce it. She'd also said, the very first thing she said, you couldn't hear her, Senjugahara, so I'll repeat it for you. You wouldn't believe the very first thing she said to me, and to Hanekawa. Out of what seemed like nowhere, please don't speak to me. I don't like you. Do you get it, Senjugahara? Having to say that line to every single person she meets because she doesn't want anyone to follow her? Do you understand how she must feel? Someone who has to bite any hand that pats her head? Because I can't. You should ask people for help. Cruel words. She was it, herself. She was the funny one. How could she bring herself to say that? But even if we don't understand, feeling like you have to say such things, even though you've lost your way, even though you're all alone, haven't both of us gone through that in a different form? We might not have felt the same, but we felt the same pain. I came into an immortal body, and yours is burdened with an aberration too. Isn't that so? Isn't that the truth? Then whatever it is, a lost cow or a snail, if that's what she herself is, that changes everything. I know you can't see her, hear her, or even smell her, but that's exactly why bringing her to her mother's side falls on me. I thought you might say that. I started to calm down after my entirely misdirected outburst. And of course, I knew that what I was proposing was ridiculous. But Senjugahara responded with her complexion changing a shade or a single, without her complexion changing a single shade, or a shade or a single twitch of an eyebrow. Hard sentence. I started, finally, I'm getting you, Araragi-san. It looks like I was mistaken about you. No, not mistaken. I had a creeping or maybe a nagging feeling about it. I guess you could say, I'm no longer under any illusions, Araragi-san. Hey, Araragi. Last Monday, thanks to a slight misstep on my part, you found out about the problem I'd been living with. And that day, that very same day, you reached out to me, yes? I might be able to help you out. I reached out to her saying so. Honestly, Senjugahara said, I've been having trouble figuring out what your action signifies. Why would you ever do that? It's not like you'd get anything out of it. You had nothing to gain from saving me. So why? Could it have been that you saved me because it was me? But that wasn't it. He paused. There's an explicit pause from Araragi there. It seems not to be. Instead, it's simply that you'd save anyone, Araragi-kun. Save? I wouldn't go that far. You're exaggerating. Anyone would do what I did in that situation, and you said it yourself. I just happen to have a similar problem, just happen to know Oshino-san, or Oshino. Even if you hadn't had a similar problem or known Oshino-san, you would have done what you did, right? It sounds that way from what he told me. What did that bastard tell her? A bunch of lies peppered with half-truths, I was sure. At the very least, she continued, I wouldn't think to speak to a grade schooler I'd never met just because I'd seen her standing in front of a residential map twice. A pause from him. When you're by yourself for long enough, you start to think that maybe you're special. After all, when you're on your own, you aren't merely one of them. But it's because you can't be, that's all. What a joke. Plenty of people actually noticed my problem in the 2+ years after I came across the apparition. But whatever the end result, the only one who was anything like you, Araragi-kun, was you. Well, sure, I'm the only person who was me. Yes, exactly. Senjugahara smiled. Then although it must have been a stroke of luck that the angle was right, Hitagi Senjugahara stared straight at Mayoi Hashikuji. Araragi, I have one last message from you, from Oshino-san. He said, I bet Araragi-san is going to spout starry-eyed nonsense, so being the kind person that I am, I'm handing down a little trick that ought to work just this time. A little trick? Really? Like he sees through it all. I don't have the slightest idea what that man thinks he's doing with his life. Okay, let's go, Senjugahara said, straddling my mountain bike with ease. With practiced ease, like the machine was already her property. Go? Go where? To Tsunade-san's home, of course. Being good Samaritans, we're taking Hashikuchi there. I'll lead the way, so follow after me. Also, Araragi-kun, what now? I love you, she said in English, pointing at me in the same tone as ever. There was a pause before and after. I thought for a few more seconds before realizing that I seemed to have become the very first man in Japan whose classmate confessed her love for him in English. Omerito, which means congratulations, Hashikuchi said. The word was out of place and off the mark in every possible sense. Sorry, that's like a big moment for me because I love Senjugahara, and I fucking love this book. Then, an hour later, Senjugahara, Hashikuji, and I got there. The place where 10 or so years ago, I don't know exactly how many, but around there, the living human girl, Mayoi Hashikuji, tried to go on Mother's Day to the precise address written on the note. It took some time. Still, it was easy. But this, yet there was no sense of accomplishment. Absolutely no sense of accomplishment, given the sight in front of us. Senjugahara, are you sure this is the place? Yes, I'm sure of it. There seemed to be no room to argue with her statement of fact. Hashikuchi's mother's home, the Tsunade family home, it was a clean, flat plot of land, surrounded by a fence, with the sign thrust into its bare earth, private property, no trespassing. Judging by the rust on the edges of the sign, it seemed to have been in that state for a long time now. Residential development, town and planning. It wasn't quite a road like Senjukahata's home had become, but like hers, not a trace of it had been left behind. Is this seriously happening? The one-time trick that homebody Meme Oshino had proposed was so utterly plain and simple that hearing it made you think, oh, of course. The lost cow may have existed as a snail, but if it was a ghostly aberration, then it couldn't accumulate essential new information as memories, supposedly. Basically, these kinds of aberrations don't exist. Existences who don't exist as existences. If there is no one to see it, it isn't there. To apply that to what transpired that day, the exact moment I happened to sit down on the bench and glance at the map was when Hashikuchi presented herself, came into existence, supposedly. Likewise, as far as Hanekawa was concerned, the exact moment she had passed through the park and glanced at the spot next to where I was sitting was when Hashikuchi presented herself, logically speaking. Presenting itself the very moment it's witnessed, rather than leading a sustained existence as an aberration in that sense. With the lost cow, encounter is only half accurate a term. Being there only when it's seen, the observer and the observed. I'm sure Hanekawa would have displayed her scientific knowledge, unabashedly with an appropriate metaphor, but I couldn't come up with a good simile. And while Senjukahara must have known one, she wasn't going out of her way to tell me. Anyway, information stored as memories, in other words, knowledge. Not to mention me, who didn't know the area. Snail was able to cause Senjukahara, who was only accompanying me and who didn't even see it, to lose her way. And it was also able to block cell phone signals. As a result, the target would continue to be lost forever. But what it didn't know, it didn't know. In fact, even if it did know, it couldn't react accordingly. Take, for example, town planning. The neighborhood looked nothing like it did a year ago, let alone 10 years ago. So if you didn't take a shortcut, didn't make any detours, and of course didn't head straight there, you used a route made up of only new roads. A modest aberration like the lost cow couldn't do anything about it. An aberration is unlikely to gain in years. An aberration is unlikely to gain in years. A girl aberration always stays a girl, supposedly. It will never become an adult, just like me. Hashikuchi was in 5th grade 10 years ago, so rearranging the timeline would make Hashikuchi older than both me and Senjukahara. If she spoke of getting up to no good at school like it was only yesterday, incremental memories in the usual sense didn't exist for her. Didn't exist. And so, new wine in an old wine skin. That's what he'd said, apparently. Shino said that damned annoying fellow truly sees through things, even though he hasn't beheld Hashikuchi in person, or heard her circumstances in detail, barely knowing anything about this town at that. He goes off and acts like he knows it all. But in terms of results, it was a success. Picking streets with dark, black asphalt that had to be new, like we were following a treasure map, avoiding old or merely repaved streets as much as possible along the way. Picking that street, too, where Senjukahara's home used to stand after an hour of this. Under normal circumstances, it was less than a 10-minute walk from the park, probably less than a third of a mile as the bird flies. But after over an hour, we reached our destination. We reached it, but what we found was a clean plot of land. Guess you can't expect everything to fall into place, I muttered. Right. How could it, given how much the town and its streets had changed? Our destination couldn't be the one thing that hadn't. In less than a year, even Senjukahara's wait. Oh, I didn't. I thought she was younger than 10. So she's actually 20 years old. If we judge by the time when she was born to now. Okay, that's why she's older. I thought she was like 8. Or like 5. We wouldn't have been able to put the stratagem into place. Oh. In less than a year, even Senjukahara's home had become a road. We wouldn't have been able to put the stratagem into practice in the first place if there hadn't been new roads around our destination. There was a strong chance the destination had changed too. It was implicit from the start. Still, not even that much falling into place would spoil everything, wouldn't it? That would make it all pointless, no? If that part was a bust for goodness' sake, so was the whole plan. Is the world such a hard place? Do dreams just not come true? If the very place the lost cow was trying to go was gone, then she really was a lost snail, forever lost, forever drifting, spiraling around and around with no end in sight. No? What a calamity. Oshino. Had that psychedelic Hawaiian shirt-wearing asshole seen through this conclusion, this ending too? Was that why, in fact, precisely why he deliberately so frivolous? Why he deliberately as frivolous, flippant, and talkative as Meme Oshino was, he never said goodbye, and he never answered a question that he wasn't asked. He didn't act unless he was requested to, and even then, there was no guarantee he'd agreed to it. He was totally fine not saying what needed to be said. Wah! Ah! I could hear Hashikushi wailing next to me. I'd been so busy feeling mugged by reality that I wasn't attending to Hashikushi, the heart of this matter, and now belatedly turned to her. She was crying. But she wasn't looking down. Her face was turned forward, looking toward the plot of land where her home must have been. Wah! Ah! And then she dashed past me and ran. I'm back. I'm home. Which she probably, I believe, says, Tadaima. Yes. Yes, that is what she says. Alshino. Naturally, he must have seen this conclusion coming. Seen through to this ending as a matter of course. He was a man who didn't say what needed to be said. I really wish he told me from the beginning what Hachikuji would see once she was there. What kind of scenery this place, a mere plot of land to my eyes and Senjugahara's, and no doubt nothing like it used to look, would show the lost cow Mayoi Hachikuji, how it might present itself. Neither development nor planning was relevant, not even time. Soon the figure of the girl carrying her large backpack began to grow dim, blurry, and slight, and before I knew it, I couldn't see her. Gone from my sight. Gone. But the girl had said, Tadaima. It was the home of the family of her divorced mother, and in no way the girl's now. Just the destination that she was destined for. Yet the kid had said, Tadaima. Like she'd come home. And to me. That sounded wonderful. Nothing short of wonderful. Good work, Araragi-kun. You looked halfway cool there, Senjugahara said after a while. Also, there she says, Otsukare-sama, which is kind of like what you say at the end of work. You looked halfway cool there, Senjugahara said after a while, in a voice rather devoid of emotion. I didn't do anything, really, I pointed out. If anything, you were the one who did all the work this time around, not me. Even that trick wouldn't have stood muster as a met without someone like you who knows the area. That's true. That may be true, but it's not what I'm talking about, okay? I will say that I was surprised that it was an empty plot, though. Her only daughter got into a traffic accident on the way to visit her, and the fact was so unbearable the whole family moved, I assume. Of course, I'm sure you could come up with lots of other reasons if you wanted to. Sure, I mean, if you're going to go there, we don't even know whether Hachikushi's mother is still alive. Moreover, the same went for her father. Maybe, I wondered, Hanekawa actually knew. She seemed to have some idea when I asked her about the Tsunade family. If particular circumstances had made them move away, and she knew what they were, she'd definitely keep mum. That was the kind of person Hanekawa was. To say the least, she wasn't actually a stickler for the rules. She was just fair. Either way, the case was closed then. Well, the case was closed then. Now that it was over, it felt so sudden, and I noticed that the sun was already setting on this Sunday. It was mid-May, and the days were still short, which meant I needed to go back. I needed to be going back home, just like Hachikuji. Right? It was my turn to make dinner too. Okay then, Senjugahara. Let's go back to get my bike. Senjugahara had attempted to leave me in Hachikuji while riding my mountain bike, but it didn't take long for her to see, without being told, that a mountain bike was pointless when she had to keep pace with walkers, and worthless once it turned into a piece of rolling luggage. We ended up leaving it back in the parking lot. Oh, by the way, Araragi-kun. Senjugahara stood still and continued to face the plot as she spoke. You still haven't given me your reply. Pause. My reply. I was pretty sure what she was talking about. Senjugahara, about that. I should tell you this up front, Araragi-kun. You know those romantic comedies where it's obvious the two characters are going to get together at the end, but instead they drag out the story with a bunch of lukewarm twists and turns while they're more than friends but not quite lovers? I hate those. Do you? If you want me to elaborate, I also hate sports manga that spend roughly a year on every match, when you know they're going to win the championship anyway. And I also hate action manga where they spend forever fighting underlings when it's clear they're going to beat the last boss and bring peace to the world. You just crossed out every single manga written for anyone under 16. What are you going to do then? She was pressing me for an answer without giving me any time to think. Giving an evasive reply was not an option at all. If a girl brought all of her friends to confess her love to a boy, he wouldn't feel nearly as suffocated. No, Sandra, I think you've gotten something mixed up, or it's a little hasty, yes. I did contribute in no small way to solving your problem last Monday, but, if you don't separate your indebtedness, for lack of a better word, from those other feelings, then could you be thinking of the idiotic law that people fall prey to love more readily in a crisis, which makes complete light of human reason and utterly fails to take into account the thorny situation two friends are put in when their true natures are thereby revealed? Idiotic. Well, yes, I guess. I do think you'd be I do think you'd be stupid to confess your love on a shaky suspension bridge, but see, you were talking about wanting to pay me back. I felt the same way then, too. Please don't feel more indebted to me or actually, whatever the situation or background. I don't want to be calling in a debt and taking advantage of someone. That was just an excuse on my part. I only acted that way because I wanted to hand you the initiative and allow you to be the one to confess to me. You let a valuable opportunity get away from you, you foolish man. You wasted the one and only time I'm ever propping up another human being. Pause. What a way to put it. So that's what she was going for, after all? It was an invitation. Don't worry, Araragi-kun. I don't really feel that indebted to you. Is that so? What? I didn't know about that either. Because, Araragi-kun, you'd save anyone. Though I wasn't completely certain of that this morning, she continued on an even keel. I wasn't because I'm me. No, it wasn't because I'm me, but I prefer it that way. Even if it wasn't me whom you were saving. If I'd watched you saving Hanekawa-san, for example, I think I'd still find you special. I wasn't special, but becoming special for someone like you would be thrilling. Well, I think I'm exaggerating a bit, but I guess I could admit that I just have fun talking with you, Araragi-kun. But it's not as if we've talked that much. That was an understatement. It was easy to overlook the fact that because of just how much concentrated time we'd spent together last Monday, Tuesday, and today. But the only times she and I had ever spoken to each other this much were that Monday, that Tuesday, and today. 3 days, no more. We might have been in the same class for 3 years, but we were practically strangers. Right, Senjukahara nodded in full agreement. Which is why I want us to talk more, to spend more time together, to get to know, to get to love. I don't think it's anything as cheap as love at first sight, she said, but I'm not so patient a person as to want to spend time lining everything up. How do I put it? Yes. Maybe it's that I want to make the effort and get to love you. I see. When she put it that way, it sounded right. There was nothing I could say in reply. You had to work hard to stay in love, because the feeling we call love is a very conscious thing. In that case, maybe what Senjukahara was saying was fine. Anyway, she noted, I think these things are a question of timing to begin with. I would have been fine with us staying friends, but at the end of the day, I'm greedy. I settle for nothing but extremes. Just think of it as having gotten mixed up with a foul woman. Those were her words. You've ended up in this situation because you're kind to everyone you meet, Araragi-kun. Take it to heart. You reap what you sow. But don't worry, even I can tell the difference between feeling indebted and those other emotions. After all, this past week, I've been able to come up with all kinds of fantasies involving you. Fantasies. What a satisfying week it was. Really, she was so direct about this stuff. What did I do in those fantasies, I wondered. And what was done to me? Just think of it this way, she added. In a dismal turn, you caught the eye of a love-starved psycho virgin who falls for anyone who shows her the slightest bit of kindness. Okay, then. It wasn't your day. Curse the way you've led your life. So she was even prepared to degrade herself, and there I was, forcing her to go that far. That far. God, I was being lame. I was so small. So, Araragi-kun, I know I've said a lot, but what is it? If you turn me down, I'm going to kill you and go on the run. That's just murder. At least make it a lover's suicide. That's just how serious I am about this. Phew. Is that a fact? I let out a contemplative sigh from somewhere deep inside me. Oh boy, what an interesting woman. In the same class for 3 years and in only 3 days. What a waste. What an absurd, extravagant amount of time Koyomi Araragi had frittered away. When I caught her that day, what a good thing it was. What a good thing it was me. What a good thing it was that Hitagi Senjukuhara had been caught by Koyomi Araragi. If you sputter feeble words like needing some time to think about it, Araragi-kun, I'm going to look down on you. You can embarrass a woman only so much, you know. I know. I already think I'm being pretty pathetic right now. But I can give you just one condition, Senjukuhara. Or can I but can I give you just one condition, Senjukuhara? What might it be? Do you want to watch me shave my body hair for a week or something? Out of all the things that have come out of your mouth until now, that is unmistakably one of the worst. Unmistakably both in terms of content and timing. I paused for a few seconds, then faced Senjukuhara. I guess you could call it more of a promise than a condition. A promise? What might it be? Senjuga, you've acted like you can see things that you can't see, and like you can't see things that you can see. And I don't want you doing any more of that. No more, okay? If you think something is strange, come out and say that it is strange. Stop trying to be considerate about it. We've experienced what we've experienced, we know what we know, and I'm sure that both of us are going to bear that burden for the rest of our lives. Because we've learned that these things exist. So if our opinions ever clash, I want us to talk about it. Promise me. No problem. Sandra Kahata's expression was cool, unchanging as always, but in her seemingly. Oh, I'm so close to the end, but I need to take a break. But I'm not going. I'm going to power through. But I can feel my voice starting to give out. But in her seemingly rash, even thoughtless, yet absolutely instant reply, my heart found something, however small it was, to latch on to. So you reap what you sow. Usually the way you've led your life. Okay, let's go, I said. It's already gotten dark out. And, I'll give you a ride home? Is that what you'd say here? There's no way two people can ride on that bicycle. Three might not be able to, but two can. It's got one of those rods. Rods? To put your feet on. I don't know their official name, but you put it on the back wheel and you can stand on it. You just have to hold on to the shoulders of whoever's riding. We can play rock, paper, scissors to figure out who's in front. That snail isn't here anymore, so we can just go home like normal. Not that I remember the complicated route we'd followed to get here anyway. Okay, Senjuka, let's. Wait, Araragi. Senjuka still stood there. She stood still and grabbed my wrist. Hitagi Senjuka, who had denied herself physical contact for so long, naturally. It was the first time she'd ever touched me like that. Touching. Seeing. It meant that we're here, to each other. Do you think that you could say it out loud for me? Out loud? I don't like silent partnerships. Ah, got it. I gave it some thought. It seemed unrefined to reply in kind of English, not to this woman who wanted nothing but extremes. Then again, I had only a surface knowledge of other languages, which in any case wouldn't be any more original. Which left, I hope it catches on. Excuse me? My heart smelts for you, Senjuga. So by the by, and all in all, Hanekawa's single-minded delusion had come true to a T. She really did know everything after all. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. This is that there. Oh, she really did know everything after all, and there's a page break here. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. The next day, I was roused from bed as usual by my Imoutothon, Karen, and Skihi. The fact that they were doing this seemed to indicate that my apology, essentially a statement of unconditional surrender, had worked, safely dissipating their anger. That, or maybe it was my promise that while I couldn't do anything for Mother's Day this year, I would under no circumstances leave the confines of our home next year. Either way, it was Monday. Nothing eventful about it. That's actually fucked up. Because I think he does leave their home. I think he does. He fucking broke his damn promise, I think. Anyway, either way, it was Monday. Nothing eventful about it, as supreme a weekday as you could get. I had a light breakfast and headed to school. Not on my mountain bike, but on my granny bike. When I thought that today was the day Senju Gadahara would return to school, my legs felt lighter as they turned the pedals. But as I was on my way down a slope not too far from home, I nearly collided with a girl waddling down the street and hastily hit the brakes. Bangs so short her eyebrows were showing, her hair in pigtails, the girl who stood there carried a large backpack. Ah! Araragi-san? He switched. Oh. Sorry. She says, ah, ah, Araragi-san. Araragi-san? You switched two letters around. In case you can't tell by the way I said it, instead of saying Araragi, she switched the second A and the first R, so it's Araragi-san. I'm sorry, a slip of the tongue. What are you doing here? Oh well, I'm the kind of confused expression you might see on a ninja whose attempt at stealth had failed across her face before she showed an embarrassed smile. Well, actually, thanks to you, Araragi-san, I've gone from being a residual ghost to a wandering one. A posthumous promotion, if you will. Uh-huh. I was completely taken aback. As frivolous and flippant as Meme Oshino was, he was technically an expert in his field. I was sure that even he would feel faint at the slapdash, perfunctory, and fantabulous logic of it. Still, while I had no shortage of things to tell her, I was also in the position of having to worry every waking moment about my attendance record, which meant I had to get to school on time. I kept our conversation to a couple of exchanges, said later, and hopped back on my bike seat. That's when she told me, Araragi-san, I think I'm going to be wandering around this area for a while, so... This, from that girl. If you see me, please do speak to me. So yeah, I guess it's quite a wonderful story. So, and now I'm going to read the afterword, which is the last part of... It's kind of complicated, but these two stories are kind of like a book. It's going to be explained in a bit, I think. But this is a message from the author, which I have never read. I felt like writing a regular afterword for once, so I'd like to take this chance to give something resembling commentary on the two tales included in this book. I will be going into detail, so if any of you are reading this afterword before the main text, I'm sorry, but I suggest that you stop and come back after you've read the whole thing. Okay, what I felt like writing was just that stock introduction. I won't actually be giving any commentary when you think about it. But when you think about it, authors giving something like commentary on their own stories is no simple affair. People can't express their thoughts 100%, and what does get expressed isn't going to make it across 100%. In practice, you're at 60% for each if things go well, which would mean the audience of a work is only 36% of what the author is thinking. The other 64% is made up of misunderstandings. So often you can't agree with more than half of what's being said when you read an author's own commentary. Like, hold on, that's what he was thinking? It's the so-called difficulty of communicating. But it's also an absolute fact that those misunderstandings spice things up in a good way. For example, when I suggest a book I love to people, I try to give an immersive account of a scene that moved me. But sometimes, upon rereading the book, I find out that that scene isn't there. At the end of the day, humans are unreliable creatures, so when we feel something, more than half of it is a misunderstanding. But maybe you shouldn't interpret it in a pessimistic way, and instead look at it as the author or the story having the power to make you misunderstand. If you are a reader, I'm sure you've experienced looking back at a book that had an impact on you, and realizing that it actually wasn't that big of a deal after all, and recommending a book that moved you in your teens to current teens, promising that they'll love it, and not getting a great reaction is something we all get a taste of. He's stabbing at the damn heart right now, man. What the fuck? That's thanks to audience, misunderstanding, or mental images, if you want to put a better spin on it. And maybe instead of feeling let down, you ought to be giving thanks for the dreams the work allowed you to see. To add to that, there are those cases where whatever scene that wasn't there upon rereading crops up in a different book. But that's just my own sucky memory for which no author or story is to be held responsible. This book contains two tales that revolve around aberrations. Would be a false statement. All I wanted to do was write a fun novel crammed full of stupid exchanges, and these tales are what happened when I did exactly that. Upon collecting them, we asked Fan to provide illustrations. If I may provide just a snippet of commentary, this all started from the syllogism that tsundere sounds kind of similar to gerende, a term derived from German that we use in Japan to mean skiing slope. You can't talk about German slopes without thinking of the word Flogebogen, a snowplow, turn on skis. Okay, there are arrows here to signify the thought process. So it started on skiing slope, and you can't talk about German and slopes without thinking about the word Flugbogen, a snowplow turn on skis. And you can write bogen in Japanese using the character for wildly inappropriate remark, can't you? And so that was Hitagi Crab and Mayoi Snail, Bakemonogatari, Part 1. You'll find even stupider exchanges in the next part, so please look forward to it. 100% of my gratitude to all of you out there who aren't me. And I think that this is supposed to be a signature of Nisio Isin. Nisio Isin is the author. I assume it's a pen name, because there's no way that he was born with a palindromic name. Because that would just be so fucking sick. Note, Bakemonogatari was initially serialized in the literary mag. This is not from Nisio Isin. This is a note from the translation, right? So this is like an explanation for some of how this all works. No, Bakemonogatari was initially serialized in the literary magazine Mephisto and later collected into 2 volumes in Japan. While this English edition is in 3 parts, in the original, this afterword refers to 3 rather than 2 tales, and in the penultimate paragraph names the 3rd chapter along with the first 2. So basically, they cut out the 3rd story because we haven't gotten there yet. So they kind of just omitted it from these things. So they're acknowledging that they edited this a little bit, so that like we don't know what's coming up next. And that is the end of Bakemonogatari Part 1, which covers Hitagi Crab and Mayoi Snail. I hope that everybody has enjoyed this, because I have had a really, really, really good time doing this. I will probably continue if there's like literally any interest. But I am going to end this part here. But if you somehow found yourself watching the stream or the video or whatever, thanks for watching/listening, and I'm sorry. Bye! All right, I'm gonna take a small break from me. I will be back. Alright, hello. Hello to the gamers. I don't think that anybody's actually here. Well, what do you say, Utsumi? Got it. That took a lot longer than I thought.
Damn, I thought I was gonna play other shit today, but it seems like I'm just gonna do daily Dota, maybe do a little Factorial, and be done. I had to take a lot of breaks. My voice was struggling. I really like the book. He's a genius.
Are you gonna pick one or what?
I think I should go top instead of Bane. So I think it is an offlane Ursa, stronger.
Prepare for battle.
I'm gonna go earn. Hey guys, I am not gonna play around map until I get boots to travel. Of course. Go and earn and then boots.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't want to comment on the fact that this guy is going through the travels like second item.
Today, my friends, 'tis brilliantly clear that this one is
I'm gonna go back and block the whip.
Let's get moving.
time to break the ice. A preserver code.
Hey, Pudge, I don't want to... I don't... You know, I'm not trying to start any arguments, but you are gonna have to land a hook before the end of the game. Like... what the fuck is going on, bro?
Get my horse says nay, and so do I.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Someone rotate on
Your
this guy,
middle
please.
tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I fucking hate this.
What's wrong with this dude? It's also really funny for someone who's picking Coddle mid to call somebody else unskilled. Especially when, like, Lone Druid definitely takes more skill.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Radiant's courier has been killed. Don't let your middle tower fall. Dominating. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. tower has fallen.
I miss you too.
I don't know where LD is.
Object mimic.
Ooh, Dyer's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Yes.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
I did not mean to cancel that.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Of course, sister.
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck. Ugh.
Finders, keepers. As you say. In good blood. Of course. As you require.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Of course, sister.
Your top tower is under attack.
I got boots.
This
We can go
is
bottom.
not cool. Top tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern?
On cooldown.
Ancestors, I return.
should look at your bottom tower.
Gotta go for it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple
Nice.
kill.
Holy fuck. Well, we just
Got 4
demolished
right
that fight. You didn't see it, but we were like terribly losing this game, and then they all just grouped up for Rot and Ice Blast. And now we're just super back in this. I'm jealous. What kind of donuts?
Don't let your middle tower fall.
One moment, one moment.
Back up, back up, back.
Leave me, I'm dead. Okay, go on. Oh, cream filled? Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, these are the kind that my mom liked, not me.
Diffusal.
This is the thing I hate about people who max hook last, is it's always on cooldown. I forgot that true form is not restoration, but it is just straight HP gain. So Ice Blast does not work on it.
I'm gonna nuke this. ulti's almost up, I don't know.
Radiant's courier just got killed.
Regeneration.
Spec. Yeah, we gotta let him farm. We gotta struggle for a bit.
As you say.
Stack there.
Of course. Ice flows. The spirit moves me. Blessed ice. Really now, you should have seen that coming. Bitter. New treasures. Yes. A cause disturbed.
Roshan has fallen to Radiant.
Immortality.
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack.
Let's go fire again.
Let's talk about your top tower. There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen.
A cause disturbed. Bitter. Ice flows. Onward.
Should buy high ground.
Killing spree. Double kill. Your bottom tower is under attack.
New treasures.
Don't let your middle tower fall. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dominating!
The spirit moves me. Of course. Haunted path.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My souls.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Bottom tower is gone for
As you will. As you say.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominating. Triple kill.
Alright, we win now.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it. I guess Radiant fortified their structures. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures have been
Back.
snow fortified.
I'm ulting here. They just smoked, careful.
Back. They can't take this for 20.
May the light as you say. As you will. Cascade.
Can't do anything about it.
Roshan's down. I wonder where he goes.
Immortality!
Nope, stop.
Let's
Oh man. This is such a complicated technical game of Dota.
Check out our tower.
As you say.
Try not to be so far up. I can't keep giving mana to the entire time. Then I can't be effective.
Nice. I have another smoke, so push this out. And then maybe the rest of us smoke when Medusa keeps going.
Yeah. High ground.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks is falling. Nicely done. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. Radiant have fortified
now you
their
got it back.
structures.
They're gonna kill the supports, and then you're gonna be left to die.
Kind of a blunder, but I understand.
Go back.
Welcome to the secret shop.
They're smoked behind the Ursa or something? What a fucking bash.
Get off my lawn. What's a lawn?
I'd tip him if I had tips.
This guy is fucking raging when he just fucking threw
I'm
his
fine
game.
with getting it off, but let's go.
2, 1, BKB over.
Double kill.
100 as shard, so I didn't get to stun him here. I don't have anything to save myself, and I bought back.
The battle resumes.
And I got bashed.
Killing spree.
That's really bad.
Triple kill. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Let's talk about your tower. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh my god.
Dire victory!
I mean, the Ursa was not their only problem.
I don't know, it just felt like they blundered like 3 times, so they lose. After like a lot of good play, right? But also, 0 defusals on their team. I don't think he was griefing, it's just that some of them went to farm a camp on the way. And he was like, we should go. Because some of them don't have buyback, right? But like, I don't know, some of them definitely stopped to farm camps, and that is like inexcusable. They should have won the game off that push. At least from their perspective. Oh. That was a very weird but good game of Dota. My faith is slowly being restored. Oh, you guys know what time it is. It's that time of the day. That time of the day. Okay, I'm so much healthier today than I have been the other days. It's time. It's time. Tear this shit down, Mr. Gorbachev. Damn. It's been lying, baby. But also, if you are going to bed, typical, good night. Is missing. Oh, let me change the damn title of the stream. I'm just a good bang baby. Hello, Chancer. That has to just be like a translation thing. There's no way that Senjo Gahara is so dwarf-pilled. Because, yeah, right? Like, that's like a lot of changes to make, and as far as I can tell, there's like a lot of this that is direct. Although I do wish that, like, they had maybe left some of the Japanese intact, a bit more of the Japanese intact. For some, like, important things where I feel like they like, literally couldn't, they have just left it in. Especially if, like, a character will just, like, literally explain it. And, so, like, as an example, right? Hashikuji's name is complicated. Right? Mayoi Hashikuji. And they left, like, everything related to it untranslated because Oshino explains all of it. You don't even know how complicated her name is, bro. I spent, like, literally an hour and a half today reading it. Yeah. Every particle of her name has meaning. He honestly did. The book is amazing. Like, I already thought, the anime was really good, but he's a hell of a writer. Dad, Grant. Oh my god, I am schizo posting.
The best part in, like 20 years or something, when you, fully know Japanese, you can go read the book in Japanese, and it'll be like a new experience.
Also, now that I look at Nisio Isen, the way that it's supposed to be written, his name is a palindrome, and that makes it so that when you read Mirror Story, right?
His name is still his name.
His name is still his name!
Is it a palindrome, like in Japanese, too?
I think he always writes it in Romaji.
Oh.
Yeah. Nisio space Isen is how it's truly written, but they almost always write it as one word. He's only 44?
44, palindrome. Curious.
When did he wrote this shit in 2006, so that was, what, 19 years ago? He wrote this shit when he was, like...
in his, 20s.
In his 20s? Bro, what are we doing here? In his 20s, he wrote a character that I, legitimately fell in love with. Fuck! He's owning me. And what did we do? The 100th and 60th in-house or whatever?
I need to set up more solar panels. But here's the problem, Chancer. I've run out of road. I've run out of road! Vash, why do you need to set up more solar panels? Well, you see, I have like 900 solar panels in my inventory right now. So they're kind of burning a hole in my pocket.
A new Factorio mod. Items actually burn a hole in your pocket.
I am currently watching a man do a playthrough. Where he may... So, Factorio has a couple of settings that you can do. That you probably just literally don't know about. One of which
I
is that...
I usually host the game, so...
One of which is that you can... God bless you, my child. Is that you can make technologies cost more science.
Oh, God.
And so he is... He bumped it up to 1,000. So, for reference, normally, right, normally gun turrets cost 10 red science.
Instead, this makes them cost 10,000 red science?
Yes.
He's turning it into an idle game.
No, he's not, actually.
Is he just, like, expanding his science production to insane levels, then?
I haven't gotten to him building a base.
What the hell is he doing?
Well, you see, there are some very large problems with...
I mean, yeah, you gotta do a lot of research to, like, get... I don't know, you gotta do, like, research to get, like, a drill that isn't a burner drill, don't you?
Yeah. But you have a problem before then. That's gonna take a lot of time.
What did you say?
That's gonna take a lot of time.
Yeah?
And the game isn't an idle game. It's a defense game.
Okay, but, like, the bugs don't attack you until you got the pollution, so...
How do you fucking think he's gonna get the science?
Is he just gonna go run out there and kill the bugs?
No, you can't kill the bugs. That'll raise evolution. And then you'll reach a point where you can't kill the bugs even faster. His first, like, he handcrafted, almost handcrafted. How much do you need for this shit? One second. He handcrafted, like, yeah, 10,000 science, basically. So that he could unlock gun turrets. So that he could...
make the game take 1,000 times as long to...
Also, in this run, he wants to unlock the achievement, keeping your hands clean. Destroy your first enemy structure using artillery. And because he is playing Space Age, artillery comes from Volcanus. Research.
Yep.
So, he has to do the first planet without killing an enemy base.
Why can't he kill the enemy bases exactly?
Because he's doing the achievement. And where the first base that you kill is with artillery.
Why is he deciding to do this achievement while also having the research take 1,000 more?
Because there's a type of YouTuber that is playing Factorio, but painfully.
I see. I mean, that is a type of content to just do crazy, insane challenge runs. I mean, I respect it. It makes a fun video sometimes.
So he's not killing the biter bases. Instead, what he does is he runs over and he places a bunch of pipes and disables them from spawning.
Just like blocking their spawns?
Yeah.
Won't they break the pipes then? Or does he like kill all the living guys and then put the pipes there?
Well, if you can just block all their spawns and then they can't kill it. You can kill the
Usually
aliens.
those dudes like hanging out.
Yeah, you can kill the Alamounts. You can't kill
Well, I
the
thought that
base.
they like continued to spawn as long as you were nearby. Do they like run out of them?
No, you can place pipes to block them from spawning.
Okay, so he's like shooting them to death and like placing pipes at the same time.
Yes. No.
Sounds like an adventure. He's laying pipe.
And then he has another problem, which is fighters can make more bases. They can expand.
I was not aware they could do that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have a lot of their mechanics, because I turn these motherfuckers off like at every opportunity, basically.
I mean, like, you usually just like, yeah, just have them like off, so.
And he's talked a lot during the whole video, and he's like, straight up, like, this run, like, he's like, there's like 50 minutes of us pre-gaming this run. Because there is like a failure state. And the failure state is we evolve too much that they become big biters, because I literally just can't kill them. They take less than 1 damage.
He did just like get his factorial into a situation where he could just lose.
So then he comes up with a method of dissuading them from ever spreading their base. And then, after that, after he's like secured this area, he goes, now I can start worrying about some other stuff. And so that, like, he's like, now you're asking me, can I start building the base? And he goes, no! First I have to handcraft 20,000 pipes.
20,000? Is it just so he can stop them from spawning by putting pipes in everywhere?
No, it's because he built a 2-layered, like, perimeter around the base as part of his dissuading them from expanding. And then he's like, now we can start crunching some numbers. And he's like, if I look at all of the minerals near my base, do I have enough to, like, make progress in the game? And he did the math, and he's like, no, I'm not even close. So I have to go out and, like, get more ore. I haven't even started mining any of it. But I already know I need more. And the best time to deal with it is right now. Because you don't know this, Chancer, but evolution is also a time-based factor. It's not just, like, how much do you kill them and shit. It's also just literally, like, multiplied by your time. Which is why he has to do this so early, because all he has is yellow ammo gun turrets. A truly miserable way to live at the moment.
I'll be right back. I am back.
Robots are so fucking sick, bro.
Clankers. All of them.
Do you know that, I think I already talked to you about this, but Araragi doesn't use any honorifics.
Like with anybody ever?
Yeah.
That's kind of insane for the person to do in Japan.
So, because, you know, like, the book doesn't have honorifics.
It's kind of weird that like, never comes up in, like, any of the anime.
It does, actually, a little bit.
It does? I don't remember.
But not, like, directly. And, you know, because I was reading and I was like, oh, it doesn't use any honorifics. So then I'm trying to add them in. Because some characters change their honorifics. Senjogahara.
Makes sense, I guess.
Because I believe that Senjogahara goes from calling him Oshino to calling him Oshino-san.
Huh.
Because she's suspicious of him. She thinks that he's scamming her. But then, as soon as he actually does it, she's like, okay, I'll show him a little bit of respect, I guess. And also, obviously, Senjogahara is gonna switch her honorifics with Cat. In the afterword, he was like, yeah, I literally, like, just wrote this story because I wanted to have these characters have stupid conversations.
Love to see it.
And I'm like, yeah, but, like, that's so sick. Like, that's just insanely based, brother.
Karen, please. Some more anime from this season.
Maybe Karen also can't find any.
She did put out a tweet, like, a couple of weeks ago that was like, what the fuck else is there to watch next season? She was like, I have...
So that is possibly her problem.
She was like, I have checks notes, Boku and one and Spy. And I was like, oh fuck, that's our list.
It's our list.
It's also really funny. There's only one healing item in all of Factorio.
It is kind of crazy.
Hey, robots, you know, there's a chest right next to you that has solar panels in it. You don't have to travel across the entire factory.
Gotta get their exercise in.
I saw a research on Gleba for us being able to plant trees on the main planet. Which, do you know what that means?
Does that mean you can just stop going to Gleba?
No, it means that we can undo our we can go green.
We already kind of went green, but we're going even greener, I guess.
Like, you can delete all of your pollution. You can turn the lakes blue again.
Really? I didn't know that the trees did that. I thought you could already plant trees, or is that a mod?
No, that's a mod that we had. That I got.
And not a modest thing in the game that you can do.
I was talking about the Jensen, I was like, I feel like there should have been a late game research for, like, a space elevator, right? Like, super late in Space Age. And he was like, well, I can tell you why I think they probably didn't do that. And I was like, sure. And he goes, that's in space exploration. But, like, obviously I'm not on the same scale as this other guy, right? But, like, Utsumi and I have run into nests that we are just like, we can't kill this. Like, I'm sure that we could if we, like, aimed a bit harder, but, like, it's kind of, like, annoying.
hire some mercenaries. Or what if you could just, like, open up a matchmaking, have some random people come in, they go and kill it, and then they leave.
So,
like, I know that that's not, like, really a feasible thing, but, like, the idea of that, like, I think it sounds fun. I think it sounds funny.
so a million years ago, on my first solo file that I made, where I basically disabled everything, right? I accidentally made it public one day, and somebody just joined my server and made a mall. A mall is what we refer to when it's a place where you make shit for you, right? Like, you go automate, like... But the way that he did it, like, really... So, all he put, like, iron, copper, steel, green chips, red chips on underground belts, and then just weaved them between, like, a long line of assemblers. Let me just, like, demonstrate to you.
I think I can figure it out. It's weird, though.
No, I don't think that you're thinking of what I'm saying. So, like, basically, if you look at the stream, it was... It's still not enough. It was kind of like this.
Okay.
Right? Where... But it used, like, long-handed inserters for, like, all of it. And he made, like, I don't know, like, half of the shit that you need in the game.
I mean, it gets the job done, I guess. A little insane, though.
I was like,
why
damn.
not just move the belt to the left and then have a regular inserter?
You know, that's a fair point, Chancellor. But it looks way less cool, doesn't it?
This is true. It would look a lot cooler if he used the side inserters that have been in the game forever.
No. Those are not
What's
the
wrong?
thing.
Side inserter denial.
Let me guess, this is my only way of getting... Yeah, it is. Man, Sean used to make... Actually, this is Nameless Erasure. That's Nameless's shitpost. Isn't it? The let me guess, you're home? You know the one I'm talking about. That is a Nameless.
Yeah, I know the meme.
The frowning Kasul, man. Sad Soul. If you okay, the naming convention of Mad Soul and Sad Soul don't make any fucking sense. Because Kasul, the original, it doesn't like it doesn't really display an emotion. Like, what is Ka?
Well, it's like casual, like so it's...
Yeah, but like, are you guys making the more philosophical statement that the casual state of being is happiness?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Chance is like, what the fuck's he talking about?
Yeah, what the hell is he talking about?
びっくりした。どうしてなでこちゃんがお兄ちゃんのベッドにいるの？私はお兄ちゃんを抱きしめていたはずなのに。
Thank you for the raid glitch. Welcome to a hell of my personal making. As I, tear down my factory. Because I hate it. I hate a lot of what I did. And the bases are actually temporary here. I've been planning out this run, like, a little bit. Like, while I try to sleep, because I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I think I'm gonna do the planets in the reverse order that we did them. Not that was my intention, but I was thinking about, like, okay, because I am who I am, and I don't just have, like, a U to go kill the big worms, right? I'm gonna start on Gleba, because I said that I want to do Gleba properly. I don't just want to have, like, a Jensen solve it for us, and that be the only time we ever do it, right? Because, I don't know, that feels like cheap. And also, you know, I want to do all my own stuff, like... Listen, as long as they're fine with me being blunt right back, we're all in good company. And... I was like, okay, well, I don't have, like a Chancer or somebody to take care of the big worms. So I want to go to Fulgora and unlock, like, Teslas or whatever, right? So that I can just, like, one-shot the big worms.
Big worms, like, crazy strong.
Yes, but Teslas have chain lightning, and it hits...
And then they hit every segment.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Gleba first? Listen. I dislike... we got to Gleba, we looked at what it was about, and we took a 9-month break. I am indeed talking the destroyers. So, I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna go Gleba, Fulgora, Volcanus, and then I was like, that's the opposite of what we did before. I also, on this run, I was like, so normally, what I do is I go yellow belts straight to blue belts, because, like, I don't know, I was like, you know what, I can just tough it out, right? Blue belts aren't that far away from red belts, so, like, right? And I've realized now that I don't like that. So now I've automated red belts, and then I just, like, highlighted the whole factory, which is a much larger number now than when I could have done it earlier, right? So the robots are having, like, a field day. They're Fubuki tired posting, and they're like, boss, I'm fucking... What are you doing? You make, like, 4 red belts. I'm not even sure what a Gleba is. Stay golden, pony boy. I do not like Gleba. I'm sure that Gleba is a great time for the people that have an interest in that shit. But, like... I had a viewer, like, do most of it, right? And then I was like, I want to, like, I still have, he didn't do carbon fiber for us. Which, for some reason, is, like, a thing that you unlock after, right? And I was like, you know what? I'll do it, right? Come on, I'm not, like, a little fucking baby, right? Like, I'm fine. I'm hip. I'm with it. I've solved several other, like, puzzles in the game and developed systems. And I made, like, 4 changes, and he was like, you're giving me a heart attack. And I was like, what? What's going on? And he's like, you've introduced a situation where your whole base gets destroyed. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? And it's just like, every change I make, man. Because you don't know, Chancellor, but you harvest biter eggs. And if they spoil...
Yep, they turn into spiders.
They turn into fucking spiders.
I do know that was just happening when we were when we played a little bit, because we'd kill some and their eggs would just, you'd walk over them and they'd enter your pockets, and then like all of a sudden, like, what the hell, there's spiders all around me.
And also, like, the fucking, the buildings there, they need fuel. That spoils, and it just makes it want to die, man. I liked Gleba a lot. You're just a different breed of gamer, if I'm being honest. I don't mean that like in an insulting way. Like, you and I just have different likes and dislikes. Factorio can try, but they will not get me to make a nuclear reactor.
What if it were, like, renewable?
It is perfectly renewable.
Why do you hate it so much?
It requires more design than you can just control.
Well, how is it
pace.
renewable when you have to, like, mine the ore?
The ore is renewable.
How is ore renewable? Because you can grow it on Gleba?
No. Uranium, you can, like, recharge. You can, like, recharge it, I think.
So you, like, recycle it, basically. Yeah. Okay. Then why do you hate it so much?
Because, like, let me look at the Discord stream. I can't do this. Like, I can't just, like...
Yeah, so it's, like, harder to expand than just...
Yeah.
Copy-pasting it.
You can tile the design to a degree, but there will come a point
well, I mean,
where...
it does rely on ore, so that's a little harder.
Oh, it's not even the ore that's the problem. It's the fact that you need water.
Well, I assume it gives, like, a lot of power to compensate for this, but...
Yeah, but you know what else does?
Solar panels, if you just make more of them?
Yeah.
I'm taking away the sun.
Me when I'm on Fulgora?
Got him.
Plus, I definitely wouldn't make a nuclear reactor on Gleba, because, like... Gleba has better sun.
I mean, it does have all the plants, so... Think about it, the plants just run on solar panel.
Yeah, another big thing about solar is that it doesn't... I don't know, it's just like... It's just, like, way more scalable, too. Even just ignoring the fact that you have robots place it all. You set up 4 things. No, 5 things, and that's all solar is. You automate roboports, you already want to automate those, right? You automate accumulators. You automate solar panels. You automate substations. You already want to automate those. You automate radars. You don't really need to automate those. You don't even need them for the solar panel array. And you automate... No, that's it. Like, you already want to automate half of that shit. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I was talking to my friend about why I love solar so much. I don't know. It's just kind of like a... You know, I ran into a problem
Solar
with...
so much, he's gonna get him in real life.
Yes, I do! And
To power his Factorio factory. Now, if you think if it powers your computer, it does power your Factorio factory.
Roboports have little radars? That is not true. You're trying...
I mean, maybe their model has a little radar. I have heard that, like, if you actually look at their models, like, a lot of them are just made of the stuff you use them for.
Have you gotten those shorts?
I have gotten, like, one of those, yeah.
You should watch his full video. It's really good.
I might have watched the full video, but I only watched, like, one of them. I also thought it was interesting that they made a 3D like the way they make them is they make like a 3D model and then they just like make
2D.
Sprites out of it. I think that's pretty cool.
In 2.0 they do. I swear to fucking God, if I place this shit over here and it isn't a radar.
Is that even like close enough to be a radar? Or even far enough away
It
to
needs
be one?
power. Oh, here we fucking go. Perfectly sensible requirement. Hover over it and look at the tooltip. It is a little mini radar!
That's good to know.
Alright, well then I definitely need to remove radars from the damn... from the whole solar panel thing. It gets too iron maiden. Radar. Okay, what does it say? Radar coverage distance 2. So it's the power of the distance of 2 radars?
That seems more than like a little radar. It seems like a big radar.
Two chunks, probably. Yeah! I mean, I mean, listen, we just knocked a list off of, like, my solar build requirement thing, so, like, solar just mooned in fucking value, because the radar part of the solar array, Chancellor, you don't know this, but radars are actually super expensive. Not in terms of cost to make, but, like, straight up, like, 20 radars is more power consumption than, like, 800 inserters.
But inserters are, like, kind of small.
7 radars beats out 700 fast inserters. By a magnitude of 3. So 7 radars is more power than 2,000 fast inserters.
It's pretty crazy.
And you need to bear in mind that a lot of those fast inserters aren't even running. They're at their minimum consumption, which is 500 watts. Yeah, 7 radars is almost as much power as 66 roboports.
Seems like you just don't want to make them then.
And unlike roboports, which have a minimum consumption, right, which means that they run on like low power, radars are always running at maximum consumption. How am I doing on power? I'm so over on it. I don't even need to fucking worry. Oh. What did I accidentally just send to space? Nothing. Good. But radars have a cute beep?
That's a good argument. I don't know.
Because I have some Factorio Masters in chat, I'm gonna ask a very stupid question. You're not allowed to play chess in space, right?
No, I don't think you are. I'm pretty sure that your chest is just, unfortunately, the depot thing. But
I know, but I wanted to do maybe a little bit more circuitry this run. Satisfactory made me want to fuck with circuitry more.
why?
Because I ran into like literally a couple of situations where I missed it, and I was like, you know what? The system is so powerful, I should engage with it more.
Programmer that wants to program crazy stuff.
Okay, listen. While I am a programmer, and that is not the kind of programming that you and I talk about. That borders on hardware shit.
I guess. It's more logic than like scripting, or I guess.
But I'm starting to engage with it a little bit more, especially because they've made some updates. More things can be connected to the network now. What did I come up here for? I came up here for long-handed inserters. Also, you know what? While I'm here, pick up some fast inserters as well. And recycle some regular inserters. A Jensen just uses fast inserters for everything. That man's leaving a lot of energy on the table. And this is where people are like, yeah, I just use fast inserters for everything as well. And I go, you guys are fucking crazy. You guys are actually having the output of your blue chips use a fast inserter, something that needs to work
Okay,
like what, every
at some point it's like, why would I bother carrying a stack of regular inserters when I could just have the blue ones?
These motherfuckers think that power grows on trees.
It kind of like grows on the sun if you think about it.
That's 100 watts you could be saving.
I just build more power. I don't know. I just it's really just not a problem. It's in like some places.
So that guy, I'm gonna go back to talking about that run that guy is doing, right? Where he was like, okay, so now he's like, now I'm gonna start building the base. Wrong. We need to do some more math. We need to have a plan. He's like, now we look at mining productivity 1. Is it worth it? For you and I, Chancer, it's a no-brainer. Mining productivity is worth it.
For him, it's 1,000 times the work.
For him, it costs, like, literally several million iron and copper just to research it.
Some of those upgrades are gonna cost him more than, like, an entire field of iron.
Yes! All of the... he's not even at leaving the planet, I think, in his calculations.
It's pretty insane.
Because, again, the point of this run for him, well, 1, is to still beat the game. But, to get this achievement, and in this very obtuse and insane way that he's decided to get it. Right? Where he's not killing any biter bases. He wants his first biter base kill to be, with artillery. So he's got to go to Volcanus and then come back. But I don't actually know if he's gonna beat the game. Because, like, I'm looking at, like, his eyes, and I'm like, brother, you're gonna have to deal with, like, behemoth biters. He also gave himself the rule that he's not allowed to, build, like a proper base defense.
He's really just making it really hard for himself.
He's achievement hunting. He's more than achievement hunting.
He's making up his own achievement to hunt.
Do I make accumulators up here? Oopsie. Alright, maybe keep this one connected for a little bit. Yeah, I know the artillery thing is an achievement. However, it's not part of the achievement to make your science take 1,000 more times research, and it's also not part of the achievement to say, oh, I'm not allowed to make turrets for my base. Or walls. Alright, something I haven't done in, like, fucking 20 or 30 minutes. I'm actually gonna go produce some things. I know, scandalous to do in a factory. I really didn't make accumulators? I didn't. Do you ever have a way of eradicating the weird alien ground that comes along with an alien base?
Put concrete on top of it.
Concrete.
I mean, that is a way to do it.
Maybe if I do it and then just pick it all up, it'll go away. Why are you so against changing the ground of the floor? Guess what it is, Chancer?
What is it? You like the grass?
Nope.
And what is it?
Grass reduces pollution.
Oh, I did not know that.
It absorbs it. A little bit.
Sucks it up.
This grass is probably not absorbing any pollution for me because it's all fucking dead, but... Which is why a desert start is, like, insanely harder, by the way. Because sand does not absorb pollution. What do you need for accumulators? Accumulators are iron and batteries. Wow, that's really convenient. The bots look at me about to place a bunch of yellow belts. No, no, no! Okay, like, let's be honest, though. We can afford the power cost of maybe upgrading some of these to fast inserters so that this shit happens, like, a million times faster. Oh, but it won't happen any faster because... Yeah, okay. I get it. I get it.
Answer.
Okay, it's a...
What?
What? Did you just have me get his attention for nothing?
No, just funny. Every single time he ignore me but answer your...
Trying to fucking work on things. I'm not listening.
Then why you react Bash voice?
I'm louder.
It was the second time I heard something.
Fuck you. What kind of monster you wanna become, my residence?
What kind of monster do I want to become? What do you
Ellen.
mean? Ellen? What kind of options do I have?
A lot.
As far as I know, since I've played the game, maybe there's like twice as many creatures or something. So I don't know. This, I don't know, make me a cat. There you go.
Cat?
Just a cat.
Well, I'm gonna give you a cat list. You can choose.
You're gonna give me what?
A list of cats, I guess.
There's that many cats?
Yeah.
Fuck. Timmy, Are you really gonna post that link in chat? You must have DM'd it to him.
I did.
Okay.
This game has a lot of cats. Alright, make me the twin tail.
Twin tail.
That's a it says that that cat's a wizard. That's cool.
そうね。あ
I hate the design. Some moron hasn't sent up furnaces yet. Answer.
Didn't realize that was my job.
Of course you didn't.
Yeah.
Hello, Jet.
Also, I think another big thing to note about Bakemonogatari is like Aranagi does a lot more thinking. Which is obviously, it's just the ever present problem of no one wants to make an anime where it's just like the main character thinking for like 20 minutes at a time, right? But like it really brings to light how much Senjo Gahara basically calls him like a fucking moron and how much he like thinks about it.
Oh.
Because, like, you know, I'll go through, like, several pages of him thinking and having, like, you know, very introspective thoughts and whatnot, right? And then it'll just be like, Senjo will be like, is there even a brain in there? You a zombie?
What the hell? She didn't read the book. She doesn't know.
I gotta contact the publisher and see if I can sell my audiobook. I definitely can't. There are times where I take hour-long, like a 30 or 40-minute long break.
Well, I assume audiobooks involve breaks sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't edit.
I can edit for you.
Do you really want to do that?
I mean, if you really want to do that.
I kind of do want to. I don't think they're going to accept me, so it's really kind of not a big deal. I'm happy that you're excited. I think I'm gonna read the whole series on stream.
And you could just, like, sell it yourself somehow. I don't know.
Well, no, I can't.
Can't?
Not legally.
Guess. Not allowed to, like,
I mean, even
sell
what
a
I'm
reading
doing,
book?
even what I'm doing is like a little bit questionable.
I think it's in a gray area that has never really been tested yet.
Right?
I'm pretty sure if you're just doing it for free on stream, it's probably fine. If you're, like, selling it,
Yeah,
then
that's
maybe
where I
not
think
fine.
we start getting into legally gray.
Then the publisher might be like, hold on now. Give us money.
But I just, like, listened to, like, the current audiobooks for it, and I mean, no offense to them, but, like, I genuinely like mine more.
Oh.
I maybe lost a fish. Reset the save, 10 hours. This is something else that most people probably don't know about when I play Factorio. But, I pick up every fish.
Didn't realize you were playing Resident Evil 4.
And, like, you may not realize how annoying... Because if you place Foundation over a fish, it deletes it.
Why do I care if a fish gets deleted?
He doesn't fucking get it. It's a finite resource.
I don't get it. They weren't like a finite resource because you could just get more fish on the other planet.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get there first.
So they're just a finite resource for right now.
Which is a long time.
I do find it really funny that you... I don't know, they made it so you could breed fish, something that is not particularly useful.
What do you mean? Yeah, it is.
What are fish good for? Other than healing?
They are the only healing in the game.
Fish, when you breed them, are affected by the quality system, so you can get a
Yes.
legendary fish.
Yes.
Love to see it.
That's a thing already. You need a legendary fish for a legendary Spidertron.
Were you aware that inserters can catch fish?
I am.
That makes me happy.
I believe that is a 2.0 feature.
Prior to version 2.0, it was possible to automate fish by launching space science packs with a rocket silo, which would return fish in a 1-to-1 ratio. What do you mean? Do you just launch space science and you get fish back? It's so weird.
Man, that's actually so awful.
But it doesn't do that anymore.
Like, just thinking about how much a rocket used to be, and then being like, I got one fish from one rocket science and a rocket. Mmm, yum! I used to also mine out the entirety of a patch before covering it with solar panels. So, like, if on my solar array there was like 25 million coal, alright, there's a gap there now. And I'm mining out and using all 25 million of that coal. You know how long it takes to use 25 million coal? It has one consumer. Now two.
Sometimes
But
I feel like you just want to suffer a little bit.
I have a broken brain, okay?
Just have a brain that isn't broken.
Oh, wow. Five head, man. Listen, at least it's a lot better now that you can have construction bots pick up the fish for you. I gotta make sure that if my wife gets hungry on the planet, she's got some food, Chancer. What am I just supposed to hand her some wood and say, bon appetit, dig in?
Yeah.
Jesus. Wonder how it works if you start posting on like YouTube or Spotify.
Well, I mean, we're gonna find out because, I mean, like, I did literally post it to YouTube because I multi-stream. You are living a peaceful fish life. That a construction robot forces you into the pocket of someone.
No.
And then he lets you down in another lake.
Yes, but
But
maybe
the water's
maybe
polluted.
those...
Oh, fuck.
No!
It's also nice because, like, Aranagi will point out some things. So, like, there's a phone call with Oshino, and I never noticed before that he just doesn't say goodbye. Like, he just ends the call.
Huh.
And then Aranagi's like, yep, that's so like him. A man who never says goodbye. Because in Kizu, he says that he doesn't like to say goodbye. He just doesn't do it.
Sometimes people make videos and their titles are so stupid that I just instantly hit the not interested button. I don't know if like I'm being mean, but like just shut up.
Could you give the class an example?
Want me to give an example?
Yeah.
Well, this one I just saw that it was like, yeah, I gotta scroll back up. This one says, Voices of the Void is the outlier of horror games. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's just a game. There's like 100 games like it.
Are there?
I mean, they're not exactly like it, but you know, like in the same way that they're different than the other horror games. I don't know. It's just like, shut up, dude. Yeah, Voices of the Void is not in the Chex thumbnail. It is not like Repo.
Space sciences. 2 iron plates in this other ship. Who decided to make this like this? What is wrong with you? Like, just use the damn long-handed inserters. They put them in the game for a fucking reason, bro. So for some of this stuff, I do have like the Katari anime open on the side, right? So I can check some things. Mostly, how do other characters refer to other characters, honorific wise, right? And
Yeah.
but I did this time. I reached some combat sequences, right? And so I was like, I wonder how faithfully they adapted this. And for one of them, it's like literally the same. It's like 1-to-1, and I'm like, what is wrong with them? Like, I don't know, it just kind of, it's so fucking weird, right?
Yeah.
That they would take the time to like, okay, in this paragraph, he says that this character does this with this hand.
Important.
It's not.
It's very important.
What the fuck do you mean I ran out of power?
I just turned off the sun
it's
for a
not
little bit, don't
connected.
worry.
It's not connected to the power. Okay.
I turned off the sun.
I was like, how did I fuck this up so bad? Oh yeah, hood bag. The hood is missing. She doesn't know what she's missing. Yesterday, I did the dream about her. Yeah, half an hour. Give a damn about me, 'cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. I said to the Iron Maiden, baby, lady me, mew. Jack, come to school, man. Jack. I asked if he went to my block in drives and I rock. Doesn't know and he doesn't give a damn about me, 'cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Yeah, just a teenage dirtbag baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, baby, with me. Ooh. Oh yeah, dirtbag. Only doesn't know what she's missing. Oh yeah, dirtbag. Doesn't know what she's missing. And now will remain fake. My whip starts to shake. And she know who I am. And why does she give a damn about me? She says it's too Iron Maiden, baby. That's something Friday, don't say maybe. Unless the teenage dirtbag baby like you. Ooh. Oh yeah, dirtbag. Oh, she doesn't know what she's missing. Oh yeah, dirtbag. Oh, she doesn't know what she's missing. Whew. Ba-ba-da-do-do-do. Evelyn sucks. Doesn't know who I am. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, baby. Wintering unfolds the beech and leaf, and sap is in the bough. When night is on the wildwood stream, and wind is on the brow. Trailed and long and breathy in the mountain air. Come back to me. Come back to and say my land is bare. Da-da-da. When spring is come to garth and field, and corn is in the blade, winds blossom like a shining snow as on the orchard laid. Wind, shower, and sun upon the earth, and fragrance fills the air. Who linger here, but will not come, because my land is fair. Mm-hmm. And
めっちゃ静かだと思ったらミュートしてたの。
new world, and in a noon of gold, beneath the roof of sleeping leaves, the dreams of trees unfold. Lowland halls are green and cool. The wind is in the west. What do you say?
Didn't say anything.
No, I was talking to Timmy. Timmy.
I thought very, very quiet, so wondering why, but I didn't know you muted.
I was singing. I have to figure out what the fuck I'm doing down here, Itsumi. I've almost torn it all down, but I need to figure out if I'm gonna rebuild down here or just move everything up here. And I'm now at a point where I'm like waiting for myself to make this decision, because I have space science done. And it's just waiting to be sent down here.
What are you doing, Itsumi?
With the killing enemy.
What do you think I should do?
I don't know.
Back to me. Come back to me and say my land is best. Betty Brown, all is gold, and here is white, and harvest comes to town. In the neat hills, and apple swells, and wind is in the west. I'll linger here beneath the sun, because my land is best. When winter comes, the winter wild, and inland wood shall slay. When trees shall fall, and starless night devour the sunless day. Wind is in the deadly east, and in the bitter rain. I will look for thee and call to thee. I'll come to thee again. Comes and singing ends. Darkness falls at last, and broken is the barren bough, and bright hand labor past. I'll look for thee and wait for thee until we meet again. Together we will take the road beneath the bitter rain. Together we will take the road that leads into the west. And far away we'll find a land in both our hearts may rest.
I can't believe that I'm not using a fuck ton more plastic. Alright, I think I've decided that down here will just be the rockets and the research and solar. And that I will produce nothing down here. So that means I need to go make red and green science up there. The dreaded red science creation. Ooh. Okay, so he did all the math, and the conclusion he came to was theoretically he has every resource that he needs to get off the planet. But that is a huge theoretical, and he's like, I'm gonna go look for more copper in the hellscape that is the world. No, dude. How are you doing, Itsumi? Itsumi?
You will see.
I said, how are you doing?
Doing fine.
So the beginning parts of this series, Chancer, are named "How long can you play Factorio without playing Factorio?" Because the first, like, 50 minutes of the videos, which are edited down, is just him running you through the theoreticals, doing the math, right? Very little actual gameplay, right? In part 4, he's like, we're placing down our first belts. Jesus. It's me. Meet the.
今無理。
It's me. You should just wait. Like, you can't just force it. You're just gonna make it harder.
I can with this rocket.
Whenever you try and fail, you make them more evolved, which means that they get closer to becoming like the next type of alien, too. So you have to be kind of careful before trying to force too much. "36 hours into the game, he's making a base." 何してるの、いつみ？何？
I was made underground belt here for helping factory. It's done, so I remove.
お、あ
I
りが
put
と
Facton belt. これじゃねえや。これだ。We use.
う。うん。Thank you. Also, super thank you for the underground belt thing.
うん。
Yippee! It's working so much more now. Yippee! But
I also put extra iron drill. I thought stealing from here, but you and the Jinsen say like don't steal other bus, so. And I'm thinking I go in a sample.
いいんじゃない？I should have done this differently.
そうかもね。
I should have put all the smelting on one side. Because I'm running out of room.
Nani? Ochi, wait. よいしょ。行ってくる。Take care animal. 散歩。Feed. It might be 20-30 minutes. ああ。やだやだ。
one of the comments on one of his videos is you're making a Stone Age mega base.
It's kind of true.
Oh man, it's he is producing, I think, a comparable amount of pollution to me, and he is making 2 sciences. He's not even making green science yet, I think. He has a belt of coal, 4 belts of coal so long that they're holding 67,000 coal.
That's a lot of damn coal.
Because he's like abusing the way that the game mechanics work. Because he can't touch certain chunks, because then they'll update.
Tadaima.
Alrighty. He's referenced this person a couple of times. And I'm like, who the fuck is this? Who in the fuck is Nephrons? They're a Factorio speedrunner. The YouTube like AI summary of these videos is so good.
They do it for videos now too.
Yeah. This Factorio playthrough details upgrading assemblers for increased science production.
That's all that happens in the video.
Like that's a little bit of an understatement, bro.
That's how I would have described it.
Okay, the rest of it's pretty good. At production at 1,000 times cost, the player analyzes pollution output from blue versus gray assemblers, examining power consumption and coal usage. Expect resource management challenges and combat against increasingly difficult fighters. Yep, that's actually like a pretty apt.
Is your YouTube updated to be like more ass yet?
I don't know.
Like if you like look at the comments, like everybody's names will just be like at their URL or whatever now, and it just looks ugly.
It's been that way for a while.
Oh, well, it stopped for me for a while. But I don't know why they want to do that so bad. And I just like don't understand like the benefit.
Listen, Chancer, I'm seeing the number of green chips that I'm producing, and I'm hogging up.
I can't hear you over my green chip belt.
Yeah. Alright, for right now, and I'm sure I won't regret this decision at all in the future. You're not allowed to drop that kind of fucking line. But wait, Grey Assembler fans, of which there are 0 of. And a decision I'm sure I will not regret later. We're just gonna put the cargo landing pad here. There's also this the struggle of man, where obviously he has to go back and like edit this footage, right? Because he cannot upload like what is probably going to end up being like 300 hours of a Factorial playthrough, right?
Yeah.
And there's this struggle between what he calls playing him and editing him. So right now
no.
he's yapping, and he just has text on the screen. My dude, shut up and connect this copper patch. Your green science, your red science is struggling for copper right next to it. Just
He's
shut
gone
up.
insane, and he's inventing different personas within himself.
It's the most real thing he's ever done. We are 57 hours into the playthrough, and this is the first time that our starter patches have seen electric mining drills.
Oh man.
Holy fuck, bro! I watched this man starving in the desert, and then I queue up like 8 researches just because I can.
That's kind of fucked up.
Then I fart in his direction.
Something's wrong with you.
No, I think I'm perfectly normal. Perfectly
That thing you
normal.
described, not normal. Pretty freaky.